573. Qin Pingan quietly left the pavilion, walked down the dragon-slaying platform and came to the old woman. The old woman smiled and said, "Greetings, Child Qin. My surname is Bai and my name is Lian Shuang. Child Qin, you can call me Grandma Bai like Mississippi." Qin Pingan called Grandma Bai and did not say anything else. The old woman took the lead and moved silently. Her chi was restrained like a dead ancient pond. Qin Pingan followed the old woman's footsteps. The old woman was silent for a moment. After taking more than 100 steps, she smiled and said, "It seems that Child Qin's travels in the vast world have not been easy." She was only at the peak of the mountain now, but she had the insight of a martial artist. No matter how hard a junior tried to hide it, in the old woman's eyes, it was nothing more than a child carrying a heavy load across the river. She knew exactly how much strength he had. However, the young man beside her was at the 6th level of martial artist. This meant that the young man did not just come up with the idea on the spur of the moment after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had been doing it for a long time and was used to it. That was why he could be so perfect. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It was not very smooth, but I made it here." The old woman stopped and asked with a smile, "Among the enemies, what is the highest level of Chi cultivator and what is the level of a pure martial artist?" Qin Pingan answered honestly, "Cultivator, Ascendant. Martial artist, 10th level. However, the former was a mortal enemy. Of course, I did not take it on myself. I ended up in a sorry state. The latter was taught by a senior on purpose. He suppressed himself at the 9th level and made 3 punches. Even the old woman, who was born and raised in a place like the Great Wall of Sword Chi, could not help but be surprised. She said directly, "Child Qin, you did not die?" The old woman smiled and said, "I was a little rude. I hope Child Qin can forgive me." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "My luck is not bad." The old woman shook her head. "That is not right. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, we are most afraid of the saying of good luck. Those who seem to be lucky usually die early. You cannot be too lucky. You have to save up a little every time to live a long life." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I will remember. I will be careful with my words in the future." The old woman waved her hand. "Child Qin, you don't have to be so reserved. It's not a good thing to be too easy to talk to here." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's easy to talk here. Once we're out, I might not even talk anymore." The old woman grinned from ear to ear. "These words are to my liking. But there is still a small problem. I am an old woman with poor eyesight. In my entire life, I have only wandered around the Yao family in Ning Mansion. I haven't gone anywhere else. I haven't even been to Inverted Hanging Mountain once. I haven't even gone to the city walls or the southern regions. Now that young Master Qin has entered the house, there are many people watching us from outside. It's not that I'm looking down on young Master Qin, but it's the opposite. You're so young, yet you're already so accomplished in martial arts. That Nailing guy and I are both very pleased. I'm still alright, I'm a bit cold-hearted. That old guy who looks like he's half dead has already secretly gone to offer incense. I reckon he shed a lot of tears. He's already so old, yet he's not ashamed." Qin Pingan said, "Grandma Bai only needs to throw a punch. If I can't block it, then I'll just stay in the house." The old woman stepped forward in a straight line. There was no movement of chi. She threw a punch. Qin Pingan used his left elbow to press down the punch. At the same time, his right fist was aimed at the old woman's face. However, he suddenly withdrew his fist intent and stopped the punch. The old woman had no intention of withdrawing her fist. Even if Qin Pingan's elbow pressed down on her fist still smashed onto Qin Pingan's body. Qin Pingan slid back several feet in the corridor. Using the peak fist stance as the foundation of his fist intent, his seemingly collapsing ape body suddenly stretched out his fist intent. His back was like a dragon. In an instant he stopped his body and stood firmly. If it wasn't for the fact that the old woman only threw out a fist of the far-wandering boundary, Qin Pingan could have gone against the flow. He could even take the punch and not retreat half a step. The old woman nodded with a smile. "I'll take it as a gift from Child Qin. Then I won't disturb Child Qin's moon viewing." Qin Pingan cupped his fists and said goodbye. The old woman's punch was at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. Previously, when Qin Pingan withdrew his fist, she also withdrew some of her fist intent. She was no longer at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. She was just an ordinary golden body realm cultivator. If he took the punch of a far-wandering boundary cultivator, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the moon tonight. The old steward came to the old woman and said hoarsely, "Why are you nagging me?" The old woman smiled and said, "Why? Do you feel embarrassed in front of the future son-in-law?" You Nalan Yeshing have no face. The old steward sighed. When Qin Pingan returned to the pavilion, Ning Yao had already sat up. Qin Pingan said, "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Ning Yao sneered and said, "I don't dare." Qin Pingan said aggrievedly, "In all honesty, I'm not that kind of person." Who did Pei Chen learn the most from? Qin Pingan was either blind under the light or pretending to be stupid. Ning Yao turned a deaf ear to him. She held the book with one hand and twisted open the pages with 2 fingers. She twisted open another page. The woman in the picture was on the right side of the Sui dynasty. After a few pages, it was Sun Yao Jinji from the Great Spring dynasty. Qin Pingan sat across from her and craned his neck to look at Ning Yao flipping through page after page. He was the one who wrote the book, so he had a rough idea of what kind of scenery he had written on each page. He immediately felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. "Miss Ning, you can't read the book like this. There are so many extremely long pages of strange landscapes. I've written down each and every stroke with great care. How can you skip over them and only grab hold of some minor details to do something that destroys the meaning of the book?" Ning Yao glanced at Qin Pingan and said, "I've heard that when scholars write, they pay attention to leaving space and aftertaste. The more concise and to the point a sentence is, the more one can see the skill and the deeper the meaning." Qin Pingan said in all seriousness, "I've never heard of it, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm not the kind of scholar who goes around in circles. If there's 1 to say 1, 2 to write 2, and 3 to think 3, they're all written clearly in the book." Ning Yao continued to flip the book and asked, "Are there any women who didn't appear in the book?" Qin Pingan said without hesitation, "No." Raising her head, Ning Yao asked with a smile, "Then, do you think that I'm purposely making trouble and being overly suspicious?" Qin Pingan shook his head with a smile. Ning Yao nodded and was finally willing to close the book. She closed the coffin and said, "Over at the water deity temple in the northern Reed continent, you dealt with the fairy Gu Qing in the treasure cave wonderland very cleanly. Keep up the good work in the future." Qin Pingan said, "There won't be such an opportunity again." Ning Yao raised her eyebrows and said, "Qin Pingan, who did you learn how to talk from?" Qin Pingan said without hesitation, "If I really learned something bad, it must be Zhu Lian or Zheng Dafeng from Luapa Mountain." Ning Yao nodded. "It's hard to say about Zhu Lian. After all, I've never seen him. But that Zheng Dafeng really doesn't seem like a decent person." However, Ning Yao continued, "But Zheng Dafeng's battle in Old Dragon City made me look at him in a new light. Although he doesn't seem like a decent person, he's actually the most decent person. Zheng Dafeng cut off his martial path. It's a pity that he helped you guard the door at Luapa Mountain. You can't neglect him. As for some men, they all look decent but are actually full of devious thoughts." Qin Pingan looked at Ning Yao and Ning Yao looked back at him. Qin Pingan whispered, "Are you talking about me?" Ning Yao asked, "What do you think?" Qin Pingan said, "Of course not." Ning Yao smiled. Qin Pingan felt that he was wronged. He walked the Jianghu righteously without the slightest bit of makeup. Ning Yao didn't intend to return the book. She put the book away and stood up. "I'll take you to the place where you live. The mansion is big. Over the years it's just me by Mama and Grandpa Nalan. You can pick a house that's pleasing to the eye." Qin Pingan also stood up. "Where do you live?" Ning Yao stopped and turned to look at Qin Pingan. She smiled and clenched her fist. "Speak louder, I didn't hear you clearly." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "I want to pick a house that's closer to you." Ning Yao was a little embarrassed. She glared at him and said, "You'd better behave yourself here. Granny Bai is my mother's personal maidservant. If you dare to be careless and disobey the rules, the fists of martial artists in the peak stage will make you eat until you burp." Just speaking of this, Ning Yao remembered the records in the book. She felt that Bai Mama's fist couldn't scare him, so she changed her words. Grandpa Nalan was one of the sword immortals who were best at hiding and assassination on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Although he was seriously injured and his nascent soul was half destroyed, causing his soul to decay, his combat capability was still equivalent to a sword cultivator in the Jade Raw stage. If he targeted you in the dark, then Grandpa Nalan could be regarded as a sword cultivator in the immortal stage. Qin Pingan was relieved and asked, "Grandpa Nalan's realm fell in order to protect you?" If it were someone else, Qin Pingan would never ask so directly, but Ning Yao was different. In his early years in Pro Grotto Heaven, Qin Pingan learned a lot from Ning Yao's way of doing things. Ning Yao nodded with a calm expression. "Just like Grandma Bai, they both did it for me." However, Grandma Bai stopped an unidentified assassin in the city. Grandpa Nalan stopped a great demon that was hiding in the dark on the battlefield in the south of the city. If it weren't for Grandpa Nalan, I and Di Zhang would have died. Ning Yao paused for a moment. Don't feel too guilty. Don't think too much about it. The only useful thing is to break through the realm and kill the enemy. My mama and grandpa Nalen are already good. If they couldn't protect me, think about it, how regretful would the two of them be? You have to think on the bright side. But whether you think about it or not isn't the most important thing. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, if you don't break through the realm, don't kill demons, and don't dare to die, then you are just a piece of trash with a cultivation realm and a life-flying sword. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, everyone's life can be calculated. That is, in their life at the time of their death, their cultivation realm, how many demons they killed, and how many great demon swordsmen ambushed and killed. Then, their cultivation realm is deducted, as well as the retainer swordsmen who died along the way. Whether they profited or lost, it can be seen at a glance. Qin Pingan said, every young genius in the Great Wall of Sword Chi is a bait thrown out in the open. Ning Yao nodded and said in a deep voice, yes. Me Dijong Yenzhua Qin Sancho Dong Huafu, the already dead little cricket, and of course those of our age, all of us are well aware of this. But this doesn't stop us from doing our best to kill the enemy. Every one of us has a book of accounts in private. Under the premise that there isn't much disparity between our realms, whoever's back is harder will earn money first. The head of a demon is the only money in the eyes of the sword cultivators in the world. Ning Yao casually pointed in a direction. Fatty Yan's family has a lot of immortal money from the world. But when Fatty Yan was young, he was the one who was bullied the most because everyone looked down on him. The worst time was when he put on a brand new robe and wanted to go out to show it off. In the end, he was stopped by a group of people his age in an alley. When he returned home, the little fatty was wailing and had the smell of urine all over his body. Later, Yenzhua followed us and things got a little better. Fatty Yen didn't disappoint us. Other than the first time he went to the battlefield and was despised by us, after that, he was the only one who despised others. Qin Pingan looked around and sighed softly, this is a good place where you won't be lonely even if you die. Ning Yao asked, have you chosen a house yet? Qin Pingan smiled and said, not yet. This will take some time. I can't be careless. Take me around again. Ning Yao complained, you're the most annoying. Although she said that, the girl who was full of heroic spirit didn't walk fast. Qin Pingan thought about some things. Some things that were actually related to the two of them. She also asked about the recent situation of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Suddenly, Qin Pingan's foot was kicked by Ning Yao. Qin Pingan came back to his senses and told her the address of a house. Ning Yao told him to walk there and she left alone. Qin Pingan went to the house he chose. It wasn't far from Ning Yao's place, but it wasn't adjacent either. The elusive old woman, by Lian Shuang, opened the door for Qin Pingan and gave him a bunch of keys. She told him the names of the houses. Obviously, these were places where Qin Pingan could open the door at will. After the old woman gave him the keys, she joked, young Master Qin, I really can't give young Master Qin the keys to your house. Qin Pingan felt his scalp go numb. He quickly said, no need, no need. After entering the secluded house with 2 courtyards, Qin Pingan chose a side room. He took off the sword immortal on his back and took out the golden wine robe, placing them on the table. Qin Pingan sat by the table and caressed the robe. If one said that the sword celestial had somehow become a celestial artifact, then Qin Pingan was the clearest about how the mage robe golden wine had returned to the celestial artifact grade. Every account was refreshing. The answer was simple. It was the result of feeding the golden wine robe. The golden wine robe was once the dragon robe worn by the evil flood dragon in the Flood Dragon Valley. In fact, it was a relic left behind by a heavenly master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain who failed in seclusion in an overseas immortal mountain. When it fell into Qin Pingan's hands, it was only a magic weapon. After that, it accompanied him for thousands of miles and ate a lot of golden wine robes and gradually became a half-immortal weapon. Before rushing to the inverted hanging mountain this time, it was still a half-immortal weapon. After that, Qin Pingan used the remaining glazed golden body fragment to secretly make a deal with Wei Pai. Lord Beiyu, who had just received 100 golden wine robes from the Dali Imperial Court, made a big bet with the Lord of Luapa Mountain based on their skills and eyesight. Qin Pingan used the glazed golden body fragment as the price in exchange for the golden wine robe to upgrade to a half-immortal weapon. The glazed golden body fragment was only expected to appear after the death of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. Wei Pai's need for this item was far greater than the golden wine robes. Wei Pai bet that he could upgrade the golden wine robes with a strange origin without needing to empty out the 100 golden wine robes. Finally, it could become a legendary half-immortal weapon. In the end, Qin Pingan did not ask how many golden wine robes Wei Pai spent, and Wei Pai did not say. As the first mountain god in the history of the Aquarius continent to ascend to the upper five realms, it was natural for Wei Pai to receive this congratulatory gift from the Emperor Dali. There were rumors that the Lord of Zhongyu Jin Qing, who left the territory and went to the capital to meet the emperor, also received 50 golden wine robes. Then the other 3 new mountains of Dali should also receive 50 golden wine robes. It was hard to say whether Wei Pai would be able to gain anything else. After all, the mountains and rivers forbidden by the Dali Iron Cavalry, and the shattered golden body of the gods, were all destined to be destroyed. It was impossible to drain the pond to fish for the golden body of the 5 mountain gods, wantonly killing the various gods, as it would only attract unnecessary resentment and anger. Especially now that the situation had changed in all parts of the Aquarius continent, large and small, the remnants of the fallen countries had joined forces with their sects to destroy the cultivators on the mountains who had become wild cultivators. Although it was not a big deal for the time being, it was not enough to exhaust the Dali Iron Cavalry. This was destined to involve the various mountains and rivers gods of the various countries. Some of the heroic spirits did not forget the kindness of the country, and were willing to use their golden body to fight against the hooves of the Dali Iron Cavalry, but some of them were just fish in the moat. But the Dali Iron Cavalry had already sorted out the remaining gods, and would definitely prioritize to appease them. Chen Pingan's expression was dignified. There was something that he had to meet with the eldest sword celestial Qin Qingdu, and it had to be a secret discussion. Back then, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the eldest sword celestial personally took action and killed the traitor of the upper 5 realms in the city with a single sword strike, and the situation almost deteriorated. The heroes gathered together, and the patriarchs of several major surnames showed up. At that time, Qin Pingan was watching from afar with an expression that said, "I want to see the elegance of the sword celestials and broaden my horizons." In fact, he had already noticed the undercurrent surging at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gap between sword celestials and sword celestials was not small. But Qin Pingan had to endure and find a reasonable opportunity to meet the eldest sword celestial on the city wall. Previously he heard a piece of news from Ning Yao, which might prove Qin Pingan's idea. This group of geniuses who were about the same age as Ning Yao, in the 2 extremely tragic battles, there were very few who died on the battlefield. And the young people of Ning Yao's generation were recognized as geniuses, and there were as many as 30 children who were known as sword celestials. Without exception, Ning Yao was the leader. Now all of them had joined the battlefield, and they had successively ascended to the middle 5 realms. This was a great year that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never seen in 10,000 years. Therefore, the Great Wall of Sword Qi might have noticed some clues, so they began to make preparations. Qin Pingan was both worried and relieved. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart, and his mood was complicated. It was like even if Qin Pingan traveled far and wide and walked to the inverted mountain, and saw the sword celestial who was sleeping with a sword in his arms, he would still stand quietly by the side, waiting for the man to be willing to speak. When he was young, love and disgust were written on his face, and his mouth told the world what he was thinking. After he grew up, it was difficult for him to do as he pleased. Qin Pingan stood up and went to the courtyard, practicing his boxing stance to calm his mind. Now, it had nothing to do with those worrying matters. Qin Pingan was always calm, steady, and able to endure. It was just that he missed Miss Ning. And the girl that Qin Pingan missed was sitting by the table, resting her chin on her hands. She opened a page of a book under the light, and she was unwilling to turn the page for a long time. On the densely packed pages of the book, there was a hidden sentence. She was like a shy child hiding in the corner of an alley, only daring to poke her head out to secretly look at Ning Yao, who had flipped through the book and met that child. She would never get tired of looking at it. The book said that it was Qin Pingan who said it. At that time he didn't drink, but when he saw Miss Ning's side profile, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had stood tall for 10,000 years seemed to sway. 574. Qin Pingan had practiced his fist. After a moment of hesitation, he left the house and returned to the pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. He stood there and cupped his fists, deliberately exuding fist intent. The old woman staggered over and slowly climbed up the hill that the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi coveted for a long time. She smiled and asked, "Sir Qin, do you have something to ask?" Qin Pingan said guiltily, "Although this is my first time here, there are some things that I can't help but disturb Grandma Bai's rest." The old woman nodded and smiled. "We're family. Sir Qin, you're welcome. I'm happy in my heart. If you're too polite, I won't be happy." After the old woman sat down, Qin Pingan sat upright and asked softly, After the two seniors passed away, the Ning mansion is so quiet. What about the Yao family? The old woman was silent for a moment and slowly said, this involves an old matter. Back then, Madame insisted on marrying into the declining Ning family. Everyone in the Yao family didn't agree. Master's realm back then wasn't high and he didn't have the momentum to become a sword immortal in one go. If that was the case, the Yao family wouldn't be so snobbish as to stop Madame from marrying a man with no future. The problem was that the Yao family asked the Taoist saint to help them calculate Master and Madame's 8 characters. The result wasn't good. So when the Ning mansion wanted to give the dragon-slaying platform to the Yao family as a betrothal gift, Madame's family didn't agree. When Madame got married, she didn't have any glory to speak of. Master didn't say anything, but in fact he always felt guilty towards Madame. He always felt that he owed her. Even when Master ascended to the upper 5 realms, the Yao family was still indifferent. There was no helping it. There was a thorn in Master's heart. What could Master do? He still felt guilty. No matter how Master persuaded, Madame didn't return to her parents' home. The number of times she went could be counted on one hand. Even when she did, it was to discuss serious matters. It was just 2 streets away. They didn't interact with each other as much as enemies. It wasn't until our Miss was born in the Ning mansion that the relationship between the 2 families improved. Unfortunately, after Master and Madame left, the Yao family, especially Mrs. Grandpa and Grandma, had complicated feelings for Mississippi. They felt sorry for her. If they didn't see her, they would be worried. If they saw her, they would be worried. Although Miss didn't look like Madame, her eyebrows and eyes were carved from the same mold. In the matter of Master and Madame's marriage, to be honest, even I, a servant from the Yao family, have some resentment. But on Mrs. side, we really can't blame the Yao family too much. The Yao family has done everything that can be done. It's just that the words of the elders lack the usual care and concern of the elders. Young Master Qin, these were the past events of the Ning residence and Yao family. There was too much worth talking about, but there wasn't. Actually, the members of the Yao family are all honest people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to raise such an extraordinary woman like Madame. Qin Pingan silently remembered it in his heart. The 2 of them, who had never quarreled, even got into an argument over this. Later on, when Miss drew lots, Master thought of an idea. There were only 2 things. One was a very beautiful knife, and the other was a small piece of dragon beheading platform. The former was one of Madame's dowries. Master said that as long as his daughter grabbed the knife first, her surname would be Yao. In the end, Miss looked left and right and grabbed the very heavy piece of dragon beheading platform first, which was the one that was given to young Master Qin later on. Madame smiled very happily at that time. The old woman was a bit sad. Madame didn't like to smile since she was young. He would definitely be at least at the same level as Yen Zhua and Qin Sanqiu, or even a young sword cultivator of the Gold Core realm who was better than them. Moreover, he would be under 30 years old and no more than 35 years old. That person was destined to be a certain innate sword embryo who was extremely experienced in fighting, such as the arrogant brat of the Qi family who had been arrogant since he was young. Nailin Yexing glanced at the old woman beside him. Bai Lianshuang was a person with great luck in martial arts. However, she was stubborn and had been loyal to Madame Nailin and the Yao family all her life. Otherwise, with her martial arts cultivation, she would have been the Madame Bai in any family in her early years. As a result, step by step, she changed from a pretty young lady to an old girl who liked to keep a straight face all day, and then to a white-haired old woman. Nailin Yexing, who was older and more senior, actually saw it all. But he still felt sorry for her. Therefore he gave in to her in many small disputes. Otherwise, the dragon beheading platform of the Ning mansion under their feet would not be able to be defended before the master grew up. The old woman tiptoed and floated out of the pavilion on the top of the hill. At first she floated slowly, but in an instant she landed quickly. Then the ground shook, and the old woman turned into a wisp of smoke. The old man narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the battle. He was used to seeing sword cultivators fight with each other. Especially by Lianshuang's punch, it was really a rare opportunity. They exchanged a punch and a kick. A green robe slid backwards, his elbows lightly pressed against the wall behind him, and he walked forward slowly. Old Madame Bai was kicked by that kid? Although it was not heavy, and Bai Lianshuang's abundant gang chi easily dispersed the remaining force, there was a world of difference between a kick and a kick that did not land. What was especially interesting was not that Qin Pingan's attack was as fast as a peak martial artist of the far travel state, but that he completely guessed Bai Lianshuang's landing and punching path. The old man laughed. "Good kid, you really don't hold back against Madame Bai." Qin Pingan's steps were slow, but he did not walk straight. He slightly deviated from a straight line and smiled. Madame Bai was careless. For the first time, Bai Lianshuang had a bit of fighting spirit. Before this, she tested him in the corridor and punched just now. In the end, she only saw Chen Pinggan as her future son-in-law. How could she really punch with all her heart? As expected of a martial arts junior who had taken 3 punches from a martial artist of the 10 realms, the old woman took a step forward. Her steps were extremely small, and her fists formed a fist. She smiled and asked, "Chen Pinggan, do you dare to take the initiative to punch at close range?" Chen Pinggan's feet stepped on the last step of the 6-step stance walking. His fist intent poured out like a waterfall. The old woman twisted her body and slapped Chen Pinggan's fist away with one hand. Then she pushed Chen Pinggan's forehead with the other. She seemed to be doing it casually, but in fact, her momentum was as heavy as a sledgehammer wrapped in cotton striking a bell. Even Nailin Yeshing felt that this slap was really not merciful. Chen Pinggan was slapped away by the palm, but the fist intent did not stop. Instead, it became more condensed and heavy, flowing through his body silently like deep water. He turned his body in the air and landed on the ground first. He slid out a few feet without any stagnation. When his feet touched the ground, he took a few small steps. His shoulders moved slightly and his green robe rippled. Unknowingly, he removed the remaining fist aura from the old woman's palm. But he was definitely the most difficult to deal with because this guy had the most life-saving methods. After parting with her friends, the one-armed Stack Zhang returned to a messy and shabby alley. With the divine money she had saved up in the past few years, she bought a small house. This was Stack Zhang's biggest dream in life, to have a place to stay and shelter from the rain. So now Stack Zhang didn't have any extravagant wishes. Stack Zhang originally thought that this dream would never come true until she met that sloppy man called Alliance. When she was young, she liked to run errands for him to buy wine. She ran through the streets and alleys to buy all kinds of wine. Alliance said that when a person was in a different mood, they had to drink different kinds of wine. Some wine could forget worries and make unhappy people happy. Some could liven things up and make happy people happier. The best wine was the kind that made people forget about everything. Drinking wine was just drinking wine. Stack Zhang was too young at that time. She didn't understand these things and didn't care at all. She only cared about whether she could save some money every time she ran errands. Of course, she might also owe a debt of wine. After she became familiar with Alliance, Alliance said that since a girl had grown up and was so beautiful, she had to be responsible. So he put some of the wine money on Stack Zhang's head. Who was Alliance? Would he go back on his word? In the future, when she had the chance, she would go to Haoran World and casually ask if they recognized that man called Alliance. Ask if Alliance owed money. The girl, Stack Zhang, who didn't have an arm cut off by the demon at that time, believed him when she saw Alliance patting his chest loudly. Actually, the name Stack Zhang was given by Alliance. He said that the scenery in Haoran World was much better than this place where birds didn't shit. Especially the mountains, which were verdant and beautiful. The green mountains were like graceful women. They were so tall that it was hard for men not to look at them. Stack Zhang opened the door and sat in the courtyard. Perhaps she saw Sister Ning reunite with the person she liked after a long separation. She remembered the Confucian scholar who took away the Great Spirit. He was a sage back then and came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to gain experience. When he returned, he was a scholar. She didn't know if she could see him again before this house lost its owner. There were some things in her heart that she should let him know, whether it was useful or not. Dong and Chen were well-deserved surnames in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Fatty Yan's family might have relied on mountains of gold and silver, but Dong Huafu's and Qin Sanchio's families relied on generations of family sword immortals. Dong Huafu's house was very close to Qin Sanchio's. The two residences were on the same street. Many girls would naturally have a round face after they grew up. They would naturally turn into a pointy chin and small face with the spring wind and autumn moon year after year. However, Dong Huafu's sister was different. After so many years, her face was still round. However, there were still many people who liked Dong Booty on the surface and secretly admired him. This was because Dong Booty's swordsmanship was very high and his killing power was outstanding. Dong Booty liked to fight with his life on the line so he could determine life and death faster. He was someone that even the proud great sword immortal respected. Dong Huafu didn't care about relationships and didn't understand them at all. However, he knew that his good friend Qin Sanchio had always liked his sister Dong Booty. The two of them were about the same age and he heard that they were childhood sweethearts. It was a pity that his sister didn't like Qin Sanchio. They would talk about it in private. His sister said that she despised Qin Sanchio for being too good-looking. Even a blockhead like Dong Huafu felt that this reason was too untenable. Dong Huafu was afraid that if his sister really got married one day, Qin Sancho would be so sad that he would become an alcoholic. Qin Sancho liked to follow behind Alliance since he was young to drink wine. He didn't learn much swordsmanship, but he learned a lot of bad habits. However, it was strange that Qin Sancho liked his sister so much that he couldn't get her. Qin Sancho was very popular with other girls who were obviously prettier than his sister, especially in recent years. It seemed that the eyes of those drinking women would light up as soon as they saw Qin Sancho, and they would let Qin Sancho borrow money as he pleased. At the entrance of the Dong family stood his sister Dong Booty, as well as a cheerful woman. She was the mother of the two siblings. Dong Huafu felt a headache coming on. He knew that the mother and daughter had heard the news and wanted to learn more about that Qin Pingan from him. Did all the women in the world like to talk about family matters so much? Dong Huafu turned his head and looked at Qin Sancho, who was standing motionless on the street. Then he looked at his sister, who was waving at him. Dong Huafu felt a bit sad. Qin Sancho really wasn't a bad person. Why didn't his sister like him? Dong Huafu slowly walked over to avoid causing more trouble for himself. He directly said, "I won't say anything about big sister Ning and that Qin Pingan. If you want to know, you can go to the Ning mansion and ask." This was Dong Huafu learning from his mistakes. In the past, after Qin Pingan left the city walls, during a break between two battles, big sister Ning drank a bit too much and accidentally said that she could beat 100 Qin Pingan with one hand. Dong Huafu thought that this was quite interesting. When he returned, he accidentally told his sister Dong Booty. The result was that his sister knew, his mother knew, and the two of them knew. The girls and women of the Great Wall of Sword Qi all knew. In the end, big sister Ning was so angry that her face turned ashen. When he came to visit, she didn't even let him in. Fatty Yen and the others all took pleasure in his misfortune and walked into the mansion. If it weren't for Dong Huafu's quick wits, he would have stood still and said that he was willing to let big sister Ning cut him a few times as an apology. Even now, he probably wouldn't be able to go to the Ning mansion's beheading dragon cliff to see the scenery. Big sister Ning normally didn't get angry, but if she did, then it was over. Back then, even Alliance couldn't do anything. When big sister Ning secretly left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Alliance went to the inverted mountain, but he also couldn't stop her. When he returned to the city, he drank for several days without a smile. It wasn't until Yen's was said that he really didn't have any money that Alliance suddenly smiled. They could only suffer in silence, sharpening their swords and waiting for Alliance to return from the wildlands to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was definitely not a one-on-one battle, but a group of men working together to kill this bastard who had already lost his mind in order to cheat money for drinks. In the end, Alliance came back. However, there were still a few Ascendant Realm demons hanging behind him. At that time, the Sword Immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were all dispatched to defend against the enemy. It seemed that with Alliance around, the lifeless Great Wall of Sword Qi would be livelier. It was a pity that that man not only left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but also directly left the vast world. It was said that he even exchanged punches with the second Taoist of the vast world. As for which girl liked Alliance, it was actually not a big deal. It was more of a fun thing to do. Because in fact, everyone knew that Alliance would not like anyone. Moreover, Alliance had only been at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few years. Almost everyone knew that the man named Alliance, who liked to sit on the Great Wall of Sword Qi and drink alone, would secretly leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi one day. Therefore, liking Alliance was simply a matter of fun for many girls to relieve boredom. Some of the bolder ones deliberately teased Alliance when they saw Alliance drinking by the roadside stalls. They said something more spicy than the meat and wine on the table. That man would also pretend to be shy, pretend to be serious, and say nonsense like how he, Alliance, was indebted to her and how his conscience was uneasy. He would trouble the girl and make his conscience even more uneasy in the future. Qin Sancho waited until the door of the Dong residence closed before he slowly left. Actually, Qin Sancho was not too sad that the girl he liked did not like him. This was because Qin Sancho felt that when Alliance was about to leave, he specially came to drink with him. Some of the things he said at the table were very true. If a good girl does not like you, it must be because you are not good enough. When you feel that you are good enough and the girl is married, even her children can go out to buy wine. When they see you, Qin Sancho, on the road, they will call you Uncle Qin. At that time, don't be sad. It's fate that is wrong, it's not that you like the wrong person. Remember, after the girl marries, don't tangle with her. Hide your feelings well and put them in your wine. Every time you drink, think about her and let her lead a good life in the future. Don't always think about her not having a good life and coming back to find you. That's how a man truly likes a girl. Therefore Chin Sancho thought of these words again and did not go home. Instead he went to a wine shop and got drunk. He scolded Alliance, "It's easy for you to say. I would rather not have heard these *T principles. Then you can shamelessly and heartlessly like her. Alliance, return me the money for the wine. Take back these words." At the wine shop no one found it strange. The young master of the Chin family went crazy again. Was okay. Anyway, he could stagger back home every time. On the way back, a young master would knock his head against a wall from time to time and shout for the door to be opened. On the street no one found it strange. Every now and then young Master Chin would do something like this. For example, after his good friend Little Cricket died. For example, the first retainer sword master died for Chin Sancho. For example, later on, an elder of the Chin family died in the battle south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. For example, tonight he missed Miss Dong, who was so close to him but seemed so far away. Every time Chin Sancho sobered up, he would say that he was just like Alliance. He was just born to like drinking. Because some people were born to deal with wine for the rest of their lives. This was fate. Without the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as the young people felt that they had nothing to do, they liked to look for a fight. Setting up a fight was nothing out of the ordinary. There were one-on-one fights and there were also group fights. However, the bottom line was that the other party's cultivation was not allowed to be harmed. Apart from that, even Madame Dong, who was famous for spoiling her son in the past, would not say much about it. At most, she would stay at home and tell her son that there was nothing fun outside. She was rich enough to buy anything and bring it home. Her son, you can play with it by yourself. Early in the morning, Yin Zhua and the others came to the gate of the Ning mansion. Dong Huafu's face was gloomy because there were groups of 2 or 3 onlookers on the street. They seemed to be waiting for someone to come out of the Ning mansion. Chin Sancho kept shaking his head. He drank too much yesterday. Fortunately, he drank some wine this morning to sober up. Otherwise he would feel even worse now. Only Daizhang did not come. This girl opened a small shop not far from her house. She sold groceries that could only make a small profit. There was one thing that was Daizhang's bottom line. After getting to know Ning Yao and the others, they were friends. They could die for each other on the battlefield, but it was their business to have money. Daizhang did not need to take advantage of others on such a trivial matter as living a life. Once, Yin Zhua felt very hurt and said something in anger. "Didn't Alliance help you so much? That's why you have such a small family and a pitiful livelihood. Why aren't we friends?" Yin Zhua helped you. I didn't mean to look down on you. Is it wrong for me to want my friends to live a better life? Daizhang bit her lip and did not say anything. Then Yin Zhua was beaten up by Ning Yao. He covered his head and ran away like a rat. For a long time, Yin Zhua didn't talk to Daizhang. Of course, Ning Yao didn't talk to Yin Zhua either. At that time, because of this, everyone was together and had nothing to talk about. Finally, Yin Zhua secretly squatted at the corner of the street one day and watched the one-armed girl busy in the shop. After watching for a long time, he understood the reason. Yin Zhua was shy, so he didn't apologize. But one day it was Stack Zhang who apologized to him. Yin Zhua was confused and then he was beaten up by Chin Sancho and Dong Haitan. But after that he and Stack Zhang reconciled as before. The 3 entered the Ning mansion and happened to meet Ning Yao and Chin Pingan, who were taking a walk together. Yin Zhua said softly, "What do you think? Am I a prophet? When they see us they definitely won't hold hands." Chin Sancho said helplessly, Okay. Next time I'll treat." Dong Huafu said, "Same old rules. If other people treat, I'll only drink Konghu wine and Song wine." Ning Yao asked, "Do you want to drink?" Dong Huafu, who was walking in the middle, pointed to the sides. "Sister Ning, I actually don't want to drink." But they insisted on treating. I couldn't stop them. Yin Zhua sighed, "Good brother?" Chin Sancho nodded, "Loyal." Dong Huafu was about to divulge another secret when Yin Zhua covered his mouth. Chin Sancho grabbed his neck and pulled him back. Chin Sancho smiled, "We won't disturb you too. We'll go back first. If there's anything, just call us." Ning Yao looked at the 3 people who came and went in a hurry. She frowned, "What's the matter?" Chin Pingan laughed, "It must be Chin Sancho and Yin Zhua who made a bet on where I slept last night." Ning Yao asked, "Do they want to die?" As she asked this, Ning Yao stared at Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan raised his hand and wiped his forehead, "Must be, right." Ning Yao continued to walk and asked casually, "Since you can take by Momo's punches, don't you want to go out shopping now? Anyway, even if you lose the fight, you won't lose too badly." At this moment, Chin Pingan had already returned to normal. He said, "Being liked by you is not something that can be taken out to show off." Ning Yao snorted and turned to leave. Qin Pingan also turned. The Ning residence was big, which was a good thing. After walking around, they didn't leave any traces. In one part of the residence, the old woman was holding a broom and sweeping the courtyard. She glanced at the old thing who was listening not far away and laughed angrily. "Shameless old thing, can't you have some face?" The old man said, "It's broad daylight. That kid definitely won't say or do anything excessive." Then the old man praised, "Good kid, you're amazing." Now it was the old woman's turn to be curious. She couldn't help but ask, "What did Miss and Child Chin talk about?" The old man wanted to keep them in suspense, but when he saw that the old woman was about to hit him, he had to tell her about the conversation. The old woman smiled and said with relief, "Our son-in-law is a good person. It's not about being amazing." The old man was helpless and wanted to continue listening to the conversation. In the end, he was hit by the old woman's swift and fierce broom. Only then did he give up resentfully. On the other side, after hearing that Stack Zhang opened a grocery store, Qin Pingan immediately said, "This is a good thing. If there's a chance, I'll talk to Stack Zhang and do business together." Ning Yao shook her head and said, "Forget it. Stack Zhang is a delicate girl and can't stand these things." In the past, Fatty Yin almost couldn't be friends with Stack Zhang because of this. "You don't have to say it in detail. I know where Yin's problem lies." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Who am I? I'm a bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley. I've been a bag shop for so many years. There's definitely no problem. I guarantee that Stack Zhang will be able to earn money for her comfort, and I'll also be able to earn some conscience money from that store." Ning Yao glanced at him and clicked her tongue. "You know a woman's mind so well. You really didn't walk the Jianghu for nothing." 575. Ning Yao was concentrating on qi refinement on the dragon-slaying cliff. Qin Pingan did not go to the pavilion. Instead, he stayed in the small house to cultivate. Ning Yao was still a little puzzled because the spirit energy at the dragon-slaying platform was obviously more abundant. It was the best place to cultivate in the entire Ning residence. Although Qin Pingan was not a sword cultivator and would benefit less, it was still the best place to cultivate compared to other places. Qin Pingan was a little helpless and could only look at Ning Yao. Ning Yao then said, "No wonder your cultivation is so slow." Qin Pingan was even more helpless. In the mountains of the North Continent's Spring Dew Garden city above clouds, and the Aquarius Continent's Misty Mountain, it was not considered slow to become a qi refinement warrior of the fourth realm within 10 years. Unfortunately, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingan's cultivation speed was like what Pei Qian meant by a tortoise moving its nest and an ant moving its house. However, even for this first disciple of his, even if he wanted to impart some experience to her back then, he did not have the chance to do so, not to mention her fist techniques. This was especially so for Ning Yao. Back then, when she mentioned that Alliance had imparted the 18 stops of Sword Qi, Qin Pingan asked his peers at the Great Wall of Sword Qi how long it would take for them to master it. Ning Yao told him how long it would take for Yen Zhua and Stack Zhang to master the 18 stops of Sword Qi refinement. Qin Pingan was already shocked enough. In the end, he could not help but ask Ning Yao about her cultivation speed. Ning Yao chuckled. So that was the answer. Therefore, at that time, Qin Pingan even felt that Sword Immortal boss was just trying to comfort him when he said that he had the potential to become an Earth Immortal. About 4 hours later, Qin Pingan used the cultivation method of Inner Vision Cave and the seed of mind that was immersed in the wooden house. He slowly exited the small world of the human body and exhaled a long breath of foul air. His cultivation came to an end. Qin Pingan did not practice boxing like before. Instead, he left the courtyard and stood in a corridor some distance away from the dragon beheading platform. He looked at the pavilion from afar and found a strange scene. Over there, the sword qi of heaven and earth condensed into a colorful glaze, like a little bird relying on a man. It slowly flowed. Looking up, he could even see some existence similar to water veins. This was probably the connection between the heaven and earth and the human body. Relying on an immortal's bridge, the human body and the heaven and earth were in harmony. Qin Pingan folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the pillar, his face full of smiles. "Look, the girl that I fell in love with at first sight. Isn't she powerful when she cultivates diligently?" Just as Qin Pingan was secretly laughing, the old man appeared silently beside him. He seemed to be a little surprised and asked, "Young Master Qin, did you see that the pure sword immortals will left in the heaven and earth is very fond of our miss?" Qin Pingan quickly stood straight and answered, "Grandpa Nalin, I only saw some clues. I couldn't see it clearly." Nalin Yeshing nodded and said with a smile, "I only said that young Master Chen's eyesight is not inferior to our earth immortal sword immortals. Chen Pingan asked softly, when can Ning Yao break through the bottleneck of gold core? Nalan Yeshing said, at least until the end of the next battle. Chen Pingan asked, every time Ning Yao and his friends leave the city wall, how many retainer swordsmen do they have with them? What are their realms? Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, when young Master Chen left, more than 30 people including Miss, left the city wall for the south. Every time they left the city wall, they would have a sword master retainer. Naturally Stack Zhang would have one as well. This is because this group of children are the most precious seeds of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In this matter the sword cultivators of the North Continent have indeed helped a lot. Otherwise, the local sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi wouldn't have been enough. The retainer swordsmen tend to have greater killing power and are extremely decisive in their attacks. What they want is to be able to exchange their lives with the demon assassins at the very least. In addition, there is also an old servant of Ning Mansion who secretly guards Miss, Yenzhua and Qin Sanqiu. Each of them also has a sword master from their family who serves as a sacrificial warrior. In the second battle, these juniors have all broken through their realms. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, regardless of age or identity, once a sword cultivator enters the Gold Core realm, there is no need for the swordsmen arranged by the Great Wall of Sword Qi to help protect the formation. Miss and the others are a team and each of them has a bright future ahead of them. Therefore, even if there are no ordinary swordsmen, there will still be a sword immortal who will personally teach them the sword. He is both a guardian and a teacher. However, this sword immortal doesn't need to take too much care of the juniors. He is more responsible for his own life and death. To put it bluntly, even if Miss and the others all die in the battle, the sword immortal who survives alone won't be held responsible by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Speaking until here, Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, there is nothing strange about it. When Miss and the others truly grow up, they will also serve as retainers and swordsmen for the juniors in the future. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had always been passed down in such a manner. Family surnames and whatnot were naturally useful here in the city. During the period of peace between the two major wars, the wealth and material resources available for cultivation gave the descendants of the major clans an absolute advantage. But when it came to the southern battlefield, it didn't matter what your surname was. As long as your cultivation base was high, you would be in greater danger. In history, our Great Wall of Sword Qi is not without cowards who only have talent and family background. In the end, their sword heart is not good enough, so they deliberately waste their time and haven't come to the city more than a few times in their lives. Nalan Yeshing looked in the direction of the beheading dragon platform and sighed. However, there is one good thing about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The appearance of every family name is inevitably accompanied by a wonderful story. Moreover, it is only related to killing great demons. Therefore, every sword cultivator who comes from a poor family but cultivates at lightning speed understands from a young age that whether it is for themselves or for their descendants, the only thing they do is to kill more demons and survive. Only by living long enough will they have the opportunity to open their own mansion and become a new story for the later generations. His master came from the Ning residence. One of his greatest wishes in life was to continue the family line, to revitalize the family, and to help the Ning family return to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His other wish was, of course, that his daughter Ning Yao could marry into a good family that was worthy of his trust. Qin Pingan said, many people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi don't think so. Then Qin Pingan smiled and said, when I was young I was such a person. When I looked at my peers in my hometown who didn't have to worry about food and clothing, I would tell myself that their parents were still alive and their families were rich. What's so good about the pastries in the dragon riding alley? If they ate too much they wouldn't taste good at all. As I secretly swallowed my saliva and thought about it, I wouldn't be so greedy anymore. If I was really greedy I would run back to my courtyard and look at the dried fish I caught from the stream and hung on the wall to dry. Looking at it a few more times could also satisfy my hunger and satisfy my cravings. Therefore Qin Pingan and Pei Qian, who hadn't become master and disciple in the early years, when they just left the lotus flower blessed land, they were like the same kind of people and two different things. Speaking of this, Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. Grandpa Nalan, listening to me talk about this will definitely spoil the fun. Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Here I've been listening to people talk about big things all my life. I rarely hear these trivial things. The last time I heard it, it was when Miss returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Unfortunately, Miss doesn't like to talk, so we didn't talk much. Miss said that the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in her travels in the mountains and rivers are also very tempting for people like us who have never been to the inverted hanging mountain in our lives. Nalan Yeshing said to Qin Pingan, Although young Master Qin is not a sword cultivator for the time being, the sword on your back and those flying swords, regardless of whether they are life source items or not, can be sharpened more. Don't waste the beheading dragon platform. The Ning family protects it and doesn't sell it to anyone. They don't want to use it as a decoration. If young Master Qin can't understand this point, you will be disappointed. Master often said in the past that if a descendant of the Ning family can rely on his own ability to eat the entire beheading dragon platform, then it will be a great thing. Qin Pingan said, then this junior won't be polite. Nalin Yeshing waved his hand and said, young Master Qin, it's not good to be so polite. Qin Pingan smiled and said, if Grandpa Nalin didn't take the initiative to say it, this junior would have run to sharpen the sword. Grandpa Nalin would have a small knot in your heart. I feel that this young man as a person is barely passable. It's just that he doesn't have any manners. Nalin Yeshing was slightly stunned, but then he laughed heartily and said, that's true. Qin Pingan also laughed and said, I've been waiting for Grandpa Nalin to say this for a long time. Nalin Yeshing slapped the young man's shoulder and pretended to be angry. Little guy, you're so clever. Fortunately, you're sincere in front of Mississippi, otherwise, see if I don't teach you a lesson. I guarantee that you won't be able to stay even after you enter the door. Qin Pingan didn't dodge and his shoulder was slapped to the side. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was a natural paradise, a place of cultivation that cultivators dreamed of. Of course, the premise was that it could withstand the destruction and erosion of the invisible sword intent in this world. If one's aptitude was slightly poor, it would greatly affect the progress of all the Chi cultivators except the sword cultivators. Once the cave residence was opened, the sword aura, spiritual aura, and turbid air would pour into all the key acupoints like a tide. Just the removal of the sword aura's interference would give Chi cultivators a headache and make them suffer a lot. Unfortunately, even if they could get through this hurdle, they still couldn't stay for too long. It was no longer related to the aptitude of cultivation, but the Great Wall of Sword Chi had always disliked the Chi cultivators in the world, unless they had connections and money. Because it was definitely an immortal's money that would make any Chi cultivator of any realm feel the pinch. The price was fair and each realm had its own price. It was the regulation given by Fatty Yan's ancestor. In history there had been 11 price changes. Without exception, the price had always risen, and there was no possibility of a price reduction. Previously, Qin Pingan and Nanny Bai talked a lot about the Yao family's past and Ning Yao's childhood. Today he asked the senior sword cultivator Nalin Yeshing a lot of details about the two recent battles on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Qin Pingan chatted with the old man for a while and then left. Before leaving he asked a question. Who was the sword immortal who protected Ning Yao, Yenzhua, and the others last time? The old man said it was a coincidence. It happened to be a sword cultivator from the Aquarius continent named Wei Jin. Qin Pingan had a deep impression of Wei Jin. When he took Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, it was Wei Jin who broke the sky with a sword in the wedding dress. The spectacular scene of the sword aura like a rainbow made the young man in straw sandals excited for many years. A sword cultivator in the pure jade realm who was less than 60 years old. He was an extremely young sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The old man had a good impression of Wei Jin. In fact, the whole Great Wall of Sword Chi had a good impression of Wei Jin. In addition to Wei Jin's excellent sword skills, he dared to give up the bright future of the Great Wall of Sword Chi at a young age and came here to fight desperately. The key point was that Wei Jin also mentioned that he could break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm so quickly thanks to Alliance's guidance. Otherwise, according to the ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple, he would need to stay in the nascent soul realm for 60 years. In fact, this sentence was both right and wrong. There were hundreds of thousands of Chi trainers in the world, but sword cultivation was the most expensive and the most important. If Wei Jin's cultivation was not enough and his foundation was not good enough, even Alliance could not force Wei Jin to reach the pure jade realm. After Qin Pingan returned to the small house, Bai Lian Shuang appeared beside the old man. The old woman sneered, "Great sword fairy Nalin, you are so talkative today. Do you think no one can help our future son-in-law to check the almanac so that we don't have a chance to know your embarrassing things in the past?" Nalin Yeshing said with a smile, "We only talked about some trivial things with you, mostly about the martial arts of Jianghu. But with me we talked about the important matters of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the trivial matters of life. In that case, it is obvious who is closer to the future son-in-law." The old woman sneered, "You are the most shameless." Nalin Yeshing said helplessly, "Can we talk about the facts?" The old woman asked back, "You also know shamelessness?" Nalan Yeshing sighed, put his hands behind his back and walked away. Ning Yao had always been focused on cultivation. Therefore, in the next 2 days she only opened her eyes to see if Chen Pingan was near the pavilion on the dragon-slaying cliff. If he was not, she did not walk down the hill. At most, she stood up and took a walk for a while. After 1 time, 2 times, when Chen Pingan finally appeared not far away, Ning Yao turned a blind eye and pretended to cultivate. Chen Pingan had to watch for a while and then left. It was not that Chen Pingan was not sensible. It was just that when he cultivated in the Ning mansion, he found that the speed of refining the 36 green bricks of the Taoist temple was 30% faster after he reached the 4th realm of Qi cultivator. When he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a surprise. Chen Pingan finally got rid of the distracting thoughts and could think more about her. He could really cultivate in peace. In the small house, he was a little absent-minded because he could refine things and cultivate Qi at the same time. However, after leaving this time, Chen Pingan did not go directly to the small house. Instead, he found Mammy Bai and said that he had something to discuss with the 2 seniors and needed them to go to his house. Bai Lianshuang nodded and set off with Chen Pingan. She did not mean to call Nalan Yeshing at all. When they arrived at the door of the small house, she stamped her feet and shouted, "Get out of here!" Then Nalan Yeshing quietly appeared near them. Chen Pingan took the 2 seniors into the wing room and poured 2 cups of tea for them. On the table there was the sword that he got from the Fu family in the old Dragon City, the golden wine robe that had a lot of history, and a jade plate that he bought from the Lingji shop in the Inverted Mountain. Chen Pingan blushed for the first time. He hesitated for a long time and did not know what to say. Nalan Yeshing broke the silence. "Child Chen, is this the betrothal gift?" The old woman laughed from ear to ear. She covered her nose with her withered hand and laughed for a long time. Then she stopped laughing and said softly, "Child Chen, how can you give the betrothal gift in person?" Chen Pingan waved his hand and said, "Grandma Bai, Grandpa Nalan, I will definitely find a matchmaker. I already have someone in mind. I definitely understand this little rule. However, I am not familiar with the marriage etiquette of the Sword Qi Great Wall. I have no one here to ask about it. So, I have to ask the 2 seniors to help me plan it. I am afraid that the gift is too light or if it will violate the taboo. I want to tell the 2 seniors first and try my best not to make any mistakes. I don't want the Ning mansion to be humiliated because of me." Bai Lianshuang and Nalan Yeshing looked at each other and smiled. They were not in a hurry to speak. "I would only think that if I like someone and don't care about anything, it means that I truly like someone and that I have the ability. But 10 years later, my cultivation and heart have not been delayed. I have walked thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the 3 continents. Chen Pingan, who has no elders in the family to teach me, has grown up and knows the truth. I have already proved that I can take care of myself. Then I can try to take care of the woman I love." Chen Pingan finally smiled and said, "Grandma Bai, Grandpa Nalan, I have been worrying too much since I was young. I like to hide alone, weigh the pros and cons and observe other people's hearts. But when it comes to Ning Yao, from the first time I met her, I didn't think too much about it. I also feel that this matter is unreasonable. Otherwise, how could a half-dead teenager in Mud Bottle Alley be so bold and dare to like Miss Ning, who seems to be high in the sky? Later, he even dared to come to Inverted Hanging Mountain to find Ning Yao under the guise of sending her a sword. This time he dared to knock on the door of Ning Mansion. When he saw Ning Yao, he didn't feel guilty. When he saw the 2 seniors, he didn't feel guilty." The old woman nodded. "That's enough. This old woman don't need to nag anymore." She looked at Nalan Yeshing. Nalan Yeshing wanted to shut up, but he didn't expect that the old woman seemed to have something to say in her eyes. Nalan Yeshing thought for a while and said, "What you said is right. But what you do in the future, Bai Lianshuang and I will keep an eye on you. We can't let Miss suffer any grievances." Chen Pingan said with a wry smile, "Seniors, you just need to keep an eye on the big things. It's just some trivial things like taking a walk in Ning Mansion. Please let me go." Bai Lianshuang pointed at the old man beside her. "It's mainly because someone has been practicing the sword and has nothing to do all day." Nalan Yeshing coughed and picked up the empty cup to drink tea. After taking a sip, he got up and said, "I won't disturb Child Chen's cultivation." The old woman suddenly asked, "If I may ask, who is the matchmaker in Child Chen's mind?" Chen Pingan said softly, "It's the Great Sword Immortal who is cultivating on the city wall. But I don't know if the Great Sword Immortal is willing to do it." Nalan Yeshing sucked in a cold breath. "Good boy, you are so bold." That old immortal who Alliance called the Great Sword Immortal seemed to have stayed on the city wall since the first day the Great Wall of Sword Qi was built. Chen Qing had never walked down from the city wall, Not even during the wedding of the Chen family's proud descendants or the funeral of the fallen sword immortal of the Chen family. In the past 10,000 years, no exception had been made. Even the descendants of the Chen family could do nothing about it. Bai Lianshuang laughed heartily. If it can be done, it will be a great honor. Qin Pingan said helplessly, I can only say that I will try my best to shamelessly beg eldest brother sword immortal, but I have no confidence at all. So, I beg Nanny Bai and Grandpa Nalen not to have too many expectations because of this. Otherwise, I will be in a dilemma and really have no face to stay in Ning Mansion. Nalen Yisheng said with a smile, You are much better than your peers if you dare to think like that. Bai Lianshuang sneered, Old dog Nalen finally said something reasonable. Nalen Yisheng said with a smile, You flatter me. Bai Lianshuang said to Qin Pingan with a smile, Listen, is this something reasonable? So, Child Qin, you don't have to feel any burden when you come to Nalen Yisheng. An old man who has been crippled in sword practice still has some skills in stealth. Child Qin, you can do him a favor and ask Nalen Yisheng to teach you some of his skills. Nalen Yisheng said with a smile, Bai Lianshuang, you can insult a sword immortal of the Jade Realm. If I dare to refute, I will take it that Nalen Yisheng is narrow-minded. Qin Pingan felt that this was very knowledgeable and he could learn it in the future. After the two seniors left, Qin Pingan walked them to the gate of the small house. Qin Pingan didn't return to the yard. He stood at the gate and turned his head to look somewhere. After waiting for a long time, someone walked out slowly. Qin Pingan walked forward and said with a smile, What a coincidence. As soon as I went out, you finished your cultivation and walked here. Ning Yao nodded and said, Yes, it is. Qin Pingan nodded and said, Then let's help and see if the window paper of the wing room was broken by the little thief. Ning Yao blinked and said innocently, What are you talking about? How can there be a thief in the Ning Mansion? Are you blind? But if he really stole something, you have to pay for it. Qin Pingan gently clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. He smiled and narrowed his eyes. What a powerful thief. He doesn't steal anything. Ning Yao glared at him and said, Qin Pingan, don't be so glib. Qin Pingan hugged her gently and whispered, Ning Yao is the whole world in Qin Pingan's heart. Ning Yao was about to struggle slightly, but she found that he had let go of her and stepped back. Ning Yao was even angrier. Qin Pingan explained softly, Your friends are here again. This time they are more serious. They deliberately sneaked in. Ning Yao calmed down a little and instantly noticed the clues. Ning Yao turned her head. Come out. A fat man squatting by the feng shui stone didn't move at all. His hands were twirling talismans, but a flower bloomed behind him. It was Dong Huatu, Stack Zhang and Qin Sanqiu. When they met, Ning Yao's face was stiff while Qin Pingan's expression was calm. The group went to the beheading dragon platform and didn't climb the mountain to sit down at the pavilion. Dong Huatu and Stack Zhang had agreed to spar here. Fatty Yin smiled and told Qin Pingan, When people like us spar, blood will be spilled if we're not careful. Don't be afraid. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. He said that even if he was afraid he would pretend not to be. Fatty Yin chuckled. Ning Yao looked at Qin Pingan who lied but looked serious. When Qin Pingan turned to look at her, Ning Yao looked away. When Qin Sanqiu arrived, he couldn't be bothered to watch the spar between Dong Haitan and Stack Zhang. He had already tiptoed to the foot of the beheading dragon platform. With a sutra and cloud pattern in each hand, he began to quietly sharpen his sword. He couldn't come here for nothing. Why else would they carry their swords on their backs every time they visited Ning residence? Could it be that they were flaunting their prowess in front of Sword Immortal Senior Nalen? Taking a step back, even if Qin Sanqiu and Fatty Yin joined forces, one could be said to be attacking and one could be defending. He carefully observed the two swords' edges and the dragon beheading platform's sharpening. He smiled, I don't mind. If young Master Qin doesn't mind, I can even help sharpen the swords. Qin Sanqiu shook his head. That won't do. Alliance said that if the intrinsic flying sword is a sword cultivator's lifeblood, then the sword is a sword cultivator's little wife. It cannot be given to anyone else. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. He just watched the two swords slowly gnaw away at the dragon beheading platform. It was almost negligible. Fatty Yin muttered, Two young masters Qin. Why do I feel nervous listening to them talk? Ning Yao did not bat an eyelid. Fatty Yin asked, Ning Yao, what realm is this guy at? He can't really be a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, right? Then what realm is his martial path? Is he really at the golden body realm? Although I don't think much of pure martial artists, the Yin family has some connections with the inverted hanging mountain. We have also interacted with martial artists of the far travel realm and the peak realm. I know that martial artists who can reach the spirit refinement realm are not simple. Moreover, Qin Pingan is still so young. I really want to fight him. Ning Yao, why don't you agree to spar with him? This was Fatty Yan's plan. He was a sword cultivator and also a true genius. Unfortunately, he didn't need to say much about Ning Yao's side, but with Dong Huafu and the other two, he had never gained the slightest bit of advantage. Now he had finally managed to catch a pure martial artist who had yet to reach the distant roaming realm. The Ning Mansion's martial arts practice field was divided into two sections. The section in front of him, which was a bit further away, was famous for its vastness. It was a mustard seed world of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It didn't look big, but once you entered it, you would understand its mysteries. If Yanzhou really wanted to exchange blows with Qin Pingan, he would naturally have to go to that small world. At that time Yanzhou would exchange blows with his sword technique, and you would exchange blows with your fist technique. I would fly in the sky and you would run on the ground. Ning Yao said, if you want to spar you can ask him yourself. If he agrees I won't stop you. If he doesn't it's useless to beg me. Fatty Yan rolled his eyes. Grandma Bai is the only martial arts grandmaster on our side. If Grandma Bai didn't bully Qin Pingan and intentionally suppressed her cultivation to the golden body realm, how many punches would this Qin Pingan be able to take? 3, 5 or 10? Ning Yao's lips curled up, but she quickly suppressed it. It disappeared in a flash and was hard to detect. She said, Grandma Bai taught him a fist technique and it ended very quickly. I wasn't there at the time but I heard Grandpa Nalen mention it afterwards. I didn't ask too much. In any case, Grandma Bai taught him a fist technique on the martial arts practice field. After 2 or 3 punches and kicks they stopped. Fatty Yan began to rub his hands. Good fellow, he can actually exchange 2 or 3 punches with Grandma Bai. Even if it's a golden body realm spar, Qin Pingan is still amazing. Truly amazing. I must ask him for advice. Ning Yao nodded. I still say the same thing. As long as Qin Pingan agrees, you can spar however you want. Fatty Yan asked cautiously, if I'm not careful, what if my flying sword grazes young Master Chen's hands or feet? What will I do? You won't help Qin Pingan teach me a lesson, right? But I can guarantee 100, 1,000 times that I won't attack Qin Pingan's face. Otherwise it'll be my loss. Ning Yao didn't say anything else. She let Yanzhou seek his own death. When Dong Zhuo made a mistake in his talisman drawing and folding seal, Ning Yao would point it out for them one by one. Both sides would remember it. In fact, when this group of peers first met, Ning Yao also taught them swordsmanship like this. But Fatty Yan and the others always felt that what Ning Yao said was unreasonable and even felt that it was a mistake on top of a mistake. Later, Alliance broke the mystery and said that as far as Ning Yao's eyes could see, they couldn't understand it at all with their current cultivation realms and mental states of swordsmanship. They would only understand it after a few years when their realms increased. Reality proved that Alliance's words were correct. In private, when Ning Yao wasn't around, Qin Sanchio had said that his greatest wish in life was to be a tavern keeper. The reason why he was so diligent in his swordsmanship was so that Ning Yao wouldn't be able to widen the gap between them by 2 realms. A confrontation between sword cultivators usually didn't take too much time, especially when it was only a matter of victory and defeat. It would take even less time. If Dong Zhuo and Folding Seal weren't deliberately sparring, it wouldn't even take half an hour. After the charcoal youth and the one-armed girl put away their natal flying swords, Ning Yao walked into the training field. She came to their side and began to talk about smaller flaws. The two pricked up their ears and listened. They didn't feel that it was embarrassing to be taught swordsmanship by a friend. Otherwise, all their peers in the Great Wall of Sword Qi would feel ashamed of their inferiority in front of Ning Yao. This was because Sword Immortal Eldest once joked that the children in the Great Wall of Sword Qi were divided into 2 types of sword cultivators: Ning Yao and all sword cultivators other than Ning Yao. If they were unconvinced, they could hold it in. After all, they couldn't beat Ning Yao in a fight. However, Sword Immortal Eldest once said something similar to Ning Yao. It wasn't about sword cultivators but about the vast martial artists of the world. The martial artists of the younger generation in the world were more or less the same. There were only 2 types. Back then, Ning Yao didn't think much of it and directly said that Grandpa Chen's words were wrong. Although she couldn't prove it now, there would be a day when someone could prove it for her. The old man seemed to be waiting for the young lady to say that. He didn't refute or admit to it. He only said that he, Qin, would wait and see. Seeing was believing. However, Ning Yao had a rare moment of regret. She was just casually saying it. Why did Sword Immortal Eldest take it seriously? Hence, Ning Yao didn't plan to tell Qin Pingan about it. She really couldn't say it. Otherwise he would take it seriously again. With his temper, when she was in Pearl Grotto Heaven, she casually said that she would practice 1,000,000 punches before talking about other things. What was the result? When they met again at Inverted Hanging Mountain, he actually said that he was only tens of thousands of punches away from 1,000,000 punches. After Dong Huafu and Stack Zhang, it was the third group. It wasn't that they were temporarily at the bottom, which wouldn't be taken seriously. In fact, even in the North Continent, these people were innate sword embryos that were fought over by the sages. However, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the term genius wasn't worth much. Only those who had lived for a long time could be considered a genius. Yan Zue continued, "If you can't even beat me, then after you leave this place, you'll only be able to pass one test before stopping." Yan Zue stubbornly resisted the young man in green. "I have nothing to do with you. Besides, I don't have a bad impression of you, Qin Pingan. However, I, Yan Zue, am friends with Ning Yao. I don't want the man Ning Yao picked to be beaten down in a few moves the moment he leaves the house. Once he's reduced to such a state, perhaps Ning Yao won't mind and you won't be in the wrong. However, I, Dong Haitan, Stack Zhang, and Sanxiu will be too ashamed to go out and drink in the future." Finally, Yan Zue said, "You said earlier that you owed us 10 years of thanks for fighting alongside Ning Yao for so many years. I don't know what Stack Zhang and the others are thinking, but I, Yan Zue, haven't agreed to accept it. As long as you can beat me to a pulp, I'll accept it. Even if I'm beaten to a pulp and lose a few pounds of fat, it doesn't matter. I'll be happier. If I say this, won't you, Qin Pingan, feel uncomfortable?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I don't feel uncomfortable, not at all." Yan Zue angrily said, "Then what are you standing there for? Come. The people outside are all waiting for you to come out." Qin Pingan still shook his head. "There's no need to worry about our fight. I'll go out first. After I come back, as long as you, Yan Zue, are willing, let alone one fight, even 3 fights are fine." Yan Zue nearly cursed out loud. But as he thought about how Ning Yao was still not too far away, his neck flushed red. "Why don't you listen to my advice? I've already said fight with me first and then we'll both be injured." In an instant, Yan Zue's pupils fiercely shrank. A blue-robed figure suddenly appeared beside him. His hands were still in his sleeves, and his expression was indifferent. "Why would I pretend to be injured? To avoid a fight? I've walked all the way to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and I've fought many times. I don't mind going out 3 times. Yan Zue said in a low voice, "Qin Pingan, how did you suddenly come to my side? How can a pure martial artist move so quickly? How about we open up the distance again and compare notes again? I was angry just now so I didn't pay attention. It doesn't count. Let's start again." Qin Pingan smiled and took out a talisman from his sleeve. "This is the Mind Talisman. It can help a pure martial artist shrink the ground." Yan Zue suddenly realized. Qin Pingan put away the talisman. Yan Zue realized this and laughed angrily. "Your talisman is useless. Qin Pingan, are you trying to fool a fool?" Qin Pingan hid his hands in his sleeves. He raised his arms and smiled. 2 hands. Speaking of this, Qin Pingan stopped smiling and looked at the one-armed woman in the distance. He said apologetically, "I didn't mean to offend Miss Dian Zhang." Dian Zhang smiled and shook her head. "I'm not that big-bellied but narrow-minded fatty Yan. Sir Qin, in the future you don't need to care about my broken arm. It's just a small matter. Even if you joke about it, it's fine. Big Sister Ning once laughed at me. She said that in the future when I met the man I liked, if I couldn't control myself and hugged him, wouldn't that be awkward? I even thought about this problem. How should I stretch out my arm and in what position?" Ning Yao pinched Dian Zhang's cheeks. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Dong Zhuafu stood to the side. "Ah, so Big Sister Ning also knew how to talk about these things." Ning Yao looked at Qin Pingan. The latter smiled and nodded. Ning Yao said, "Come, let's go to Dian Zhang's shop and find a place to drink." When everyone left, Ning Yao was still teaching Dian Zhang a lesson. She only needed to glare at him. Dian Zhang smiled and apologized along the way, but there wasn't much sincerity in him. Dong Zhuafu was used to hanging on his tail. Qin Pingan was protected by Yan Zue and Qin Sanxiu. Yan Zue whispered, "Qin Pingan, with your elusive movement technique and your status as one of the few martial arts grandmasters in the world, you might be able to survive the first 2 fights if you're lucky. If you lose the 3rd fight, I'm the most righteous person and will personally carry you back here." Qin Sanxiu smiled and said, "Don't believe Fatty Yan's nonsense. Once you're out of the sect, a fight between youths like this, especially one between a foreigner like you who came from afar, and a fight between swordsmen like us, will not harm the foundation of your cultivation according to the rules. Furthermore, it will only determine the winner and loser. Swordsmen know their limits when they draw their swords, so they won't necessarily leave you covered in blood. In the end, Qin Pingan said something that confused the two of them. If that's the case, then it'll be troublesome. After walking out of Ning Manor's entrance, although there were many young sword cultivators gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, no one spoke up. They waited until the group was about to reach Dian Zhang's shop. There were almost no pedestrians on the long street. There were many taverns on both sides of the street. There were even more people who had come early to drink and watch the commotion. They were all silent and had a playful smile on their faces. A young man was already standing on the street. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly walked forward with a sword by his waist. Ning Yao glanced at him and did not look anymore. She continued chatting with Dian Zhang. Yenzhua whispered, "It's a Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator named Ren Yi. His intrinsic flying sword is called." Qin Pingan smiled. "It's enough to know his realm and name. Otherwise it'll be an unfair victory." Qin Sanqiu sneered. "This Ren Yi is indeed Qishou's #1 lackey. He likes to rush forward in everything he does." Ren Yi stopped 50 steps away. "Qin Pingan, are you willing to spar with me?" Qin Pingan took a few steps forward alone and said, "If I say I'm not willing, how are you going to respond?" Ren Yi pressed down on his sword hilt and said with a smile, "If you're not willing, it means you don't dare. There's no need for me to respond or draw my sword." In an instant, many of the spectators saw an azure-robed figure flash forward like a rainbow. It was only at this moment that a dull tremor came from the street. The young sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms began to curse loudly. "What, after winning a match, you look down on the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" As he spoke, a dense number of flying swords hovered around the white-robed young master. Not only that, the entire street behind him was like soldiers on a battlefield. There was definitely only one life-bound flying sword, but it was extremely difficult to find the real one. The most troublesome part was that this person's flying sword could be changed at any time. It could even be said that this person's flying sword was a life-bound sword. Yenzhua wanted to deliberately chat with Qin Sanqiu and point out the troublesome part of this person's flying sword. However, Ning Yao had already turned his head, indicating that Yenzhua should not speak. Yenzhua could only give up. Qin Pingan stared ahead. The flying swords poured over like a flood. Qin Pingan moved horizontally into the tavern. He smiled and said that he would like to borrow the path. The other party then divided into sword formations that looked like scouts on a battlefield. Dozens of swords whistled through the air and rushed into the taverns of various sizes to block the person's path. The person lowered his head and turned his body sideways. He walked into the street and then into the tavern. Just like that, he got closer and closer to the person. There was a lot of laughter and curses. There were also some cheers that were not very timely. The cheers were sparse and particularly ear-piercing. If this was the battlefield to the south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it should have been like this. How many sword immortals had deliberately trapped themselves in the encirclement of the demon army before their deaths? How many sword cultivators had deliberately chosen the sturdy demons who had thick skin but could not move quickly as shields in the midst of battle? They could resist the overwhelming slashes and buy themselves some time to catch their breath. Qin Pingan suddenly walked onto the street. He was no longer strolling in the courtyard. He began to run wildly. The white-robed sword cultivator who was a golden core sword cultivator frowned. He did not choose to let the other party get close to him. He formed hand seals with 2 fingers and smiled. After the green-robed man punched out, he only shattered the afterimage on the spot. The sword cultivator's true body condensed in a sword formation behind the street. His figure swayed and he looked very dashing. This attracted the attention of many young girls and women who were watching the battle. Of course, they all hoped that this person could achieve a complete victory. However, the green-robed man seemed to have started to become more energetic. His figure was erratic and all the sword cultivators below the Golden Core realm could not see his face clearly. A young man dressed in linen clothes said softly, "The flying swords are still not fast enough. I lost." The guest at the same table was a bearded man who was blind in one eye. He nodded and raised his bowl to drink. A moment later, the white-robed man had already dissipated and condensed several times. However, the distance between the two parties was unknowingly closing. In the end, the green-robed man pressed his face with a palm. However, he was not pushed far away. Instead, he was pressed down directly. His entire back was against the street and a huge pit was created. Qin Pingan did not look at the young sword cultivator whose qi was stagnant. He said softly, "The amazing thing is this great wall of sword qi. It's not you or anyone else. Please remember this." Qin Pingan looked around. You can't remember? Let's find someone else. Qin Pingan shook his sleeves and then gently rolled them up. He laughed as he walked. You must find someone whose flying swords are fast enough. There are too many of them. It's really useless. The street was silent. Qin Pingan stopped and narrowed his eyes. I heard that someone called Chisho has been longing for my Ningyao's dragon-slaying platform for a long time. I really hope that your flying swords are fast enough. Ningyao was about to speak. Qin Pingan seemed to have a telepathic connection. He did not turn his head. He raised a hand and waved gently. Ningyao did not speak. After this scene, the young man dressed in linen clothes could not help but laugh. Not just Chisho, even I can't help but fight. Unexpectedly, the green-robed man on the street was already looking at him with a smile. He said, Pang Yuanji, I think you can fight. The young man in the tavern said seriously, I'm afraid I'll kill you. Qin Pingan replied, I beg you not to die. 576. Pang Yuanji was taken aback. He gave the young green-robed visitor a thumbs up. Those who dared to speak to Pang Yuanji in such a manner were at least nascent soul sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had the most sword cultivators. It was not that Pang Yuanji looked down on the outsider who won 2 rounds in a row. It was just that Pang Yuanji looked down on the entire vast world. Compared to this, there was more disgust. There was also a hint of natural hostility. If not for the existence of the sword cultivators of the northern continent, Liang, and his left and right, Pang Yuanji would have hated that extremely unfamiliar, prosperous and stable world. Therefore, this young sword cultivator who was seen as the most compatible with Ningyao in the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not speak. Pang Yuanji finished the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Then he stood up and left the table, walking slowly to the street. The one-eyed bearded man's expression was the same as before. He just drank. Pang Yuanji wasn't interested in love, so he didn't care who Ningyao liked. What Pang Yuanji cared about was his identity as a sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and his identity as the hidden official's disciple. The biggest similarity between the two was that the vast world was a felon and vagrant. This was a mark that had existed for tens of thousands of years. The eldest sword immortal on the city wall lived alone and did not speak. However, the young people after tens of thousands of years were all resentful. After Pang Yuanji walked to the street, his expression was solemn. It was hard to imagine that this was a young man who was only 25 years old. Qin Pingan, I have nothing against you. However, I do have something against the vast world. Perhaps on the mountain of the vast world, at this age, even if he was only a cave abode or sea-viewing cultivator, he would already be a direct disciple of the ancestral hall on an ordinary immortal mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there might be a young talent who had passed the imperial examination. He would be enjoying the glory of his family. He would be in high spirits for the first time in his career. But here, in Pang Yuanji's hometown, someone once said that this was a place where even birds didn't want to shit. Because the sword Qi was too heavy, it was hard for birds to find it. How pitiful. At that time, the drunken man who was surrounded by many children and youths said that in the future, if you have the opportunity, you must go to the inverted hanging mountain and go to places even further away. In any of those continents, Shuiling girls can be found everywhere, and I can guarantee that no one will be a bachelor. In this place, as long as any child wasn't blind, the number of sword immortals they saw in their lifetime was more than the number of cultivators in the upper 5 realms. This was because one could easily bump into sword immortals buying alcohol or drinking on the streets. From time to time, one would see sword immortals riding their swords towards the city walls. Qin Pingan smiled. I don't have anything against you, Pang Yuanji, but I do have something against a certain theory. The taverns and restaurants on both sides of the street were discussing more and more enthusiastically. Even the arrogant young sword cultivators in their hometowns in the North Continent didn't dare to speak like this when they first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Perhaps after a long time they would become sworn friends. Or perhaps they would continue to dislike each other. But in the past 100 years, there hadn't been such a straightforward young man. The North Continent was the continent that had the most interactions with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, the young people who came here to train would be admonished by their respective sect elders before they arrived at the inverted hanging mountain. Different people spoke in different tones, but the meaning was similar. It was just that when they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they should control their temper and be patient. They shouldn't speak rashly and shouldn't use their swords as they pleased. There were very few rules at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The more it was so, the more troublesome it would be if they got into trouble. The only thing that could make the sword cultivators of the North Continent so cautious was the great wall of sword chi that was sandwiched between the two continents. The round-faced Dong Bude stood on the second floor. Beside him was a large group of girls of similar age. There were also some young girls who were not yet mature and still had a childish air about them. Most of them looked at Pang Yuanji with sparkling eyes. Since Sister Ning did not like him, all of them still had a chance. Dong Bude was actually a little worried. He was afraid that his one-track-minded younger brother would be involved in a random chaotic battle. Qi Shou had his own faction. Whether it was the power of the family behind the young man or the accumulated combat power of the young sword cultivators, they weren't inferior to Ning Yao's faction. In fact, they were even more powerful. It was just Ren Yi who had left in embarrassment. If there was a conflict, there would be a fight. Therefore, while Dong Bude was worried, he was also eager to fight and fight. She was Dong Huafu's sister. A young girl with baby fat tiptoed and leaned on the windowsill. She nodded vigorously and said, "This guy is quite handsome. You guys can go ahead and like Pang Yuanji. Anyway, from today onwards I'll like this guy called Qin Pingan. Sister Dong, if Sister Ning doesn't want him anymore, remember to remind me immediately. I'll take advantage of the situation and get married early. The wedding clothes from Corner Mountain House are really beautiful. They're so smooth to the touch." Dong Bude lifted her leg and kicked the young girl's butt. She laughed and said, "Usually girls who are muddle-headed go crazy thinking about men. You, on the other hand, have gone crazy thinking about wearing wedding clothes." The young girl rubbed her buttocks and shook her slender shoulders. She pushed away a girl of the same age who was snickering beside her and shouted, "Sister Dong, my mother said that you're the one who's the most clueless old girl." Dong Bude smiled and said, "Is that so?" Then she reached out and pressed the young girl's head, knocking it against the windowsill. "Old girl, right?" After Dong Bude stopped, the young girl rubbed her forehead and turned her head. She grinned and said, little girl, Sister Dong who's 18 every year." The young girl cursed in her heart, an 80-year-old old girl. In the end, Dong Bude pressed the young girl's head and knocked it again. 80, right? Your little thoughts are almost written all over your face." Dong Bude suddenly let go of her hand. "I knew it." Qi Shou spent so much effort so he wouldn't give this opportunity to Pang Yuanji for nothing. The young girl couldn't be bothered to argue with Dong Bude. She pressed the head of the eyesore beside her and stretched her neck to look. She said in an old-fashioned manner, "If I were Qi Shou, I would have flipped the table and fought." Someone appeared from the tavern at the end of the street. It was Qi Shou. He was tall and had an imposing appearance. He wore a long robe and carried a sword on his back. Qi Shou smiled. "Yinji, this is my family affair. Let me do it. Otherwise people will mistake me for a coward." Pang Yuanji turned his head. He seemed to be in a difficult position. Qi Shou looked past Pang Yuanji and looked at the unarmed foreign martial artist. He was young and was said to be from a small place like the Aquarius continent. About 10 years ago he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi once. But he hid at the city wall and practiced his fist techniques. In the end he lost to Chao Ci 3 times. This was one of the two things that were worth mentioning. The other was a joke that was spread among the ladies. It came from the Dong family. Ning Yao said that she could beat 100 Qin Pingan with one hand. Whether it was losing to Chao Ci or being teased by Ning Yao, it wasn't considered embarrassing. But when Qi Shou heard it, he felt uncomfortable. Pang Yuanji laughed. "Between you and me, only one of us can fight. Why don't we use this opportunity to decide who will be the host?" Qi Shou was in a difficult position. Whistles rose and fell one after another, urging the two to fight first. Some people had already begun to plan to be the banker and let people bet on who would win or lose, as well as how many moves could be used to determine the winner. These methods were all learned from Aliang. A gambling house could easily have more than a dozen bets. In Aliang's words, if you bet, the toilet paper would turn into silk. If you bet, the bald man would grow hair. Previously, when the young man with the surname Chen was the banker, some of the bachelor gamblers were betting on whether or not he would go out. Most of the time they did not have much hope. Who would have thought that not only did this guy go out, he even fought 2 rounds and won 2 rounds. Only then did the crowd realize that without Alliance as the banker, it was indeed boring for them to gamble. In the early days, when Alliance was the banker, those who went to the gambling table felt satisfied regardless of whether they won or lost. It was just that their gambling behavior was a little bad. Back then, Alliance teamed up with an old gambler who was popular among the crowd. The old gambler won big time after time. In the end, there was one time when most of the people bet with the old gambler, swearing that they would make Alliance lose so much that even his pants would be left on the gambling table. Not only did Alliance earn back his money in one go, but he also earned money for half a year's worth of drinks. The crowd only heard about it after the incident. The poor old gambler who fainted under the gambling table on the spot, who seemed to have lost all his money, received a large amount of dividends. He took a few dozen grains of grain rain money and went into hiding. Then, in the dead of night, Alliance secretly escorted him all the way to the gate. The two of them said goodbye reluctantly. If it were not for the fact that the old woman in the saber room could not stand it anymore and leaked the secret, the old and young gamblers who went through the ordeal together and lost everything together would probably still be in the dark. Even so, the men at the Great Wall of Sword Chi still felt that without that bastard, drinking on a daily basis was not as fun. Chen Pingan watched Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou's short journey one after another. The size of their steps, the weight of their landing, the stretch of their muscles, the ripples of their qi and the speed of their breathing. It was just a small matter of looking at them. Pang Yuanji was more of an expert, so it was harder for him to see through them. Of course, it was also possible that Qi Shou did not bother to disguise himself, or that he was better at disguising himself. Chen Pingan was purely out of habit. He had nothing to do, so he found something to do. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry at all. He gently twisted his wrist. He would let Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou come to a decision first. It did not matter who came first. It was just a matter of picking out the one that was most suitable for the current situation. It was that simple. On both sides of the street, they noticed that the young outsider had actually closed his eyes to rest. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was clenched into a fist and pressed against his abdomen. He wore a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a slender figure. That was why he had the air of a handsome man. Curses and curses rose from all around, but there were also more cheers. Ning Yao did not have anyone else in her eyes. Stack Zhang gently tugged at Ning Yao's sleeve. It was the dark green robe. When Sister Ning left Vast Heavens, she was dressed like this. When she returned, she was still dressed like this. Although there were benefits to her robe, she almost did not look like a woman at all. Ning Yao turned her head. What's wrong? Stack Zhang pointed at the figure in the distance with his chin and then gave him a thumbs up. Ning Yao's face was stiff as she raised her eyebrows. It was as if that fellow's words and actions on the street were what Chen Pingan was doing. I Ning Yao am not surprised at all. You would feel strange because you are not me Ning Yao. Chen Sancho reached out and gently patted Fatty Yan's cheek. Someone demonstrated a good set of fist techniques at the training field. Yenzhua slapped Chen Sancho's hand away and said proudly, what did I say before? A famous martial arts grandmaster. My eyes tsk. Ren Yi and Pu Yu were obviously deliberately arranged by Qi Shou so that no one could find fault with them. Ren Yi is the youngest sword cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm and his flying sword is fast. If Chen Pingan loses, he will lose all face. If he wins against Ren Yi, Pu Yu is the most showy among the Gold Core realm cultivators. If he wins against Pu Yu, it will be easy for him to be careless. Chen Pingan can also be considered to be quite famous. Then Qi Shou, who is full of evil tricks, will get rid of Chen Pingan. Yenzhua rolled his eyes. Even you Dong Haiden know. How can we not know? Dong Huafu said, I'm afraid that Qi Shou will go crazy and be ruthless. Chen Sancho nodded. That's the biggest problem. Because of the three people on the street, excluding Pang Yuanji, who went from being a spectator to being a spectator, Chen Pingan and Qi Shou were no longer young people of the same age. Why would they fight based on personal feelings? Chen Pingan indeed should not have mentioned Ning Yao and the dragon beheading platform. This gave Qi Shou an excuse to not follow the rules. It involved the matters between men and women and also involved the family. Qi Shou's fight this time was ruthless. The old men of the big families might not be happy, but if Qi Shou's sword was soft, it would be even more unbearable. Anyone would know how to choose. Yenzhua rubbed his chin. That's right. It's my brother Ping An's fault. Among them, Dong Haiten was the dumbest, but he was not really stupid. He was just too lazy to use his brain. Of course, compared to Yenzhua, Dong Haiten was still inferior to Chen Sancho. Chen Sancho gave it some thought before he smiled and said, let's not bother about all this nonsense. Anyway, since Chen Pingan dares to say such things, call out names in one breath, and call out Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji as if he's ordering food, I'll acknowledge Chen Pingan as my friend. Because I don't dare. What's the point of making friends? Isn't it just to freeload food and drink? Friends can also do things that they can't do themselves. Roping in a bunch of idle lackeys by my side is something I can't do. If Qi Shou dares to break the rules, we're not incompetent. We'll kill our way over. Dong Haiten, you can fight halfway, then pretend to be dead and intentionally get injured. Your sister will definitely help us. Once she helps, her friends will definitely help out for the sake of brotherhood. Even if it's just for show, it'll be enough for Chisho and his pack of scoundrels to eat a big pot of rouge wine. Ning Yao said, Chisho is much stronger than all of you. I can't stop him even if he's far away, let alone the few of you. That's why I'll keep an eye on Chisho's choice of battlefield. Once Chisho deliberately lures Qin Pingan to the Folded Peaks shop, it means that Chisho is going to be ruthless. Anyway, you don't have to care. Just watch the show. Besides, Qin Pingan might not give Chisho a chance to hold his sword. He should have sensed something strange. Ning Yao glanced at the sword on Chisho's back. Qin Sancho was speechless. Folded Peaks was worried sick. She knew that she was the worst at these things. Sometimes Folded Peaks, who was meticulous and sensitive, had to admit that Qin Sancho and the other disciples of big families were fine if they were good people. However, if they used their intelligence in the wrong place, they were really bad. That was because they had a higher vision. At such a young age, they were able to look down on those complicated affairs that would only make them feel like a mess. Furthermore, they were able to peel back the layers of silk and find the most crucial connections. Many difficult problems could be easily solved. Alliance had said that this was one of the sword arts in the world. Alliance had also said to Folded Peaks that if you were friends with Qin Sancho and the others, you should watch and learn more. You would probably have to cross 2 hurdles in your heart. Only after crossing them could you become long-term friends. If you couldn't cross them, there would be a day when there would be no need to go through life and death. The two sides would naturally have less to talk about. From best friends they would become nodding acquaintances. This kind of ending was not a happy one. It had nothing to do with whether the two sides were right or wrong. Such a day really came, they would just drink. A good-looking girl who drank often with a beautiful face and a slender figure would be able to stay together for a long time. Ning Yao suddenly turned and asked, "Do you think Qin Pingan will definitely lose?" Qin Sancho said helplessly, "That's a lie. I think Qin Pingan can defeat Chisho with one hand. To be honest, if Chisho didn't have that sword on his back, I think Qin Pingan still has some chance of winning." Ning Yao did not comment. She turned and looked in a direction with a frown. On the edge of the roof of a restaurant sat a little girl in a loose black robe. Her hair was combed into 2 cute ponytails and she yawned for a long time. She seemed a little impatient and finally couldn't help but say, "Pang Yuanji, why are you so slow? You'll break a few pieces of sh*t when you're taking a dump. Don't you feel ashamed? Kill Chisho first and then fight that person. Isn't it over?" Qin Pingan and Ning Yao looked at the roof almost at the same time. It was a powerful existence who looked unruly and could split open the skin of an Ascendant Realm demon with one punch. The Dong family sword cultivator's bad temper could only be ranked second in the Great Wall of Sword Energy. It was because she was here. Qin Pingan once saw her falling straight down from the top of the city wall. Then she ran to play with a demon near the Great Wall of Sword Energy. That was a real Immortal Realm demon. However, the Sword Immortal boss said that she felt that she had lost if she couldn't kill the demon. On the street, except for Ning Yao and a few Sword Immortals who deliberately ignored the little girl, Qin Pingan and a few others, almost everyone's hair stood on end. No one asked for a rebuff and tried to please her. The Hidden Official was not her real name. It was an ancient official position that had been passed down from generation to generation. In the Great Wall of Sword Energy, the Hidden Official was responsible for military supervision and punishment. In history there were many hidden officials who were useless and ended up as puppets. However, after she took over this position, the Great Wall of Sword Energy's contempt for the Hidden Official disappeared. Not only was she the person who had killed the most Middle 5 Realms monsters in the past 1,000 years on the southern battlefield, there were also many sword cultivators who had been beaten to a bloody pulp by her fist and died on the spot from her own side. Back then, in the Battle of the 13, the first person sent out by the Great Wall of Sword Chi was none other than the famous Hidden Official. But in the end, her opponent was a greater demon who was famous for his close combat prowess. When he saw her, he immediately admitted defeat and fled. After that, the two sides stood in a stalemate and watched as a young lady smashed the ground for a full quarter of an hour. Pang Yuanji nodded. "I'll listen to Master." Chisho cupped his fists and lowered his head. "Please, Hidden Official, let me make the first move. No matter who wins or loses, I will fight with Yuanji. I'm willing to fight to the death." Hidden Official's eyes lit up. She waved her hand vigorously. "That's a good idea. Then let's hurry up and fight. Just fight to the death. I'll help you follow the rules. I'm the fairest when it comes to fighting." Then she looked at the table where Pang Yuanji was drinking. She frowned. "That blind wretch threw a pot of wine over. If you don't do me the honor, I'll hammer you." Suddenly the entire tavern exploded. The roof tiles flew everywhere and the room was in a mess. All the sword cultivators in the tavern had fainted. When she looked again, she saw that the bearded man who was a sword immortal in the raw jade realm had been kicked in the head by her. He crashed into the wall and flew out. He was covered in dust and did not return to the tavern after he got up. She stood on the only undamaged table. She lightly stomped her foot and the wine pot bounced up. She held it in her hand and sniffed it. Then she said with a bitter face, "It smells like urine. But it's still wine. It's still wine." At the end of her sentence, this high and mighty hidden official was actually gritting her teeth with a sorrowful expression. The moment hidden official left the roof ridge, Chen Pingan took a step forward but immediately retracted it. Then he looked at Chisho and twitched the corner of his mouth. Pang Yuanji leaned back and rushed back to the ruined tavern. He raised his hand to catch a falling tile and said with a smile, "Master Boss, the sword immortal said that you're not allowed to drink." Hidden official said angrily, "I just smelled it. What's wrong with that? Is it against the law? Who's in charge of the punishment in the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Is it that old bastard Qin Qingdu?" In an instant, she sat on the table and tossed the pot of wine to Pang Yuanji. "Keep it for me." Qin Pingan turned his head. A streak of rainbow light flashed past his ear. It was just sword chi, but it cut a small wound on Qin Pingan's face. He bent over slightly and with a tap of his foot, his figure disappeared. A huge spider web instantly appeared on the ground. Not only that, there seemed to be muffled thunder echoing in the depths of the ground. A green-robed man was standing on a street far away from where he had been standing. His body suddenly tilted to the side, and an even faster sword light flashed past. If he hadn't dodged, the sword light would have pierced through his back. The hidden official sat on the table and nodded her head lightly. It was a small reward for the two juniors for not deciding the winner so quickly. She was bored to death. She raised her hands and grabbed her two ponytails and shook them gently. Pang Yuanji stood respectfully at the side and laughed softly. "Can all the golden body warriors in the world run so fast?" Hidden official thought for a while and gave an answer that she thought was very insightful. "Probably, maybe it's rare." Pang Yuanji was not surprised. However, Pang Yuanji did have a question that he could not figure out. He said telepathically, "Master, you don't seem to have a good impression of Chen Pingan?" Hidden official curled her lips. "Even Qin Qing doesn't like him. I don't like him." She flicked her finger. A nascent soul sword cultivator from another continent who accidentally overheard her on the street had a thunderous sound on his forehead. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. He would not be able to get up from the hospital bed for at least half a month. He could lie down and enjoy life. He even had someone to serve him. How good was that? She felt that she was very considerate and had a good temper. Hidden official suddenly said, "According to that person's martial arts level, he would not be able to dodge the flying sword twice. He is mainly relying on guesses." Pang Yuanji laughed. Chisho is also far from using his full strength. Hidden official was slightly disappointed. Boring. She stood up and regretted her words. She shouted, "Continue. I don't care about you anymore. Remember, a fight that doesn't determine life and death is never a good fight." Hidden official disappeared in an instant. Only a disciple with a bitter smile was left. Pang Yuanji collected his thoughts and looked at the street. Chisho did not move at all. However, that green-robed man was closing the distance. Among all the fights in the world, Chi refinement warriors were most afraid of sword cultivators. At the same time, sword cultivators were also the least afraid of pure martial artists getting close to them. This was especially so for Chisho. This was because Chisho had more than one intrinsic flying sword. The one that had already appeared was called Flying Kite. As for the faster heartstrings, it was waiting for a golden body realm martial artist to charge in recklessly. Yinzhou watched with trepidation. Even Stack Zhang and the others had unnatural expressions on their faces. Ning Yao's heart was as calm as still water. She was the most involved person in the situation, but she was the most like an outsider. This was probably the difference between her and Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan was always thoughtful while Ning Yao was always straightforward. When Chisho summoned his second intrinsic flying sword, he felt a little regretful. The Qi family's sword cultivators had always been good at fighting in a small area. They were especially good at ending a confrontation quickly. The flying sword heartstrings was always fast and accurate. Both parties were only 10 steps apart. Even though that green-robed man had already dodged the fatal attack, he still could not escape the fate of having his shoulder pierced through. His figure could not help but stagnate slightly. In just a split second, the intrinsic flying kite brushed past Chen Pingan's neck. That green-robed man seemed to have been completely enveloped by the sword lights of the two flying swords. He was trapped in a cage. Just as many spectators thought that the outcome was certain, Chen Pingan disappeared into thin air. Chi Shou remained motionless. The third and most bizarre intrinsic flying sword was the jumping pearl. It split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and so on. It seemed to weave a spider web around Chi Shou. Every intersecting point of the spider web had a jumping pearl, flying sword hovering over an inch long. It was very different from the golden core sword cultivator from before, who only had to rely on illusory and corporeal flying swords. The Qi family's patriarch was rather satisfied with this. He felt that this flying sword was a flying sword that Chi Shou could truly polish carefully for thousands of years. It was the most suitable flying sword for him to rely on. After all, it was an intrinsic flying sword that could achieve true offensive and defensive capabilities. The higher the realm of the flying sword's master, the more jumping pearls it would have, and the closer it would be to an immortal weapon. Once Chi Shou could support the formation of thousands of jumping pearls, he would be able to verify the prophecy of the Taoist saint of the early years. Sitting on the Milky Way, rain falls on the mortal world. Among the thousands of Qi refinement warriors, it was almost comparable to the toughness of a military cultivator. With 3 intrinsic flying swords, it was only natural that Chi Shou's physique was extraordinarily tough. In an instant, Chi Shou instinctively circulated the abundant spirit Qi in all the Qi abodes. In the small world of his body, there was a water abode with clouds and rosy clouds. There was a mountain with grass and trees. The other major acupoints with intrinsic items all had phenomenons. As a result, many auras flowed out of the small world of his body, causing Chi Shou to be enveloped in a layer of resplendent brilliance. Chi Shou's eyes were even suffused with ripples of golden light. It turned out that not only did Chen Pingan have 2 dogs-hit flying swords, but he also had an intrinsic flying sword. He also had an actual intrinsic item flying sword. It was an eerie green sword beam that was extremely fast. With the tip of the sword meeting the tip of the sword, it pressed against the heartstrings. Both sides staggered apart as though they were taking the initiative to make way for Chen Pingan. He continued punching. As for the flying kite on the green-robed figure's back, it failed to catch up to Chen Pingan and successfully pierced his spine. After the bone-bearing punch, although blood seeped out of the corner of Chi Shou's mouth, he still felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, the punch was not heavy. He used the cavalry to open up a path. Then he used the Godman drum-beating stance. Chi Shou's vision blurred. Even though he had already made use of the strength of the other party's punch to retreat and move horizontally, there was still another punch that did not make sense. Not only was the flying kite unable to do anything, even the heartstrings that was connected to him seemed to be a little dazed. Then the dark green sword beam caught up to him again. In the air on the street, the 2 sword beams were entangled endlessly. Every time they collided, it would stir up ripples of aura of different heights. It was filled with killing intent, but it was pleasing to the eye. Isn't my brother a Realm 4 Qi refinement warrior? Why does this guy have 3 flying swords? Yen Zuo and Qin Sanqiu looked at each other with doubts. Every dog had its day. Chi Shou, who was originally limitless, was finally exhausted from running for his life. A peak golden core sword cultivator with rich combat experience was actually reduced to fighting fist to fist. It was not that he could not fight back at all. After the other party's 2 punches landed on him, Chi Shou's aura became more and more intense. Coupled with the solid foundation of his body, he fought fist to fist with Chen Pingan several times. After that, Chi Shou also began to be ruthless. He simply exchanged punches with that guy. One of his punches caused the other party's head to sway greatly. However, the other party still looked indifferent, as if he did not feel the pain at all. Every time he punched, he did not bother to choose a place to punch, as if he would be satisfied as long as he hit Chi Shou. The flying sword heartstrings was fast enough, but it was matched by the dark green flying sword. The flying kite was always a little slower. In a battle between sword cultivators, a little difference was forever the difference between heaven and earth. The jumping pearl sword formation was already on the verge of collapse. The threat of the mysterious green-robed man was becoming more and more ignored. The onlookers on both sides of the street finally came back to their senses. There was an uproar. After 15 punches, Chi Shou had no choice but to be punched until his back was pressed against the ground. He slid back dozens of feet away. However, during this process, Chi Shou, who was wearing a Taoist robe, took out a military armor pill from his sleeve. A golden armor instantly covered his body. Even so, just as Chi Shou was about to get up after slamming his palm against the ground, he was punched in the face by the green-robed man who was running close to the ground. Chi Shou, who was wearing a military armor and a Taoist robe, was once again pressed against the ground. The 17th punch was so powerful that Chi Shou fell to the ground and bounced back up. Then that person raised his arm and punched him again. This punch caused Chi Shou to bleed from his 7 orifices. Pang Yuanji sighed. Chi Shou should have taken a step back and truly unsheathed his sword. Other than the natal flying sword, as long as a sword cultivator carried a sword and was not some boring decoration, it was the same person. There were 2 types of sword cultivators. Everyone was puzzled as to why the green-robed man had suddenly stopped attacking. A moment later, another Chi Shou appeared 30 steps away from the other Chi Shou on the ground. His Yin spirit left his body and traveled the world. Chi Shou had clearly used a secret technique. Otherwise, when an ordinary cultivator's Yin spirit left their body, sword cultivators who were best at detecting auras would be able to detect even the slightest movement. That Chi Shou Yin spirit expressionlessly reached out his hand. He unsheathed his sword and held it in his hand. The sword Qi was one of the Qi family's half-immortal weapons. Its name was Gao Zhu. It was said that this half-immortal weapon's true body was once the spine of a fire sect god from the ancient heavenly court. Its corpse was lost in the mortal world and was accidentally obtained by the Qi family's ancestor. He carefully refined it for more than 100 years. When Qi Shou was born, he became the new owner of this half-immortal weapon. After Qi Shou Yin spirit grabbed the Gao Zhu, he asked, "Do you still want to fight?" What happened next made even Stack Zhang's eyelids tremble, let alone the onlookers who had long forgotten to drink. Chen Pingan's bony right hand grabbed Chi Shou's true body like hooks and slowly lifted it up. Then he casually threw it at Chi Shou Yin spirit. Chen Pingan stood up straight with his left hand behind his back and his right hand clenched in front of him. Blood slowly dripped from his mangled arm to the ground along his bony fingers. Without hesitation, Chi Shou Yin spirit returned to his body and floated to the ground. Chen Pingan raised his arm that was too horrible to look at and said indifferently, "Come." A golden light beam shot up into the sky from the Ning mansion in the distance. Accompanied by thunderous sounds, it broke through the air and was gently grabbed by Chen Pingan. The golden line that started from the Ning mansion and ended on this street was extremely eye-catching. Due to the shockingly dense sword qi, the golden line didn't disperse even though the sword was already in the hands of the green-robed swordsman. Chi Shou, who didn't wipe off the blood on his face, instantly turned ashen. Who lent you the immortal weapon? The immortal weapon in his hand, called Sword Immortal, seemed to be excited for a long-awaited battle. It vibrated and emitted strands of golden light. This made the green-robed swordsman feel as if he was holding a sun. "My candle? How high is the candle flame? The sun hangs in the sky. What dares to compete with me?" The green-robed young man smiled leisurely. "If your surname wasn't Qi, you would still be lying on the ground sleeping. That's why you have a half-immortal weapon, because you reincarnated well. I'm different from you. I fought for this sword immortal with my life." At this point, Qin Pingan stopped smiling. "The Qi Shou of the southern battlefield is worthy of this surname. However, we still have to fight. As long as you dare to use your sword." At this moment, the bearded man who had returned to the tavern and sat down put down a big white bowl that he had picked up from the ground. He said to Chi Shou, "If you lose, you have to admit it. Your Qi family's direct descendant has never died in the north of the city wall." Chi Shou raised his hand and sheathed his sword. He walked forward and brushed past the green-robed man. "Do you dare to set a time for another battle?" He had the chance to become the first sword cultivator to reach the nascent soul realm among his peers on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was even faster than Ning Yao. This was because there were too many things she needed to do. It wasn't Qi refinement, which was nothing to Ning Yao. She needed to refine items, which slowed down her breakthrough. However, as long as Chi Shou reached the nascent soul realm and fought with Qin Pingan again, there was no need to talk about his chances of winning. Qin Pingan asked back, "You decide on the location and I decide on the time. How about it?" Chi Shou's Adam's apple moved slightly. He almost couldn't hold back that mouthful of blood. Chi Shou didn't say anything else and didn't leave on the wind. He walked to the end of the street and slowly left at the corner. Behind him, a group of friends who looked worse than Chi Shou silently followed. Qin Pingan glanced at Ning Yao and smiled. Ning Yao glared at him. Qin Pingan looked around. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was very strange. In Qin Pingan's life, other than his ancestral home in his hometown and the bamboo house in Desolate Mountain, it was the place where he felt the most unscrupulous. Therefore it was also the place where Qin Pingan, who was greedy for life and afraid of death, dared to fight to his heart's content the most. This was because the Great Wall of Sword Qi was very pure. There were good and evil, joy and anger, but it was far less complicated than the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was also the Sword Celestial who had personally told him how to be unreasonable. The old man also personally demonstrated. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword aura descended from the sky and instantly killed a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms from a big family. Here the Sword Celestial Qin Qingdu was the biggest reason. Qin Pingan sincerely acknowledged the old Celestial. Therefore when he fought with his fists and sword here, he could reach the realm that he dreamed of. He didn't have to worry about the consequences, and he could fight without any restrictions. Moreover, this was a place where Alliance stayed for many years. It was a place where Alliance stayed and drank so much wine over the years. If Qin Pingan's fists and sword were not strong enough, he would be letting this place down. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and felt a little satisfied. However, it was still not enough. Pang Yuanji was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the green-robed swordsman turned around and smiled at Pang Yuanji. Pang Yuanji smiled and asked, "Don't you think you're at a disadvantage?" After a tough battle, the other party didn't win easily. Qin Pingan's subsequent actions. The Sword Celestials who weren't sitting together all laughed and drank. Everyone saw the person on the street nail the immortal weapon named Sword Celestial into the ground. Then he let go and extended his right hand, indicating that the other party could attack. Then the person said, "I'm afraid you'll feel that you're at a disadvantage." Pang Yuanji was in high spirits. He smiled and strode out of the tavern. Standing in the middle of the street, he cupped his fists and said loudly, "Great Wall of Sword Qi Pang Yuanji." Qin Pingan thought for a moment and cupped his fists in return. He answered seriously, "The person Ning Yao likes, Qin Pingan." 8. 577. Pang Yuanji clasped 2 fingers in front of him and smiled. "I don't have many flying swords. I only have one. Fortunately it's fast enough. I hope it won't disappoint you." Sword Qi filled the streets. Then streams of swords flowed over. They twisted and turned without any order. In the end they spread out and gathered into a river of Sword Qi. Sword Qi was everywhere. The customers in the taverns on both sides could clearly feel an icy coldness slowly pouring in from the streets. Pang Yuanji clearly wasn't chosen as a disciple by the hidden official out of sheer luck. Everyone knew that Pang Yuanji was indeed the person most likely to inherit the hidden official's legacy in the 100 years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Where there are the most demons is where I strike. Which sword cultivator wouldn't be fascinated by this realm? For a sword cultivator, especially a prodigy with the reputation of an innate sword embryo, the quality of their life-bound flying sword would indeed determine their final achievements. After Pang Yuanji said those words, taverns of all sizes and taverns were filled with jeers and jeers. Pang Yuanji's life-bound flying sword was called Time. Time was like water, which was why it flowed unpredictably. The sword was formless. If Qi Shou's most fundamental life-bound flying sword was a display of quantity, then Pang Yuanji's life-bound flying sword was truly unreasonable. What was most unreasonable was not just the power of his life-bound flying sword. After obtaining the Time flying sword, Pang Yuanji was known as the Master of Swords. Not only could the flying sword temper the body, it could also nourish the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Cultivating spells would yield twice the results with half the effort. In addition, Pang Yuanji had shown astounding talent in cultivation since he was young. He could comprehend many things by analogy. Therefore, Pang Yuanji was also known as the Master of Swords. Pang Yuanji didn't have a single robe. He didn't have a half-immortal weapon like Qi Shou that followed his surname. He also didn't have any extra armor pills. Qin Pingan walked forward lightly. His fist energy flowed like a waterfall. Walking on the street, it was as if he was rowing a boat against the current. As he walked, the pure martial artist's fist intent clashed with the pure sword Qi, making it so that the spectators who did not have high enough realms could not see the face and figure of the green-robed swordsman. The scene on the street was like the wine in the bowl, and the person was like a copper coin thrown into the wine. The person who drank the wine shook the white bowl, making it impossible for others to see the copper coin at the bottom of the bowl. Ning Yao, who had been standing in place all this time, said softly, "How did Qin Pingan win that fight? Why did Qi Shou lose? I'll tell you the details later." Yen's eyes lit up as he stared blankly at that figure's back. He sighed and said, "As long as my brother is willing to fight, I guarantee that he can beat anyone." Then Yenzhua turned his head and said with a grin, "Right, Sancho? Who was the one who said, 'If you lie you can knock down Chisho with one hand'?" Qin Sancho said blankly, "Dong Haiten must have told him." Dong Huafu said angrily, "Screw your mother's balls." Stack Zhang felt a little helpless. Dong Haiten was actually the one who had interacted with Alliance the longest among all of them. He was probably the only supreme expert on the Great Wall of Sword Chi who had pissed on Alliance before. Therefore, Dong Haiten either kept quiet or scolded people with profanities that he had learned from Alliance. If the listener really took offense, they would die of laughter and anger. A middle-aged sword immortal who had quietly arrived at the dilapidated tavern sat beside the one-eyed, bearded man. He wiped the dust off the table and nodded with a smile. His fist aura is pure and his fist intent is profound. I can't imagine that the Chao Ci of the past could actually beat this person 3 times in a row. The bearded man who had been kicked by the hidden official did not feel uncomfortable at all. He continued drinking and said hoarsely, "You're late. If you had seen Chao Ci practicing his fist technique on the city wall with your own eyes, you wouldn't be so surprised. Chao Ci was so strong and broke through so quickly. I thought it was natural." At this point, the bearded man looked at Qin Pingan who was walking leisurely in the torrent of sword chi. Of course this young man is really good. I've seen him practicing his fist technique on the city wall before. At that time, I didn't expect him to have the martial arts realm he has today. Even if the sword immortal boss told me, I might not have believed it. The middle-aged sword immortal who had just arrived from the South Swirl continent smiled. I heard that he came from the Pearl Grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent. I wonder if he has anything to do with the Dali vassal, Song Jianqiang. The bearded man shook his head. I'm not sure. He's obviously young, but he looks like a veteran who is used to fighting. Do you have so many fights for a pure martial artist in your vast world? Even if there were experts who taught him fist techniques, he wouldn't be able to achieve this without being in a life-or-death situation many times. He doesn't look like a foreigner. Instead, he looks like the most authentic young man from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The male sword immortal from the South Swirl continent raised his wine bowl and clinked it with the man's. He took a sip of wine and sighed. The world is so big. Even someone like me who doesn't like to drink has developed an alcoholic bug in my stomach when I came here. The man twitched the corner of his mouth. This taciturn, unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal revealed a rare look of resentment. He sneered. It's all because of that bastard. If a bachelor doesn't drink, he'll be a bachelor for thousands of years. Sword immortals don't drink, nascent soul cultivators go for a walk. The 3 fights were over. The 4th fight was about to begin. It was really satisfying. The little girl with some baby fat patted the windowsill with her hand. Her face was flushed and she was very excited. Did you see that? Did you see that? I have good taste, right? Don't be shy, say it out loud. No one paid attention to her. This made the little girl a little annoyed. She suddenly realized that Sister Dong beside her was a little abnormal. She asked curiously, "Sister Dong, did you suddenly realize that Sister Ning picked such a good man? Then you look at yourself and realize that you're not young anymore. You can't find a suitable one. Is that why you're so upset? Then learn from me. If you're happy, say it out loud. If you're upset, say it out loud. I'll drink with you. I'll lend you some of my happiness." Dong Bud leaned on the windowsill and rubbed her face with both hands. She sighed and nodded. I'm really upset. After so many years, I can't compare to Ning girl in anything. The little girl comforted her. Sister Dong, you're old. In this matter, Sister Ning can't compare to you. You'll definitely win. Dong Bud turned her head and reached out to grab the little girl's neck. She gently lifted her up and smiled. Say it out loud. I didn't hear you clearly just now. The little girl's feet left the ground. She was extremely annoyed and said angrily, Sister Dong, from today onwards, you have to be more respectful to me. If you're not careful, I'll become Qin Pingan's little wife. At that time, you won't be able to bear the consequences. When he sees that I'm used to being bullied by you, he'll be angry and want to hit you just like how he hit Chisho. At that time, I won't be able to stop him. I want to, but I'll be powerless. I can only watch Sister Dong bounce around on the ground. Dong Bud pushed the little girl to the ground and said with a smile, What nonsense are you talking about? Say this in front of Ning girl. The little girl stood still and shook her shoulders. I'm not stupid. Can't I see that he and Sister Ning are flirting with each other? It's just casual talk. My mother often says that the man you can't get is the best man in the world. I know that my mother deliberately said that for my father to hear. Every time my father looks as pitiful as if he's eaten shit. I don't dare to scold him, but I can't beat him. I don't think there's a need to be angry. Dong Bud pressed down on the little girl's head and made her kowtow. He scolded jokingly, "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You don't even have a lock on your mouth. Aren't you afraid that your parents will spank you?" After Dong Bud stopped, the little girl rubbed her swollen forehead. Without looking at Dong Bud, she clenched her fists and knocked heavily on the windowsill. Annoying. I've decided. When he defeats Pang Yuanji, I'll learn from him. If he doesn't teach me, I'll kneel in front of Sister Ning's door for a few minutes. I'm very sincere. When I learn the fist, hee Sister Dong, you have to be careful when you walk at night. Even Dong Bud was helpless against the little girl. There was a hole in her brain that could not be filled with logic. Dong Bud suddenly sighed. There are too many sword immortals watching the battle. Just as the little girl was about to speak, Dong Bud wrapped his arm around her neck and pulled her to his side. The little girl tilted her head and rolled her eyes. She stuck out her tongue and pretended to be dead. On the street, the young martial artist in green robes with a white jade hairpin did something strange. He did not rely on his sturdy physique and agile body. He did not try to wade through the water at the fastest speed possible to approach Pang Yuanji. Instead, he shook his arms slightly and grabbed a stack of yellow paper talisman of ordinary quality. He threw it out. In an instant, there were 40 to 50 talisman of various colors. Almost all of the talisman were instantly shredded by the sword chi. However, Qin Pinggong continued. He did not walk quickly, but the speed at which he threw out the talisman was dazzling. Pang Yuanji smiled. He formed hand seals with 2 fingers and stepped on astral energy. Behind Qin Pinggong, ripples appeared. A Pang Yuanji appeared. On the rooftops on both sides of the street, 12 more Pang Yuanji appeared. Every Pang Yuanji on the high ground was either performing Taoist spells or performing Buddhist seals. A rune array appeared below their feet. Between the Pang Yuanji and between the rune arrays, thin threads in different colors were slithering like dragons and snakes. They connected with each other and eventually formed a rune array that covered the entire street. At the end of the fight, they would have no choice but to fight to the death. Bai Lianshuang's expression was weird. Nalin Yeshing's smile was even weirder. He pointed at the stacking mountain shop and said, "Are you still worried about Qin Pinggong? Shouldn't Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji be worried about Qin Pinggong? If Qin Pinggong is your opponent, you will be disgusted to death by Qin Pinggong if the gap between their realms is not big. You, Bai Lianshuang, have punched Qin Pinggong before. How can you not know how tough he is?" Nalin Yeshing paced back and forth slowly. He was in a good mood. This kid is easy to talk to, right? He knows etiquette, right? When he came to my side, I helped him feed his sword. After that, we drank some wine. It was rare for him to talk so much. You didn't see it. At that time, Qin Pinggong drank some wine, took off his boots and sat cross-legged like me. Look at the expression in his eyes and the words he said. What kind of scene was that? Nalin Yeshing seemed to be reminiscing. The Ning mansion indeed needed a master. Otherwise it would be too boring. Bai Lianshuang glared at him and said, "When you see him, call him young Master Qin. In my place you can call him young master. You keep calling him Qin Pinggong. Is that appropriate? Who gave you the guts?" Nalin Yeshing couldn't help but feel aggrieved. It wasn't easy for him to earn some face from Qin Pinggong, but in front of this old woman, he had to give it all back. The old woman said to herself, "Old dog, do you think young Master Qin can win 3 rounds in a row?" Nalin Yeshing already had a plan in mind. "Of course I want to. But if the 3rd round is Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou, or Gao Yeho, it will be difficult for one of them to jump out. Qi Shou is the most likely one. As long as this kid doesn't overestimate himself, Qin Pinggong will have a chance to fight him." Sure enough, the 2 old men clearly sensed the abundant presence of an ancient sword echoing on the street near the stacking mountain shop. Then, the immortal sword that Qin Pinggong put in the side room of the small house left the Ning mansion on its own. The old woman kicked Nalin Yeshing's knee and said, "Go and check the situation. Don't jinx it." Qi Shou unsheathed Gao Zhu. Although Nalin Yeshing looked calm, he was actually a bit anxious. In a normal fight, life and death weren't decided. Why would they need a half-immortal weapon to fight an immortal weapon? Nalin Yeshing didn't care about the agreement. However, the old woman didn't expect that she would calm down at the last moment. Although she looked serious, Bai Lianshuang still shook her head and said, "Forget it. We have to believe that young master has expected this." Nalin Yeshing asked tentatively, "You really don't need me to go?" In other words, if something happened, Bai Lianshuang could order Nalini around, but Bai Lianshuang couldn't blame him for neglecting his duties. Bai Lianshuang nodded. I said it. Nalan Yishin glanced at her. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were 2 thatched cottages of different sizes. A young man with a jade-like face walked out of the small thatched cottage and came to the nearby northern city wall. Looking at the city in the north, he smiled and said, "Seniors, what?" Even Master Hidden Official ran over to join in the fun. "Are you sure you don't want to take a few glances?" There was a man sitting cross-legged at the top of the city wall. His sword was placed horizontally on his knees, and he was resting with his eyes closed. There were sharp sword chi crisscrossing all around him, and it seemed as if it had solidified from the void into reality. The sword chi suddenly appeared and disappeared. Fortunately, the man standing next to him was Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin. Wei Jin was a rare genius of the Aquarius continent after Li Tuanjing and before Ma Kuxuan. As for the 3 of them, Li Tuanjing, who was recognized as a sword immortal realm sword immortal before his death, was not inferior to Wei Jin. Unfortunately, he was trapped by love and lost the possibility of becoming the first sword immortal realm sword immortal in the history of the Aquarius continent. Therefore, overall he was inferior to Wei Jin. As for Ma Kuxuan, the military cultivator of Martial Mountain on the Aquarius continent, it was believed that his aptitude was slightly inferior to Li Tuanjing and Wei Jin. However, his great Dao opportunity was too good. His future achievements might be higher than Wei Jin's. As for the previous owner of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing, since he had already passed away, everything was over. Zhuozhuo never opened his eyes. He said with an indifferent expression, "There's nothing to see. It's meaningless to fight for a moment." Wei Jin knew Senior's was temper, so he didn't hold back. He smiled and said, "This is really not the attitude a senior martial brother should have towards a junior martial brother." Zhuozhuo shook his head and said, "I have never admitted this. What's more, according to the rules of the orthodoxy, he didn't hang the portrait of the ancestor, nor did he kowtow to me. He is not my junior martial brother." Wei Jin didn't say anything else. Senior's wasn't someone who liked to talk. It was as though it was more difficult for him to speak than to use his sword to fight an enemy. Zhuozhuo and Wei Jin were 2 sword immortals. One came from the Central Plains Divine Continent, while the other came from the Aquarius continent. Zhuozhuo was already far away from the mortal world. He was like a lonely ghost drifting on the vast ocean. For more than 100 years, the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other. Besides knowing Alliance and Qin Pingan, they both had nothing to do with each other. Zhuozhuo found Wei Jin's swordsmanship and character pleasing to the eye. This young man, Wei Jin, who had once received great kindness from Alliance, was one of the few remaining sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Chi that Zhuozhuo was willing to talk to. However, Wei Jin was only a sword immortal who had entered the unpolished Jade Realm not long ago. On the other hand, Zhuozhuo, who was already famous 100 years ago, addressed him as Senior Zhuo. Wei Jin was a little emotional. Every sword immortal had a sword immortal that they admired the most in their hearts. For example, the immortal foundation of the Snow Wind Temple. His master, who didn't have a high cultivation but was respected by Wei Jin for his entire life, had always admired Li Tuanjing, who had single-handedly suppressed Xingyang Mountain. His greatest wish when he was alive was to have the chance to ask Li Tuanjing about the way of the sword. Even if Li Tuanjing only said one word, he would have no regrets in life. However, his master was thin-skinned and had a low cultivation. He couldn't fulfill his wish. When Wei Jin wandered the pugilistic world and met that bladesman with a bamboo hat, he went into seclusion to break through. When he wanted to ask about the Wind and Thunder Garden as his master's disciple, Li Tuanjing had already passed away. To Wei Jin his life had always been like this. If he didn't ask for something, it might be filled to the brim. If he asked for something, it would be fleeting. Fortunately, when he reached the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Wei Jin's state of mind was broadened. There was the eldest sword immortal, who had lived alone in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 10,000 years. There were also fellow cultivators from the North Continent who were willing to die for him. Of course, there were also seniors who had reached the peak of swordsmanship and seemed to be superior to all sword cultivators in the world. In the previous battle, left and right each wielded a sword and went deep into the demon army's hinterland. They used their sword aura to open up a path. There was no need for them to use their swords. Treasures that came close to them would automatically turn to dust. It was only when they met the great demon that they picked at first glance that left and right began to fight seriously. The battle between the immortals involved countless innocent bystanders. After all, the area within 100 miles was filled with demons. It was a magnificent battle. Just this battle alone made Left and Right the most popular foreigner among the native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After the battle ended, Left and Right sat alone on the city wall drinking wine. The eldest sword immortal, Qin Qingdu, appeared and said, "Your swordsmanship is high, but it's not enough." Even when facing the sword immortal that Alliance respectfully called eldest sword immortal, Left and Right only replied with one sentence. That is, "Your swordsmanship is not high enough." At that time, Qin Qingdu put his hands behind his back and turned to leave. He shook his head and laughed. "How did that flexible old scholar teach a student like you?" Left and Right could not be bothered to speak. The reason was simple. He could not beat this old man. Otherwise, he would have used his sword to do the talking so that this convict with the highest seniority would have to be more polite when talking about his teacher. Wei Jin lowered his head and stared at his open palm. He smiled and said, "Qin Pingan won the first battle. It was very easy." His opponent was a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm. Left and Right remained silent for a moment. He still did not open his eyes. He only frowned and said, "A sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm?" Wei Jin thought that Left and Right felt that Qin Pingan's opponent's realm was too low. He said, "The second battle is this young golden core." Unexpectedly, Left and Right frowned even more. "It's only been 10 years? Has it been 10 years? He can already fight a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm?" Wei Jin's mood was a little complicated. Did Left and Right have too little confidence in his little junior brother? Wei Jin quickly remembered something. When Left and Right were studying under the One Saint, his realm was indeed not high and he was not an innate sword embryo. Left and Right said indifferently, "You don't have to tell me the situation of the battle." Wei Jin only observed the mountains and rivers by himself. Left and Right continued to use the unyielding sword intent of the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi to temper his own sword intent. When one was young, it was not a good thing to be distracted by things like martial arts and swordsmanship instead of studying. After experiencing so many things, it was difficult for one to understand some simple principles when one turned to study. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to get along well with the world. He was picky, and only knowledge that was useful to him and could solve his urgent needs was considered good knowledge. Such knowledge, no matter how much he knew, would naturally be of great benefit to ordinary people. After all, he was an individual and had to have a peace of mind. But for his teacher's student, especially his last disciple, it didn't have much meaning. Wei Jin was silent for a long time. After watching the second battle, he noticed the subtle changes around him. He could not help but ask, "Since Left and Right still have concerns, why are you unwilling to see him?" Left and Right frowned and said, I don't think he is my junior." That young man could be his teacher's disciple and could be Qi Jingquan's junior. Even so, it did not mean that he was the junior in Left and Right's heart. Otherwise, why would Left and Right call himself the eldest senior and treat Cui Dong, the first disciple of the One Saint, as if he was nothing? Taking a step back, was there a junior brother in the world who would only care about being intimate with his wife and ignore his eldest senior brother? "I don't treat you as my junior, is that a reason for you not to treat me as your eldest senior?" Wei Jin quietly watched the battle from afar. Left and Right suddenly opened his eyes and squinted, looking at the city's main street. Wei Jin held back his laughter and did not speak. At this moment, the Qi family disciple unsheathed his sword. Left and Right quickly closed his eyes. Wei Jin smiled knowingly. The One Saint's lineage was the most reasonable. Elsewhere in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Lady Hidden Official landed on the city wall with the wind. With a leap, she stepped on the wall and walked up. Her footsteps did not seem fast, but she reached the city wall in an instant. An elderly sword immortal from the North Continent who was guarding the nearby area saluted her with his fists. The hidden official nodded and stood on the north side of the city wall. He took a big step forward and arrived at the south side of the city wall. He reached out and grabbed his two ponytails. He lifted them up and wobbled as he slowly rose into the air. Then she frowned and reluctantly turned around to ride the wind. Like an arrow, she shot toward a certain city wall beneath her feet. The thick sea of clouds above her head was dispelled, and in an instant she appeared beside a thatched cottage. "What are you doing?" "I didn't drink." An old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. "I have something to discuss with you." Lady Hidden Official said, "I didn't drink. I don't have the strength to fight recently. I won't go to the south." The old man laughed. "You're so naughty and mischievous. Do you really not plan to marry in the future?" Lady Hidden Official, who was wearing a loose black robe, looked like a little black cat with its hair standing on end. Her big sleeves fluttered and black clouds surrounded the little girl. It turned out that as the old man spoke, he was already standing beside her. He bent down and reached out to press her little head. That fluttering black robe instantly loosened. She lowered her head and moved forward. She said in a low voice, "Speak." The old man waved his hand. "Go and play by yourself. It's fine." She said angrily, "Qin Qingdo. Are you kidding me?" Qin Qingdo laughed. "Judging from Our Lady Hidden Official's tone, you're not convinced?" Her face darkened. The next moment. First, a small world suddenly appeared on the great wall of sword aura near the thatched cottage. Then almost all the sword cultivators on the city wall felt the entire city shake. In that small world, the eldest sword immortal pressed down on Lady Hidden Official's head with one hand. Her feet were in the air and her back was against the city wall. She was full of murderous intent, but she could not break free. Qin Qingdo said indifferently, "It's not that I can't control you. It's just that I feel guilty and can't be bothered to care about you. You're young and immature, so I'm especially tolerant of you. Do you remember?" Lady Hidden Official was silent for a long time and nodded. Qin Qingdo let go. Lady Hidden Official slid to the ground. The old man said, "Go and play." Lady Hidden Official made an "oh" sound. She turned around and swaggered away, her two sleeves flying in the air. The old man stopped and looked at the desolate world in the south. He smiled. The human world was like wine. Drunk before the flowers, drunk under the moon, drunk for 10,000 years. Qin Qingdo looked back to the north. In a situation where their realms were not too far apart, he had to be careful when fighting against that kid. The talisman had no place to be used. Qin Pingan still had 15 Pi Needle and Dark Thunder flying swords. They could help him confirm many things about Pang Yuanji's life-bound flying sword. The two Pang Yuanji on the street had an easy time dealing with it. One of them stopped and controlled 3 strands of sword aura to tangle with Qin Pingan's 3 flying swords. The other person was controlling the sword energy, which was consuming Qin Pingan's true energy and condensed fist will, as well as Qin Pingan's true energy and fist will. As for the 12 Pang Yuanji on the roof, they began to create a new talisman formation. Pang Yuanji chose the dumbest method. Step by step, he turned the entire street into his own little world. It was like a saint overseeing a college or an immortal overseeing a mountain. His cultivation base was a level higher. In the end, a nascent soul sword cultivator would attack. Victory would be decided in an instant. His opponent clearly understood Pang Yuanji's thoughts. Unfortunately, he did not seem to have the strength to do so. Even the momentum of his punches was enough to make the onlookers tremble in fear. The energy fists and sword auras collided again and again, causing the entire street to crumble. However, both sides had a tacit understanding. No matter how much chaos there was, Pang Yuanji's sword aura did not enter the tavern at all. The same went for Qin Pingan's energy fists. Just as Pang Yuanji was about to succeed, the young martial artist no longer held back. In the blink of an eye, he parted the river with his fists and arrived in front of Pang Yuanji. Moreover, a snow-white flying sword suddenly appeared. Without any warning, it shot toward Pang Yuanji, who was controlling his sword aura to deal with the 3 flying swords. This was nothing. His white robe rose from the ground, and his Yin spirit flew into the clouds. When he attacked, Pang Yuanji was smashed into pieces. The first flying sword crushed the second Pang Yuanji. Qin Pingan's Yin spirit suddenly stopped and looked down from above. He used the Great Swamp of Clouds technique and threw energy fists at the roofs like a torrential downpour. Each and every Pang Yuanji appeared. At the same time, Qin Pingan's true body, who was retracting his fists on the street, bent his knees slightly like a collapsing boxing ring. A fist intent that had never been seen on Qin Pingan before erupted from his body. It was like a thunderclap in spring or a dragon's spine moving. The entire street beneath his feet seemed to have sunk from top to bottom. Qin Pingan was high up. He had already passed over his Yin spirit's head and delivered the most powerful punch he had ever delivered in his life. In the sky above the city, the fist intent shot forward like a knife cutting through a piece of white paper. Then the commotion caused a rumbling sound above everyone's heads. Pang Yuanji, who had appeared out of thin air, immediately retracted his flying sword in the face of the incoming fist aura. A golden body Dharma power that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of Pang Yuanji with its arms crossed. The avatar was not majestic, but its golden radiance was as thick as water. Pang Yuanji and the golden avatar retreated to a higher place. When Pang Yuanji stabilized himself, the golden avatar transformed into a mustard seed. It grew to several hundred feet tall and stood behind Pang Yuanji. It held an dermic seal in one hand and a huge sword in the other. Qin Pingan stepped on the 1st and 15th. In the face of such a majestic phenomenon, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced at an extremely fast speed. At the window and outside the tavern, heads craned and necks craned. They were dumbfounded by what they saw. These two fellows were fighting a little lawlessly. Yen's was said softly, "Ning Yao, aren't you going to persuade him? There's no need to go to this extent. Pang Yuanji isn't a bad person, and Qin Pingan is a good person. If it were Qishou, I'd love for Qin Pingan to punch Qishou's brains out. If this continues, it'll be a matter of life and death." Ning Yao said exasperatedly, "I can't persuade him." Dong Huafu was dumbfounded. Was there anyone in the world that Sister Ning could not persuade? Whether it was Alliance or eldest sword immortal, Sister Ning had a whole new level of respect for them. Moreover, Sister Ning had matured early. Even those two had never treated Sister Ning as a child. Among them, she was the first and only one who could discuss important matters with Alliance and eldest sword immortal. Dong Huafu's sister admitted that she was far inferior to Ning Yao in this regard. Ning Yao added, "I don't want to persuade him." Dong Huafu quickly understood. That was what Sister Ning would say. Pang Yuanji raised his hand and pressed it down heavily. The golden avatar behind him, which was as tall as a mountain, slammed down with a mystical seal made of intertwined lightning. The young martial artist broke the seal with a punch. He still had some strength left and punched Pang Yuanji. Pang Yuanji was unmoved. He swiped with 2 fingers. The avatar swept out with its sword, and the huge sword smashed into the waist of the young man in green. Qin Pingan's feet were rooted to the ground. Not only did he not fall to the ground, he was only moved a few dozen feet away by the sword. When the force of the giant sword in Fa Xiang's hand decreased slightly, he continued to climb up and threw out another punch with his left hand. This scene sent chills down the spines of all sword cultivators below the earth immortal realm. The seal was formed again and the huge sword was raised high and brought down again. Qin Pingan's figure disappeared into thin air twice. He appeared slightly higher between Pang Yuanji and the golden avatar and punched Pang Yuanji's head. Bam! Pang Yuanji crashed into the ground from the sky. He was nowhere to be seen. Dust flew everywhere and he did not appear for a long time. A man in green slowly landed on the street, standing on 2 flying swords. His left arm hung limply. As for his right hand, it was needless to say. Coincidentally, the sword immortal was beside him. He stood at the edge of the crater, covered in blood. He slowly turned his head and looked at his beloved girl in the distance. The young swordsman in a green robe and a white jade hairpin gently pressed against the sword hilt with his bare palm. He blinked at her with a bright smile. 578. Pang Yuanji slowly walked out. Other than the dust on his body that he did not intentionally brush off, there was nothing out of the ordinary about him. Qin Pingan exchanged glances with him. Pang Yuanji nodded and walked past Qin Pingan towards the tavern. Pang Yuanji remembered something and said loudly, "You bet on me." "Sorry, but the money for your drinks today," Pang Yuanji smiled and said, "that has nothing to do with me. If you want to pay, pay. If you want to, pay on credit." At this point, Pang Yuanji covered his mouth. He opened his hand and shook it. It was covered in blood. At the tavern, the local sword immortal Gao Kuei handed over a bowl of wine. The sword immortal of the South Swirling Continent, Yuan Qingshu, smiled but said nothing. Pang Yuanji said helplessly, "Sorry about that." Gao Kuei said, "You just lost. It's fine as long as you're not dead." Yuan Qingshu nodded and said, "You're much better than Qishou." Pang Yuanji turned around. The group had already left. Yenzhua took out a core condor and transformed it into a luxurious carriage. He left the street with his friends. In the spacious carriage, Qin Pingan sat cross-legged. Ning Yao sat beside him. The sword immortal was connected to Qin Pingan. It had already returned to the Ning residence. Yenzhua took up a lot of space. He sat opposite Qin Sanqiu, Dong Haitan, and Stack Cliff. The atmosphere was silent. Qin Pingan asked, "Does the Ning residence have any elixirs that can regenerate flesh?" Ning Yao nodded. Fatty Yen glanced at Qin Pingan's arm and asked, "Doesn't it hurt at all?" All the sword cultivators in the carriage were familiar with injuries. Stack Cliff's arm had been chopped off by demons before. However, it was rare to see someone like Qin Pingan, who did not even frown from beginning to end. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's all right. It's just that Pang Yuanji's time flying sword and the remaining sword chi from Qishou's leaping pearl flying sword are a little troublesome." Ning Yao said, "Stop talking. Qin Pingan then closed his eyes to rest. When they arrived at the Ning mansion, Mammy Bai and Nalan Yeshing were already waiting for them at the door. Seeing Qin Pingan's appearance, even Bai Lian Shuang, a warrior who was familiar with the pain of body, felt a bit sorry for him. Nalan Yeshing only said one sentence. He would not help to remove the remaining sword chi and sword intent from their flying swords. It would be a great benefit for young Master Qin to do it himself. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded, saying that he had such a plan. The old woman led Qin Pingan to the Ning mansion's medicine storehouse to get some medicine for treatment. Ning Yao and her 4 friends were sitting in a pavilion on dragon-slaying cliff. Except for Dong Haitan, who was still sitting there in a daze, Fatty Yen and the other 3 were staring at each other. They had thousands of words to say but they could not say them. Ning Yao said slowly, if Qi Shou was not arrogant and did not want to win in a good way, he would have used his 3 flying swords at the beginning. Especially he would have controlled the leaping pearl sword formation to not give Qin Pingan a chance to get close to him. With the heartstring that could stare at the opponent's soul, Qin Pingan would have lost. When a warrior and a sword cultivator compete with each other, Qi Shou would have the advantage in terms of the length of pure qi and the amount of qi accumulated in the qi residence. If it was a life and death battle, both Qin Pingan and Pang Yuanji would have died. Ning Yao then added, but in the end Qin Pingan still won the 2 tough battles. It was not that Qin Pingan was lucky, but that he was smarter than Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji. When it comes to timing, location and people on the battlefield, Qin Pingan would have won as long as his fist and sword were fast enough. However, there is a big premise here. Qin Pingan could catch their flying swords but the rest of you could not. Your foundation as a sword cultivator is far from Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou's. Therefore when you fought them it was not a fight but a struggle. To put it bluntly, you dared to face death in the southern battlefield. When it comes to killing demons you are not cowardly at all. Death is death. Therefore, with 10% of your cultivation, you usually have 120% sword intent. Your sword attacks are not stagnant. This is very good. Unfortunately, if one of you were to fight Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou, you would be afraid. What? There is a saying that pure martial arts have the guts. According to this saying, your guts are too weak. Ning Yao continued, against Qi Shou, the critical moment when the battle situation changed was the instant Qi Shou brought out his heartstrings. Qin Pingan gave Qi Shou the illusion that Qin Pingan's speed stopped there. Therefore, after Qi Shou took the punch, especially when the flying kite was always a hair's breadth away from hurting Qin Pingan, he understood that even if the flying kite was a hair's breadth faster, it would still be useless. It was obvious who was walking the dog and who was walking the dog. However, Qi Shou only showed it on the surface. He looked cool when facing his opponent, but in reality he was squandering his advantage bit by bit. Qin Pingan was even more subtle. His moves were interlocked, all for the sake of opening the path with the first punch. The second punch is called the God's drumming stance. It is a fist technique that trades injuries for lives. It is also Qin Pingan's best fist technique. As Ning Yao spoke, Yen Zhua and the rest didn't even ask anything. They just listened quietly. Ning Yao said seriously, now you should be clear. From the very beginning, the battle with Qi Shou was a setup for Qin Pingan to fight Pang Yuanji. Yen Zhua, you've seen Qin Pingan's mind talisman, but have you ever wondered why Qin Pingan used the mind talisman a total of 4 times in the 2 fights on the street? Why is the difference between the power of the mind talisman when facing 2 opponents? It's simple. The same talisman in the world will have different talisman paper materials and different talisman galls with different divine intent. The logic is simple. It's something that everyone knows. Was Pang Yuanji stupid? He wasn't stupid at all. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi knew how smart Pang Yuanji was. Otherwise he wouldn't have been nicknamed Pang Baijia. But why did he still fall into Qin Pingan's trap and use the mind talisman to turn the situation around and secure victory? Because in the battle between Qin Pingan and Qi Shou, the 2 ordinary distance shrinking talismans were used on purpose for Pang Yuanji to see. The most ingenious part was that the mind talisman appeared in the first fight, but it didn't have much effect on the outcome of the battle. We're all inclined to believe what we see, so Pang Yuanji had to lower his guard. If that was all, Pang Yuanji would be more careful when competing with the mind talisman. However, Qin Pingan had more tricks up his sleeves. He purposely let Pang Yuanji see 2 things that Qin Pingan didn't let others see. Compared to the mind talisman, those are more important. For example, Pang Yuanji noticed that Qin Pingan's left hand hadn't actually punched. For example, Qin Pingan might be hiding a 4th flying sword. Yen Zhuar and Qin Sanqiu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Stack Zhang's head began to hurt, especially when she tried to calm her mind and condense her chi to carefully review all the details of the battle on the main street. Only then did she realize that Qin Pingan had spent a lot of effort and set up a lot of traps in those two battles. It turned out that every time he punched, he had his own desires. Stack Xiang suddenly realized something. When the four of them first heard that Qin Pingan was going to stay until the next battle on the city walls, they were actually very worried. They were worried that with Qin Pingan in their team, they wouldn't be able to increase their battle prowess. Instead, it would restrict everyone's movements. Now, it seemed that she had underestimated Qin Pingan. Dong Huafu was fine because he didn't think too much. At this moment, he was worrying about how to deal with his sister and mother when he returned to the Dong family. Ning Yao was silent for a moment. Looking at her four friends, she smiled and said, "Actually, Qin Pingan knew from the start that Charcoal and Stack Xiang were sparring with each other. He also knew why you Fatty Yen provoked him. He knew that all of you were thinking for him. It was just that all of you didn't believe that he could win 3 rounds, so he couldn't say much. However, I know that in his heart he will appreciate it. He has always been this kind of person." Ning Yao smiled and asked, "Are you relieved? Do you feel that Qin Pingan is actually very scary deep in your heart? If someone of the same age as you is so shrewd wants to play you to death, it seems like you will only be toyed with like a fool. Will you be cheated by him and even help him count the money?" Qin Sancho nodded and said, "Indeed, a little." Ning Yao shook her head. "No need. Qin Pingan has a bottom line with whoever he interacts with, and that is respect. If you are a sword immortal worthy of respect and an expert, Qin Pingan will sincerely respect you. If you are a weakling with a weak cultivation base and a bad background, Qin Pingan will still interact with you calmly." Facing Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalen, in Qin Pingan's eyes, the two elders' most important identities were not the former martial artists of the 10th realm, nor the sword cultivators of the immortal realm in the past, but the elders of Ning Yao's family. They were the family members who had protected Qin Pingan as he grew up. This was the order that Qin Pingan cared about the most. It means that even if Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalen are just ordinary old people, Qin Pingan will still respect and be grateful to them. "To all of you, you are my life and death comrades, my best friends. Then there is you, Yen Zhuo, the only son of the Yen family. Qin Sancho, the eldest son of the Qin family. Stack Xiang, the good girl who owns a shop and knows how to earn money. Dong Huafu, the quiet Dong Haiten." Ning Yao said no more. Qin Pingan came from afar. Qin Pingan changed into a fresh green robe. It was an old robe from the Ning mansion that Mama Bai had found. Qin Pingan hid his hands in his sleeves and walked up the Zhanlong cliff. His face was pale, but he didn't look dispirited at all. He sat beside Ning Yao and asked with a smile, "Are they talking about me?" Dong Huafu nodded and was about to speak when Ning Yao said, "Did you just say you don't talk nonsense?" Dong Huafu tactfully shut up. Qin Pingan raised his left hand and took out 2 contraction talismans. One was made of yellow talisman material and the other was made of gold material. Yen's eyes widened. It was not because of the talisman, but because of Qin Pingan's natural raising of his left arm. There was no trace of the dejected and dispirited look from before on the street. Qin Pingan put away the 2 talisman and smiled honestly, "I did not use my full strength in the last punch, so the injury on my left hand was not serious." Pang Yuanji was also interesting. He purposely stayed at the bottom of the pit on the street for a while before coming out. Both of us were putting on a show. I did not want to really fight to the death with Pang Yuanji because I am sure that Pang Yuanji also has a trump card that he did not use. So I got the upper hand. Pang Yuanji was willing to admit defeat. He is a very kind person. In the 2 fights, it was not that I could defeat Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji with my cultivation. I relied on the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and my rough understanding of their temperaments. Together I was able to beat them by luck. The sword immortals who were watching the fight from afar and near could see the true strength of the 3 of us. So Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji lost, but it was not to the extent of damaging the reputation of the Qi family and Master Hidden Official. This was my escape route. The punch had to be fast, the landing had to be accurate, and the retraction had to be steady. It was the same if he attacked with his sword. Qin Sancho smiled, "There are some things that you do not need to reveal to us." Qin Pingan shook his head, "There is nothing that cannot be said. Before the fight, no matter how much I say, you will probably think that I am boasting shamelessly and do not know the severity of the situation. I am fine with it as I do not care about these things. But you will inevitably doubt Ning Yao's judgment, so I might as well keep my mouth shut. As for why I am willing to talk about things that should be hidden, the reason is simple. It is because you are all Ning Yao's friends. I believe in Ning Yao, so I believe in you. This might not be pleasant to hear, but it is the truth. Fatty Yen said, "It is pleasant to hear, how is it not pleasant to hear? Brother Chin, your words have warmed my heart. It's as if I've drunk wine on a cold winter day." Chin Pingan smiled, "I really can't drink wine recently. My injuries are not light. I estimate that I will need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate." Ning Yao squinted and said, "Look at you now jumping around and talking so much. Do you want to fight another Marquis Gaoyi?" Chin Pingan smiled, "Marquis Gaoyi, I am not bragging. Even if I did not walk on the street, as long as Marquis Gaoyi is willing to show his face, I can really deal with him. Because he is the easiest to deal with among the three of us." The Great Wall of Sword Chi and the city wall had been chatting with the youngsters of the Ning residence for almost 3 days. Chen Pingan went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone in the night. He saw the 2 familiar thatched cottages. Chen Pingan put away the talisman boat and said with a smile, "Greetings, boss, sword immortal." Chen Qingdo stood on the city wall and nodded. He seemed to be gratified. Not coveting small gains from the world is the prerequisite for cultivators to reach greater heights. Last Ning didn't come with me. That means you want to talk business with me? Chen Pingan was hesitating about which of the 2 important matters to talk about first. Chen Qingdo said with a smile, "Let's talk as we walk. If you have something to say, just say it." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Old senior, have you seen the ending?" Chen Qingdo grunted. "I'm calculating the time." Chen Pingan asked again, "Old senior, have you never thought of bringing all the sword cultivators back to the vast world?" Chen Qingdo said with a smile, "Of course I have." Chen Pingan's face was pale. Chen Qingdo walked slowly and said slowly, "In the 10,000 years I have seen some very interesting outsiders, young people. The most recent is the one with excellent sword skills. A few years ago it was that young man Chao Ci. Before that it was Alliance. Before that, it was the scholar Qin Chunan from the South Swirl continent. Before that, it was a scholar from the Central Divine continent. Back then it was a high-spirited scholar, not at all down and out. Before that, there were some. In total there were about 10 of them. Every time I see them, I am not so disappointed in the vast world. But how can it be done by relying on these young people who have long been considered outsiders? There are too many people and things that disappoint me." Chen Qingdo raised his hands and opened his palms. They were like the 2 ends of a scale. He said to himself, "The founder of the school of swordsmanship in the vast world once came to find me. You can say that he asked for the sword with his Tao. Young people all have lofty ambitions and are willing to speak bold and visionary words." Chen Qingdo smiled. Some of the principles that he felt were the greatest can become the foundation that will not be shaken by the ways of the world. In my opinion, they are childish. But some unintentional words are not bad. As the ways of the world move forward, their weight will become heavier and their roots will be deeper. It is just that he did not realize it at that time. That is good. Only then will there be room for growth. Chen Qingdo pointed to the wasteland in the south. "There was once a demon grand ancestor who made a suggestion for me to consider." Chen Pingan, take a guess. Chen Pingan said, "The wasteland belongs to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The vast world belongs to the demon race." Chen Qingdo did not seem surprised that this young man had guessed the answer. He asked again, "Then why do you think I rejected it? You must know that the other party promised that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi only need to make way for them. When they reach the vast world, we do not need to help them draw our swords." Chen Pingan answered, "This is where the other party's intentions are the most sinister. In the process of making way and opening a path, the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi will fall apart. At this moment, there are a few sword cultivators who are hostile to the vast world. On that path, there will be even more sword cultivators who will lose confidence in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They will choose to leave, or they will draw their swords in anger and stand against the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Perhaps the Great Wall of Sword Chi would eventually be able to occupy the entire wildlands, but it definitely wouldn't be able to defend such a vast piece of land. Thousands of years later, the unremarkable demon race that was left behind in this world would eventually rise to prominence. Sword cultivators who no longer had a reason to sacrifice themselves would gradually wear down their sword intent in their peaceful lives. In the end, the world of the wildlands is still the world of the demon folk. Senior, if you're willing to keep an eye on the world and kill every demon folk from the upper 5 realms that shows up, you'll be able to kill them with your sword. If I were the demon folk Grand Patriarch, I wouldn't even need to sign an agreement. I'd just let you attack with your sword. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, There will come a day when your mind won't be able to focus, and you'll be exhausted. You'll still have energy, but your sword attacks will become slower and slower. Qin Qingdou nodded and said, "Well said." Qin Pingan slowly deliberated and pondered. He continued, "But this is only the reason why Sword Immortal Boss did not agree. It is because Senior is used to looking at things that happened thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Only by purposely distancing yourself from your family can you ensure that you are truly pure. However, other than Sword Immortal Boss, everyone has their own selfish motives. My so-called selfish motives have nothing to do with good or evil. As long as one is human, it is normal for humans to have such emotions. The ones who are guarding this place are the saints of the three religions. There will be survivors of Sword Immortal Sword from every major family. There will also be people who have been in contact with Inverted Hanging Mountain and Haoran World." Qin Pingan looked around. If not for the sword cultivators of the North Continent, if not for the fact that there were so many foreigners from Haoran World who took the initiative to come here to kill the enemy, Sword Immortal Boss would not have been able to protect the hearts of the people on this city wall. Qin Qingdou nodded and said, "You are right." Qin Pingan said, "I was only thinking about some things and saying some things. But Sword Immortal Boss has done a truly magnificent feat, and he has done it for 10,000 years. Qin Qingdou smiled. "You are even more eloquent than Alliance." Qin Pingan was speechless. Qin Qingdou said, "I will personally attend to the matchmaker's marriage proposal." Qin Pingan blushed and said, "Sword Immortal Boss, I have yet to make the request." Qin Qingdou turned his head and asked with a smile, "Embarrassed?" Qin Pingan shook his head vigorously and said, "Not at all. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Qin Qingdou nodded. "You are indeed the last disciple of that sour scholar. You have inherited all his teachings." Qin Qingdou waved his hand. "Little Ning secretly followed us. I won't disturb the two of you." Qin Pingan was silent for a moment. He stretched out his tightly wrapped right hand and solemnly cupped his fists and bowed. "Qin Pingan of Haoran World, may I be so bold as to say something on behalf of the entire Haoran World? I dare not refuse a gift from an elder." Qin Qingdou smiled and said, "I am afraid of you." The old man waved his hand. In the Ning mansion, the immortal weapon Sword Immortal was still forced out of its scabbard. In the blink of an eye, as if it had broken through the restrictions of heaven and earth, it silently appeared on top of the city wall. The old man casually held it in his hand. He held the sword in one hand and two fingers of the other hand together. He slowly stroked it and said with a smile, "Haoran Qi and Taoism always fight like this. It is not good to be unreasonable." The old man held the sword for a moment. After he withdrew his hand, the hand holding the sword gently shook and the immortal sword was thrown into the scabbard on the table in the Ning mansion. Qin Pingan was stunned. Qin Qingdou had already turned around with his hands behind his back. He said, "Go about your business. Be brave." On top of the lonely city wall, Ning Yao and Qin Pingan walked side by side. Ning Yao held up the jade pendant. Under the moonlight, it shone brightly. The words "Peace" were engraved on the front. Therefore this was the world's most authentic peace jade pendant. She gently turned it over. On the back, for words were engraved, "I am innocent." She held the jade pendant high and looked up. As she walked, she asked casually, "What did you talk about?" Qin Pingan walked beside her and said, "Boss, the immortal Sword Immortal, asked me to be brave. I don't understand what it means." Ning Yao held the jade pendant and stopped. She gently tapped Qin Pingan's forehead with the jade pendant and scolded, "Where is the honesty of someone back then?" Qin Pingan suddenly squatted down. He turned his head and patted his back. Back then, Ning Yao carried Qin Pingan on her back at the immortal tomb of the heavenly deity in Liju Cave. Ning Yao's face was full of disdain, but her ears were red. Qin Pingan didn't get up. He smiled and said, "So there are things that Ning Yao doesn't dare to do?" Finally, on top of the city wall, Qin Pingan carried Ning Yao on his back and walked slowly. In the night, Qin Pingan carried the woman he loved on his back. It was like carrying all the beautiful moonlight in the world. As they walked, Ning Yao's face suddenly turned red. She grabbed Qin Pingan's ear and twisted it. "Qin Pingan!" Qin Pingan cried out and quickly turned his head. Ning Yao hit the back of his head with a chestnut and said angrily, "If you keep doing this, I'll really get angry." Qin Pingan felt wronged and said, Okay. On top of the city wall, an old man with a stern face suddenly appeared. "Put Ning Yao down for me." Qin Pingan was stunned and said angrily, "Why do you care?" Ning Yao said softly, "He's my grandfather." Qin Pingan was about to put Ning Yao down in anger. "Carry her." Unexpectedly, someone in the distance spoke. The first sentence was directed at Qin Pingan, and the next sentence was directed at the old man. Why do you care? As expected, they were the senior and junior brothers of the sage of literature. (579). After the foreign sword immortal spoke, the patriarch of the Yao clan Yao Chongdao fell into a dilemma. As expected of left and right, his words and actions could easily cause others to be in a dilemma. 100 years ago, those innate sword embryos whose sword heart had collapsed would most likely be able to empathize with Yao Chongdao's current situation. For example, when he first drew his sword, the South Swirl Continent genius Chao Jun, whose sword heart was like a pond full of lotus flowers, ended up in a miserable state. Only a lake of withered lotuses was left. He fell from the altar, and became the laughingstock of the entire South Swirl Continent. In the end, he could only quietly leave the Aquarius continent, and in this period of time he wasted 100 years, and was still unable to break through to the unpolished Jade Realm. One had to know that Chao Jun was publicly recognized as a once-in-a-century sword genius in the South Swirl Continent. There were already sword immortals from other places who noticed the abnormality here. All of them smiled and planned to watch the show. Those who liked to drink had already opened their wine jugs. They were not the sword immortals who were watching from the street. Those who were stationed on the city wall were all experienced sword immortals. Naturally, they would not shout or whistle. Of course, they were also afraid that if left and right were unhappy, they would call for a group fight. Left and right sword techniques were too high, their sword chi was too strong, they were more unreasonable, and were least afraid of one person fighting a group. Yao Chongdao's expression was ugly. As the patriarch of the Yao clan, the anger in his heart had accumulated for many years. Just as Yao Chongdao was about to call for left and right to go to the south of the city wall for a fight, Qin Pingan braced himself and acted as the peacemaker. Gently putting down Ning Yao, he called for old Mr. Yao, and then asked Ning Yao to accompany the elders, while he went to see Senior Zhua. Ning Yao took her grandfather for a stroll. Qin Pingan's body was like an arrow. In a flash he went to find left and right. Without the reckless young man, and with only his granddaughter by his side, Yao Chongdao's expression became much better. Towards his daughter and son-in-law, the old man's emotions were complex. Sadness, regret, resentment, anger, disappointment. It was difficult to truly describe them. But towards Ning Yao, who was a generation away from him, the old man only felt pride and guilt. On the other side of the city wall, Qin Pingan stopped 10 steps away from a middle-aged sword immortal who had his back turned to him. He was unable to get any closer. Almost all the apertures in his body were brimming with sword chi. It was as if he was facing a greater world around him at all times. It was already not easy for ordinary sword cultivators and chi refinement warriors from the other 3 sects and 100 clans to store their vital items in their acupoints to be filled with spirit energy. They could then expand their territory slightly. Looking around, Qin Pingan cupped his fists and said, "Junior greets Senior Zhua." Left and right remained indifferent. Qin Pingan took a slight detour and leaped onto the city wall. He turned around and sat cross-legged facing the left and right. Countless sword chi crisscrossed and cut the void. This meant that the sword chi contained in every wisp of sword chi had reached the legendary realm of refinement and pureness. It could break open a small world at will. In other words, at places like the border between the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Region Valley, left and right did not need to use his sword or even control the sword chi. He could enter a place where there was no one and the door to the small world would open automatically. Qin Pingan saw that left and right did not want to speak, but he could not just leave. That would be too impolite. Since he had nothing to do, he simply calmed down and stared at the circulation of the sword chi, hoping to find some rules. After about half an hour, Qin Pingan, whose eyes were sore, was slightly moved. However, his state of mind quickly returned to still water. Just now, he saw a wisp of sword chi that seemed to be on the verge of breaking free from the restraints of the left and right. That kind of terrifying feeling in that instant was like an immortal holding a mountain that was about to smash into the lake in Qin Pingan's heart. It made Qin Pingan very nervous. Left and right still did not open his eyes. He finally opened his mouth and said, "Is there something you need from me?" Qin Pingan asked, "Old Mr. Wensheng, where is he now? If I have the chance to go to the Central Divine Continent in the future, how should I find him?" Left and right's expression softened. He said indifferently, "Mr. Wen has already left Sui Mountain to open up an ancient place that the Confucian sages have been unable to break through for a long time. There is a senior from the Central Divine Continent who is holding a sword to open the way. Mr. Wen is in charge of consolidating the path. Both are indispensable. Qin Pingan nodded. Thank you, Senior Left, for clearing my doubts. Left and Right asked, how's your study going? Qin Pingan answered, when it comes to studying, I have never slacked off. My heart has never stopped. Left and Right said, the results are not very good. Qin Pingan said, studying is a long-term thing. It is fast and abundant. My aptitude is not good enough and inevitably superficial. It is better to go slow and right and seek a profound understanding. Left and Right were silent. On the opposite wall, Yao Chongdao was somewhat jealous. He said helplessly, there is nothing to see over there. They are separated by so many realms. They can't fight. Ning Yao wanted to say something but stopped. Few people on the Great Wall of Sword Qi knew about the relationship between Qin Pingan and Left and Right. Ning Yao did not even mention it to Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalen. This was the most interesting part. If Qin Pingan did not have any connection with Left and Right's temper, he might not even bother to open his eyes, let alone speak up for Qin Pingan. Therefore Yao Chongdao was actually confused at this moment. He did not understand why Left and Right, this eccentric sword cultivator who had nothing to do with the sword, would fight with him for an outsider. Wasn't Left and Right meddling too much in the family affairs of the Yao and Ning families? Therefore, if it were not for that brat surnamed Qin who mediated between them, Yao Chongdao would have personally experienced whether Left and Right swordsmanship was really that high in the vast battlefield to the south of the city wall. As for winning or losing, it was not important. He would lose anyway. I heard that Senior Left is here. Qin Pingan was about to leave. Left and Right said, don't stand so high up when talking to Senior. Qin Pingan could only swallow the words of farewell back into his stomach and obediently returned to his seat. In truth, Qin Pingan was already prepared to be beaten up. At most, he would just lie down in the Ning residence for a month. Both of them were speechless. Qin Pingan asked, Senior Left, do you have something to say? Left and Right shook his head, I'm too lazy to reason with you. This is not something I'm good at. So I'm hesitating on the strength of my sword. Your cultivation is too low and this is troublesome. Qin Pingan did not think that Left and Right was joking, so he said, Mr. Wenxing, you love to drink and travel. Have you never been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? The wine here is actually not bad. Left and Right seemed to be sullen for the first time. Scram. Since the senior has spoken, the junior will follow. Qin Pingan immediately stood up and called out to Ning Yao. He took out the talisman boat and stopped outside the city. Yao Chongdao nodded to Ning Yao. Ning Yao rode the wind to the talisman boat, and together with Qin Pingan, who was pretending to be calm, they returned to the city that was still lit up in the night. Left and Right glanced at the green-robed young man on the talisman boat, especially the familiar white jade hairpin. Left and Right closed his eyes again, and continued to sharpen his sword intent. Complain to Mr. Every complaint was correct and he could still be in the right. This kind of thing when everyone was still young, who was the best at it among the fellow disciples? Yao Chongdao came to Left and Right and looked at the small talisman boat in the city and asked, Left and Right, do you think highly of this young man? Left and Right said indifferently, my impression of the Yao family is very ordinary. So don't talk nonsense with me just because you're older. Yao Chongdao was almost furious. Did he really think that he was a clay bodhisattva with no temper? Let's fight, I'm not afraid of you. Left and Right, can you really beat me to death? In the end, the eldest sword immortal walked out of the cottage with a smile and stood at the door. He looked up and said softly, what a rare guest. Chen Qingdo quickly walked back to the cottage. Since the visitor was a guest and not an enemy, there was no need to worry. Chen Qingdo just stamped his foot and immediately set up a restriction. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi was isolated into a small world so as to avoid unnecessary spying. Apart from Qin Qingdo, who was the first to notice the traces, the other sages and the hidden official also realized that something was wrong. No one could silently pass through the sky canopy restriction of the two worlds and come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi without going through the inverted mountain gate. Not only the Taoist Great Heavenly Lord guarding the inverted mountain couldn't do it. Perhaps even the accompanying sages in the vast world who were in charge of guarding the territory of a continent couldn't do it with the jade token in their hands. Many sword immortals guarding the city wall didn't realize that someone had sneaked in, let alone those outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It would be extremely difficult to find out when a strange phenomenon appeared on the city wall. Moreover, no one dared to act rashly. Many sword immortals continued to cultivate. Left and Right was stunned for a moment and then wanted to stand up. In the end he was slapped on the head. How can you talk to your senior like this? Where are the rules? Left and right hesitated for a moment and still wanted to stand up. Since Mr. was here he had to stand up and bow. In the end he was slapped on the head again. You still don't want to listen, right? You want to talk back, right? If I don't teach you a lesson for 3 days, you'll become a troublemaker, right? Left and right could only stand there without really sitting down. He said to Yao Chongdao, "This junior has been rude. I apologize to Senior Yao." Then Yao Chongdao saw a shabby old man who looked like a Confucian scholar. He stretched out his hands to help his uneasy left and right while grinning at him. "Family head Yao, you're great sword immortal Yao, right? I've heard so much about you. You gave birth to a good daughter and helped me find a good son-in-law. Great sword immortal Yao, you're really lucky. I can't help but be envious of you. You've only taught a few disciples which are just passable." Left and right could finally stand and talk. He took a step back and bowed. "Mr." The shocking sword chi around him had no effect on the old Confucian in a green robe whose figure was faintly discernible. Yao Chongdao's face was full of disbelief. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Wensheng?" The old scholar looked embarrassed. "What Wensheng? It's long gone. I'm still young so I don't deserve to be called Mr. It's just that I'm lucky to have a little bit of my past glory. Let's not talk about it now. I'm not as old as family head Yao, so just call me little brother." Yao Chongdao was a little stunned. He didn't know how to deal with this famous scholar of the Confucian school of literature. The Great Wall of Sword Chi sword cultivators just happened to be the most disdainful. The old scholar looked around and said anxiously, "I came in a hurry and have to leave. I can't stay for long. Big sword immortal, let's have a chat?" Chen Qingdu sat in the thatched hut and nodded with a smile. "Then let's have a chat." A scholarly sage in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Chi took the initiative to appear and bowed. "Greetings, Wensheng." The sages of the 3 sects would take turns to guard this place. The length of time was indefinite. This scholarly sage used to be a famous Buddha. After he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he learned the divine powers of 2 sections. His spells were extremely powerful, and he was an existence that even the reclusive official didn't want to provoke. The old scholar sighed. "You just lost in an argument. It's because your knowledge isn't deep enough. It's not like you Buddhists aren't good enough. I advised you not to do that back then. Why did you have to join us Confucians? Look at you now. Do you really think that you can handle the fundamental knowledge of 2 sects? If there's such a simple thing, why bother fighting? Isn't it because the Taoist ancestors and Buddhist ancestors aren't that good at persuading people to fight? Besides, you're only bad at arguing but you're good at fighting. What a pity. What a pity." When these words fell into the ears of the Confucian disciples of the Confucian temple, they might be considered disgraceful and rebellious. At the very least, they were siding with outsiders. The scholarly sage who changed sects after losing the debate smiled and said, "Immeasurable time is the place of freedom." His words caused the sky and earth of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to change color. However, it was quickly dispersed by the sword chi. The old scholar shook his head and sighed. In a flash he came to the cottage. Chen Qingdou extended his hand and said with a smile, "Sage of literature, please take a seat." The old scholar calmed down. "The Confucian temple needs to borrow 3 people from you." Chen Qingdou asked, "Why are you here? Why aren't you the more legitimate sage of rites or the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple in Middle-earth?" The old scholar chuckled. "I'm thick-skinned. Even if they come, they'll be covered in dirt." Chen Qingdou shook his head. "No." The old scholar muttered, "That's not good." The left and right arrived outside the cottage. Not long after, the old scholar walked out of the cottage with a melancholic look. It's hard to talk to him. But no matter how hard it is, we still have to talk. The left and right asked, "When will you leave this place?" The old scholar scratched his head. "I have to try again. If there's really no room for discussion, there's nothing I can do. I'll still have to leave. There's nothing I can do. I'm destined to be a scapegoat for the rest of my life." The left and right said, "Don't you want to see Qin Pingan?" The old scholar said angrily, "Why do you care?" The left and right said nothing. No wonder he was the founder of the Sage of Literature. The old scholar seemed to have a guilty conscience. He patted the left and right shoulder. The left and right, the teacher and the scholar you respect have finally opened a path together. It's a vast territory comparable to the 5th world. There are many things but not many people. In the future there won't be many people. Isn't that what you want? Don't you want to go there and take a look? The left and right shook his head. "Teacher, there aren't many people here either. It's even better than the fifth world because there are fewer people here. They won't swarm in. The old scholar complained, I feel wronged as a teacher. My students and disciples don't listen to me. The left and right said softly, no, there's still Chin Pingon. The old scholar said earnestly, left and right, if you continue to poke at the teacher's heart, it won't be right. The left and right were puzzled. Why is it not suitable for the teacher to meet Chin Pingon? The old scholar smiled and frowned at the same time. He had a strange expression. I heard that your junior brother has just built a hall of patriarchs in his hometown. He has my statue in the middle and the highest position. It's actually not suitable. He can just secretly hang it in his study. I'm not someone who cares about such trivial matters. You see, when the Confucian temple kicked me out, did I care? I didn't care at all. There's no reason for fame and gain in this world. It's like salted peanuts that go with wine. The left and right said, I'll have to trouble the teacher to wipe the smile off your face. The old scholar replied with an oh. Realizing that old Yao was no longer on the city wall, he rubbed his face and jumped up. With a backhanded slap, he hit the left and right side of his head. You still have the nerve to talk about other people's nonsense. Aren't you full of nonsense yourself? Among the disciples you're the least enlightened. The left and right side said helplessly, after all, he's an elder in Ning Yao's family. I can't help but be restrained. Puzzled, the old scholar said, I didn't say that your hands and feet were tied. You can't even move your hands and feet, but you have so much sword chi. Sometimes if you're not careful, you won't be able to control it and run towards Old Man Yao. Old Man Yao will shout a few words and then the two of you will spar and learn from each other's swordsmanship. If you win against Old Man Yao, you can open your throat and flatter him. Can't you understand? The left and right side nodded. I'm stupid. Teacher, you're right. The old scholar turned and ran to the hut. Think of something. Then I'll go and negotiate. The left and right side of the city wall. After a while, the old scholar sighed again and returned to the left and right side. The left and right side asked, Teacher, do you think we're standing on a speck of dust and walking to another speck of dust? That's the limit of a cultivator. The old scholar smiled and said, A tree greets another tree in the wind. A mountain greets another mountain in silence for thousands of years. A river greets another river. When they grow up, they will collide with each other. All living things are silent and content. The left and right side pondered for a while. I implore you to speak more simply. The old scholar said, I don't know the answer to your question. I can only fool you. The left and right side had nothing to say. The old scholar sighed. Immortals sit on the peak of the mountain, scribbling their own paths. The left and right side said, Teacher, you're reprimanding your student. The old scholar shook his head and said in a low voice, I'm asking for a sage and a hero. The left and right side accompanied his teacher and watched the scenery for the whole night. They didn't say anything else. When the sun rose, the old scholar turned and walked to the hut. If I can't convince Qin Qingdo this time, I'm going to make a scene. The left and right side quietly waited for the result. At noon, the old scholar left the hut. He stroked his beard and didn't say anything. The left and right side whispered, Qin Pingon wants to propose marriage to the Ning family. The eldest sword immortal agreed to be the matchmaker. The old scholar was stunned. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. Qin Qingdo, that old thing's shameless. What does it have to do with him? Does he think I'm dead? Fine, let's just say I'm half dead. There was a bang. The old scholar's already faintly discernible figure turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared from this world. The left and right side squinted, holding the sword hilt and facing the hut. But in an instant there was a slight ripple. The old scholar stood still, looking travel-worn and exhausted. He stretched out a hand and patted the arm holding the sword. The left and right side still didn't let go of the sword hilt. The old scholar smiled. Fine, it's not a big deal. Qin Qingdo appeared at the door of the hut and asked with a smile, You're not going to leave? The old scholar sighed. Even if I wanted to stay for a long time, I can't do it. After drinking the wine, I'll immediately pack up and leave. This was the pressure of heaven and earth. When Lu Qin went from the Qingming world to the Haoran world and then to the Lizhu Grotto heaven, it wasn't easy either. Qin Qingdo reminded him with a smile, We don't have Mr. Wenxing's belongings here. I advise you not to do this kind of shady business. The old scholar suddenly understood. That's right, that's fine too. The great wall of sword aura that didn't fight was actually very peaceful. There were also streams of horses and carriages outside the noble houses and the barking of chickens and dogs in the small alleys. It was just that there were no civil and military temples or city god pavilions. There was no custom of putting up door gods or spring couplets. There was also no custom of worshipping ancestors. The ruined street was being renovated. The craftsmen were busy. The biggest culprit was sitting on a bench in front of a grocery store, basking in the sun. Ning Yao was chatting with Fan Zhang. Business was quiet and ordinary. Chen Pingan saw that Fan Zhang didn't seem to be in a hurry. He was a little anxious. However, they had only met a few times. Chen Pingan didn't want to speak so easily. He had to be careful when it came to the woman he loved. A big kid came closer and rubbed his nose with his fist. He mustered up his courage and asked, "You're Chen Pingan, right?" Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "What? Looking for a fight?" The kid was so scared that he took a few steps back. He was still unwilling to leave and asked, "Do you teach me fist techniques? I can pay you." Chen Pingan shook his head. "No." The kid insisted, "If you think the money is too little, I can owe you. After I learn fist techniques and kill demons, I can pay you back time and time again. Anyway, you're so capable and your fist is so big. I don't dare to owe you money." Chen Pingan folded his hands in his sleeves. Languid, he asked, "What's the point of learning fist techniques? Shouldn't you practice sword techniques?" The kid was annoyed. "I'm not an innate sword embryo. There's no point in practicing sword techniques. No one is willing to teach me. Even Sister Fan Zhang thinks I'm not talented enough and wants me to be a bricklayer. I've been looking after her shop for a few months for nothing." Chen Pingan smiled. Practicing martial arts and fist techniques is similar to practicing sword techniques. They both cost a lot of money. It's also about talent. You'd better be a bricklayer. The kid squatted on the spot. Perhaps he had already guessed that this would be the result. He sized up the young man in green who was said to be from the vast world. "Since you're speaking so harshly, don't be impolite." So he said, "You don't look that good. Why would Sister Ning like you?" Chen Pingan was a little amused. He asked, "If you like someone, you only look at their appearance." The kid asked back, "What else?" Chen Pingan smiled. "I'm not ugly." The kid squatted there, shook his head and sighed. Chen Pingan was a little hurt. He was not as handsome as Qin Sanqiu and Pang Yuanji, but he was not ugly. He raised his hand and used it to touch the stubble on his chin. He drank a mouthful of wine and waved his hand, "Disperse, disperse. Don't disturb your sister Stack Zhang's business." The kid who first spoke to Chen Pingan squatted beside the small stool and said, "The shop doesn't have much business. Let's talk some more." Chen Pingan laughed, "I chatted with you for half a day, but I didn't earn a single copper coin." Complaints rose everywhere and the birds and beasts scattered. The kid ran far away, then turned around and shouted, "Sister Ning, this guy is stingy and stingy. Why do you like him?" Chen Pingan pretended to get up. The kid turned into the corner of the street and stuck his head out. He shouted even louder, "Sister Ning, I'm really not lying to you. Just now, Chen Pingan secretly told me that he thinks Sister Stack Zhang looks good. So I don't like this kind of playboy." Ning Yao was inside the shop, leaning against the counter. She smiled at Stack Zhang. Chen Pingan sat back on the stool and raised his middle finger toward the street. After the hustle and bustle, the sun was warm and quiet. Chen Pingan drank wine, still not used to it. Chen Pingan suddenly stood up. It turned out that an old scholar was standing beside him. The old scholar patted the young man's shoulder. "You've grown up. It's been hard on you." "580. There weren't many scholars in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There weren't any schools here, so there weren't any teachers. For people like Stack Zhang, the children in the shabby alleyways could only learn to read by relying on the large and small slanted stone tablets that were randomly placed in the corners of the streets and alleyways. They could only learn a few words every day. After a long time, if they really put their heart into learning, they could also flip through books and read books. As for more knowledge, they wouldn't be able to learn anything more." Although Ning Yao had never seen the sage of literature, she could vaguely guess the identity of the old man. She did not feel much about it. The only thing she felt was that when she was traveling around the world, she had seen some portraits of the sage of literature in books that had not been completely banned. Those books were mostly the same. Whether it was a half-length portrait or a portrait, the sage of literature was portrayed in a dignified manner. Looking at it now, it was actually a thin old man. Stack Zhang was a little puzzled. Ning Yao said, "Let's talk about our own business. Don't worry about them." Outside, it was an unexpected reunion after a long separation. Chen Pingan smiled and did not say anything. The old scholar turned his head to look at the two girls in the shop and asked softly, "Which one?" Chin Pingan whispered, "The prettier one." The old scholar was very pleased. He clenched his fist in front of his chest and gave a thumbs up. Chin Pingan asked the old man to wait for a moment. He went inside to inform Stack Zhang and took a chair out. Stack Zhang said that there were no dishes in the shop, so he asked Ning Yao if she could help him buy some. Ning Yao nodded and quickly went to the nearby wine shop to get a meal box. There were a few dishes, cups and bowls. Chin Pingan and the old man were already sitting on a small stool, using the chair as a table. It looked a little funny. Chin Pingan stood up and wanted to take the meal box and open it himself. However, he was glared at by Ning Yao. She arranged the dishes, placed the wine bowls and put the meal box aside. Then she said to the old scholar to invite the sage of literature to drink slowly. The old elementary scholar had already stood up and was standing next to Chin Pingan. He was grinning from ear to ear. This was the so-called blooming of flowers. Ning Yao called Stack Zhang to leave the shop and go for a walk together. The old elementary scholar slurped down his wine and took a deep breath. "I've worked myself to death, but I've finally returned to being an immortal." Chin Pingan drank slowly and smiled at the old man who didn't seem to have changed much. The old scholar picked up some food with his chopsticks and saw that Chin Pingan did not move. He raised the chopsticks in his hand and said vaguely, "Move your chopsticks, move your chopsticks. You can't just learn how to drink wine. If you don't eat the food you will feel bored." Back then, I was so poor that I could only rely on the books of the saints to accompany my dishes. Cui Dong, that little bastard, was so stubborn from the beginning. He mistakenly thought that reading while drinking wine was something elegant. Later on he followed suit. Who would have known that if I had money in my pocket, I would have filled the table with dishes long ago. Damn the books of the saints. Only those who scolded themselves the fiercest would be able to say the most reasonable things. Chin Pingan picked up some food with his chopsticks and chewed slowly. He took a sip of wine and was very skilled at it. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but that he didn't know how to open his mouth. He didn't know what to say and what not to say. The old scholar's chopsticks flew and he drank without stopping. Fortunately, Ning Yao had bought enough. When the old man's bowl was empty, Chin Pingan bent down and helped him pour wine. After eating and drinking, Chin Pingan put the dishes and bowls back into the food box. The old scholar used his sleeve to wipe the wine stains on the chair. In a flash he landed in front of the shop. The old scholar asked, "Why are you here?" He answered, "I want to see more of you." The old scholar pointed to the empty chair and laughed angrily. "Your swordsmanship is the best. Why don't you sit here?" He glanced at Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan had no choice but to give up his small stool and walk around the chair to the old scholar's side. The old scholar could only sit on the chair. Chin Pingan then sat down. The old scholar asked, "Have you two recognized each other as brothers?" He said, "I don't think so." Chin Pingan said, "Same." The old scholar sitting on the chair was obviously biased towards his last disciple. He slapped the head of Zhuohe, who was shorter, and said, "What kind of brother are you? You just wanted to learn from a master earlier. Are you blind? How many years have you been single? Let's not talk about other things. Just talking about this important matter, the line of the sage of literature is now relying on your little brother. Will I be able to warm your bed or serve you tea if I run around with this sword?" Chin Pingan said, "Seniors will wanted to teach me swordsmanship at the top of the city wall. He was worried that my state was too low, so it was a bit difficult for me." Without any suspense he was slapped again. Zhuohe's face darkened. He thought that when the teacher left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he wouldn't be in a difficult position anymore. Chin Pingan added, "However, when seniors were first met old Mr. Yao, he still supported this junior." The old elementary scholar made a sound of acknowledgement and turned his head. He casually said, "Then the slap just now was a mistake. Why didn't you explain yourself? You've been like this since you were young. You should change it in the future. You won't hold a grudge against me for hitting you wrong, right? If you feel wronged, remember to say it out. If you know you're wrong and can change, don't be stingy." Back in the day, I used this sentence to come up with a lot of profound principles. Even the Buddhas and Taoists were stunned when they heard it. Am I right? Of course the teacher was right. So he didn't say anything. However, he decided to teach the kid 2 rounds of swordsmanship. 1 round was definitely not enough. Chin Pingan suddenly said, "The Deputy Hill Master of the Cliff Academy has always missed. Teacher." This was the first time Chin Pingan had addressed the sage of literature as a simple teacher. The old scholar burped and pricked up his ears. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Who what?" "Say it again." Zui rolled his eyes. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Senior Mao misses you very much. The old scholar turned around and leaned on the armrest of the chair. He looked at Qin Pingan and said with a smile, Xiaodong, he's most willing to use the stupidest method to teach and educate people. He's very patient and is most like me. He's just like Zui, stubborn and can't change his mind. Back in the day I was just short of tying him up and stuffing him into a gunny sack and throwing him into the Liji learning palace. I was willing to throw away my old face and secretly help him build a good relationship, but he refused to go. As his teacher, I couldn't do anything about it. Zui suddenly asked, Why didn't you want to admit that you were a teacher back then? Now that you've reached a higher level, you're acknowledging him as your teacher? Qin Pingan replied, Back in the day I didn't even study. How could I acknowledge you as my teacher? Just because you're the sage of literature? If the sage of rites or the sage of literature appeared in front of me and they were willing to accept me, would I acknowledge them? If you're willing to accept a disciple, the disciple has to pick a teacher before entering the school. After reading the books of the 3 religions and 100 schools of thought, I'll finally acknowledge you as my teacher if you're the most knowledgeable. Even if you don't acknowledge me, I'll still diligently acknowledge you as my teacher. That's the only way to show my sincerity. Zui was stunned for a long time. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone so shameless. Qin Pingan, is your family running a shop? 3 rounds. The old scholar kicked Zui. Why are you standing there? Bring me some wine. Zui said helplessly, Teacher, I don't like to drink. Besides, Qin Pingan has plenty of it. Zui, you're a bachelor. You don't have to be afraid of owing money. The old Shucai used a sincere tone to persuade him and patiently said, Your younger brother is different. He has his own mountain and is about to marry a wife. How much will his expenses be? Back in the day you helped me manage the money. How could you not know how hard it is to support a family? Show some of your senior brother's demeanor. Don't let others look down on us. If you don't want to bring wine to me, that's fine. Go to the top of the city wall and shout. Say that you're Qin Pingan's senior brother, so that your junior brother won't be bullied when I'm not here. Zui pretended to be deaf and dumb. In his previous life as a student, this was Zui's biggest protest against his teacher. Qin Pingan took out 2 jugs of wine and handed them to the old scholar. They were all glutinous rice wine from Longquan's hometown. All the immortal wine was given to the guard at the inverted mountain. The old scholar handed a jug to Zui. Zui didn't refuse. Qin Pingan took out a jug for himself. The old scholar smiled and asked, Zui, how does it taste? Zui could only say something that didn't go against his conscience. It's okay. The old scholar shook his head and said, This is something that only people who don't know how to drink wine would say. The old scholar turned his head and looked at Qin Pingan. He didn't let the old scholar down. Qin Pingan smiled. Free wine tastes the best. The old scholar laughed loudly. After laughing for a long time, he found that Qin Pingan was looking at him. The old scholar coughed a few times. Don't worry. In the future, let your senior brother treat you to wine. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as you drink, whether it's by yourself or with friends, it's all on Zui. Zui sighed. I know. The old scholar shouted again, Zui. Zui said, It's okay. Only then was the old scholar satisfied. Qin Pingan drank the wine. He felt that the more he drank, the more difficult it would be for him in the coming days. Unexpectedly, the old scholar said considerately, Your senior brother Zui has good swordsmanship. But if you don't want to learn, you don't have to. If you want to learn, you can tell him how you want to teach. He won't go too far. Zui said, You can start learning now. Qin Pingan said immediately, There's no hurry. Zui leaned forward and stared at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan looked at the old scholar. The old scholar understood and immediately pressed his hands on Zui's head and pushed him back. He scolded, Give in to your junior brother. Zui began to drink. It was strange. The sage of literature seemed to treat Zui the most rudely, but this disciple was always the one who accompanied him the most. Even an unnamed disciple like Mao Xiaodong was puzzled by this. It was just that Zui's personality was too reclusive. Mao Xiaodong, Ma Zhan and the others didn't dare to take the initiative to talk to him. At that time, Cui Dong, who hadn't betrayed his master yet, was the most dazzling disciple of the sage of literature. All the academies and scholars of the Central Plains were overshadowed by him. His knowledge was high, his cultivation was high, and his chess skills were top-notch. Even so, he was often scolded by Zui. As for whether Cui Dong was unwilling or not, Mao Xiaodong and the others had no chance to find out. As for Zhuo He's knowledge, the fact that he was a direct disciple of the sage of literature was enough to explain everything. It was a pity that his swordsmanship overshadowed it. As a result, when people talked about the late bloomer Zhuo He, they only talked about whether his swordsmanship was very high, extremely high, or the highest in the world. Many people even forgot that he was the disciple of the sage of literature. One person could suppress all the innate sword embryos in the world. This was Zhuo He. But today Zhuo He, who was sitting on the stool in front of the shop in the old scholar's eyes, was just that tall youth with clear eyes. When he came to visit, he said that he didn't have money, but wanted to read books and learn some principles. If he owed money, he would acknowledge Zhuo He as his teacher and would pay him back. But if he studied, became the top scholar, and helped Zhuo He attract more disciples, then he wouldn't pay him back. When the youth said those words, he was very serious. At that time, the poor scholar who was not too old had not become an old scholar, nor had he become the sage of literature. He had just published a book, so he had some money. It wasn't to the extent that he couldn't afford to drink, so he agreed. He thought that it would be ridiculous if Zhuo He didn't have a junior brother by his side. Moreover, the poor scholar felt that his biggest wish in life was to have students all over the world. If he had a first disciple, then he would have a second disciple. Would be a good thing. After all, it was a good saying that one couldn't travel 1,000 miles without accumulating silicon. At that time he was only a scholar, so he didn't think too much about it. He didn't think too far ahead. He even thought that having students all over the world was just an unattainable dream. It was just like when he was in a shabby alley, drinking half a kilo of turbid wine that he bought at home and thinking about the fine wine that was sold in the big restaurants. Many years had passed, but he could still vaguely remember that there was a restaurant manager's daughter who seemed to be very beautiful. Looking at her from afar was like drinking wine. You couldn't look at her for too long or you would be intoxicated. Therefore, in the future, there was a Confucian sage who interpreted one of the old man's books. He described the old man as a sanctimonious man and was too old-fashioned. He changed the original meaning of the book a lot, which made the old scholar very angry. It was natural for men and women to be attracted to each other. Humans were not plants and couldn't be emotionless. Moreover, even plants and trees could turn into spirits. Humans were not sages, so how could they not make mistakes? Moreover, sages also made mistakes, so they shouldn't expect ordinary teachers to be sages everywhere. If such knowledge became the only one, it wouldn't pull scholars closer to sages, but gradually push them away. The old scholar went to the Confucian temple and tried to reason with them. The other party was also very stubborn. Anyway, he listened to everything the old scholar said, but he didn't quarrel with the old scholar. However, it was precisely this kind of saint, who was suspected of being unreasonable, who, at the cost of exhausting his own cultivation, forcibly held up the entrance to the vast world. It was only when the old elementary scholar and the scholar holding the immortal sword appeared in front of him that he finally put down his burden and quietly passed away. He smiled knowingly at the old elementary scholar and passed away. His soul was completely scattered and there was no afterlife to speak of. Life was so sudden. They looked at each other and smiled. The old scholar finished a pot of wine. He didn't hurry to get up and leave the chair. He hugged the wine pot with both hands and basked in the sun of another world. Zuiyu said softly, "Teacher, you can leave now. Otherwise, the ascendant realm monsters in this world may come together to stop you from leaving." Qin Pingan was just about to get up and speak. The old scholar raised his hand and gently pressed it down. "You don't have to say anything. Teacher knows. Teacher has many things to say, so I won't say much to you for the time being." The old scholar leaned back in the chair leisurely and murmured to himself, "Let's sit for a while more. Teacher hasn't had two students sitting beside him at the same time for many years." There were two students on his left and right. Teacher sat in the middle. Teacher finally didn't only have Zuiyu and Zuiyu beside him. 581. Autumn went and winter came. Time passed. If he did not raise his head and see the outline of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the south, Qin Pingan would have mistakenly thought that he was in paper white blessed land, or that he had drunk yellow Liang blessed land's worry-free wine. Even though Qin Pingan practiced diligently and did not slack off every day, and could even be said to be very busy, Qin Pingan still felt that it was not enough, so he asked Grandma Bai to help him. Unexpectedly, Grandma Bai was not willing to give her all, and at most taught the future son-in-law some boxing moves. Qin Pingan could only reluctantly practice boxing, and called Grandpa Nalen to the practice field in the mustard small world to familiarize himself with the flying sword of a pure jade realm sword cultivator. At the same time he roughly learned the art of concealment and stealth from this assassin, who had fallen from the immortal realm, and many exquisite techniques that involved the fundamentals of cultivation. Close in the day is like moving in the night. Only sword cultivators could do this, which made Qin Pingan feel a little regretful. Besides this, whenever he was free, Qin Pingan tried to go to the wine shop every day to take a look. Every time he would stay for a few hours. He did not help to sell wine and just hung out with a bunch of big kids and young girls, continuing to be his storyteller. At most, he would be the calligraphy teacher and recitation teacher, and did not involve himself in imparting any knowledge. Although Qin Pingan had become a hands-off shopkeeper, the head shopkeeper, Stack Zhang, did not complain. This was because second shopkeeper Chen was the one who was responsible for making money. Now it was time for him to be lazy. In the end, Stack Zhang had only taken out some capital and put in some rigid effort. Moreover, after the successful opening of the wine shop, there were many more tricks. For example, after hanging the couplets, there was a new horizontal scroll. Those who drink my wine can break through the realm. The shopkeepers of the restaurants and wine shops on the street were about to collapse. Not to mention that they had stolen a lot of business, the key point was that they had obviously lost their momentum. This led to almost everywhere in the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to hang couplets and horizontal scrolls. But after looking around, many drunkards and sword cultivators felt that this place was the best, or the most shameless. After almost all the wine shops began to copy, this shop began to have a new method. Inside the shop, there was a pile of small wooden plaques in the style of safe and sound. They were all calligraphy treasures left behind by sword cultivators who had come to drink wine. All of them were hung on the wall, saying that it was a good omen. It was not based on cultivation level. Whoever wrote first would be able to hang up their wooden plaque first. The front of the plaque would be written with the name of the wine shop's customer. If they were willing, they could write on the back of the wooden plaque. They could write whatever they wanted. The wine shop did not care how much they wrote. Now there were 4 customers who hung safe and sound boards on the wall of the wine shop. There was Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent, Gao Kuei of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Sword Immortal Yuan Qingshu of the South Whirlpool continent, and Tao Wen, a sword cultivator of the Raw Jade realm from the North continent who came to drink alone in the middle of the night. They all wrote on the back of the safe and sound board. They didn't want to write. Originally, the 4 sword immortals only wrote their names. Later, Qin Pingan found an opportunity to catch them and force them to write. Even if they didn't write, there was always a way to make them write. It was an eye-opener for the shy Stack Zhang. It turned out that business could be done this way. So Wei Jin wrote, "Trapped by love, the sword can't be drawn." Gao Kuei, a man with one eye and a big beard, wrote, "The flowers are beautiful, the moon is round, and the people live long." The elegant and carefree Yuan Qingshu wrote, "Here the world knows that I, Yuan Qingshu, am a sword immortal." Tao Wen, the sword immortal, was the most tactful. When he heard that he could drink a jar of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine for free, he wrote, "The wine here is cheap and excellent. It's even better if you can buy it on credit." Among the genius sword cultivators of the youngest generation, there were more than 10 people including Pang Yuanji, Yan Zhua, Qin Sanqiu, and Dong Huafu. Of course there was also the little girl Guizhujiu. Other than writing her full name Guizhujiu and her nickname LV Duan, she secretly wrote, "Master sells wine, disciple buys wine." The relationship between master and disciple is touching and everlasting. There were also many sword cultivators of the Earth Immortal realm who couldn't bring themselves to write, but most of them just left their names and didn't write anything else. What's more, Qin Pingan didn't take care of the business, so Stack Zhang really didn't know how to open his mouth. Later, Qin Pingan felt that this wouldn't do, so he gave Stack Zhang a few slips of paper, saying that if he saw any sword cultivators of the nascent soul stage who were pleasing to the eye, especially those who were actually willing to leave behind their calligraphy but didn't know what to write, he could pass one of the slips to them when they paid the bill. Therefore, an old sword cultivator of the nascent soul stage who had a rough personality and didn't know much about literature saw one of the slips of paper. Originally, he was still pushing Stack Zhang to put on airs with the shopkeeper, but he didn't expect that he would immediately change his attitude and secretly keep the slip of paper. He asked Stack Zhang to quickly bring him a wooden token and wrote the poem with the serious attitude of facing a big demon. When he left, he even bought an extra jar of the most expensive green immortal mountain wine and deliberately suppressed his sword aura. As he drank to his heart's content, he staggered away and sang loudly. Over and over again it was the poem, "The Emergence of New Ideas, I wrote it myself." In the past, it's not enough to praise me for being a romantic. After drinking to my heart's content, Seng Mingqing came to pour wine for me. After a night, among the drunkards and gamblers of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, this nascent soul stage sword cultivator who could write poems for no reason became famous. However, it was said that in the end, he was hit by a sword immortal's flying sword that came out of nowhere and was bedridden for a few days. There was also a relatively young nascent soul stage sword cultivator of the North Continent who claimed to be drinking under the moon. He wrote a sentence on the wooden token. Half of the sword immortals in the mortal world are my friends. Which woman in the world isn't shy? I used wine to wash my sword. Who doesn't say that I'm a romantic? The wine shop's Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine was divided into 3 grades. A jar of snow cost money and had the lightest taste. Even better was a jar of wine that cost 5 snow. However, the wine shop announced to the public that in every 100 jars of wine, there would be a valuable bamboo leaf from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. The sword immortal Wei Jin and the little girl Guizhu Jiao could prove that this was true. The first-class green immortal mountain wine cost 10 snow and it was not guaranteed that one would be able to drink it. This was because the wine shop only sold 1 jar a day. After it was sold, no one would be able to drink it. The customers would have to come again the next day. For a time, the small wine shop was overcrowded. However, after the hustle and bustle passed, there were no longer many sword cultivators squatting on the ground to drink and fight to buy wine. However, the 6 tables were still full. Although Stack Zhang was already very satisfied with the shop's income, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. As Qin Pingan had expected, after the shop became famous, it became very difficult to buy wine. Many restaurants and wine shops would rather break the contract and compensate Stack Zhang than sell the original wine. It was obvious that they wanted the shop to cut off its source of income. Once there were a few customers who bought wine but did not sell it, the business would go downhill. It would be a short-lived hustle and bustle, and the business would not last long. Stack Zhang could see the imminent problem, and the second-in-command who had left everything to him was naturally even more aware of it. However, Qin Pingan did not say anything. When he arrived at the wine shop, he would either chat with some of the regular customers and get some wine to drink, or he would be a storyteller at the corner of the street and hang out with the children. Stack Zhang did not want to trouble Qin Pingan with everything, so he could only think of a way to break out of this situation. Late one night, Qin Pingan and Ning Yao came together to the shop that was about to close. There were no customers drinking wine. Stack Zhang took out the account book. Qin Pingan sat to the side and took out a piece of snow to spend money. He ordered the cheapest jug of wine. When the shopkeeper drank, he had to pay. This was the rule. As Qin Pingan drank, he carefully checked the account book. Yan Zhua and the others had already agreed to drink together today because it was rare that Qin Pingan was willing to treat them. Qin Pingan and Ning Yao sat on a bench. Yan Zhua sat alone. Dong Huafu and Qin Sanqiu sat together. Yan Zhua looked at Qin Pingan who was carefully flipping through the account book and then looked at Stack Zhang who was sitting to the side. He could not help but ask, "Stack Zhang, do you feel that Qin Pingan does not trust you?" Qin Pingan smiled. He did not raise his head to speak. He just raised his wine bowl and took a sip. He admitted that he was not honest, so he was willing to punish himself. Stack Zhang said exasperatedly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you have to follow the rules when doing business? We are friends in the first place, that's why we're doing business together. Don't tell me we're not friends if we settle our accounts clearly? Who doesn't make mistakes? When the time comes, whose fault is it? If you make a mistake, it's fine. It's fine. If you are not wrong and I am not wrong, then the business will be ruined. You can't live with the money." Yan Zhua felt wronged. "Stack Zhang, you are too biased. How can you be friends with Qin Pingan and do business together? Didn't I get beaten up in the past for nothing?" Stack Zhang smiled. "Didn't I say sorry to you?" Yan Zhua was a bit resentful. "You were right. I was quite happy. Now I feel that you are not sincere enough." Qin Pingan flipped through the account book and joked, "A friend having a new friend is always so annoying." Yan Zhua waved his hand. "It's not like that at all." Qin Pingan passed over the wine bowl and clinked it with Yan Zhua's. He smiled and said, "I saw that you, the young master of the Yan family, have big shoulders and big round shoulders. Everywhere you are filled with money, but every time you are stingy to buy the cheapest wine. You are not as generous as a young girl, so I casually talked about you." Stack Zhang seemed to hesitate. Finally, he gathered his courage and said, "Yan Zhua, Sanqiu, can I discuss something with you?" Yan Zhua was a bit puzzled. Qin Sanqiu seemed to have guessed it. He smiled and nodded. "It can be discussed." Yan Zhua's eyes brightened. "Pull us in?" Like I said, those jars of wine in your house, I glanced at them and then I thought about the customers coming in and out every day, and I knew that there were only a few jars left. Now all the restaurants, big and small, are jealous, so the source of wine has become a big problem, right? You don't even need to look for Sancho. He's a pampered young master who doesn't do any household chores. He's a master who only knows how to lie down and enjoy life. He doesn't understand these things at all. I'm different. I've helped out a lot of my family's businesses. It's not difficult for me to help you get some lower-cost raw wine. Don't worry, Stack Zhang, will do as you say. We'll follow the rules. I won't lose too much of my family's business. Stack Zhang's expression was complicated. Qin Pingan felt a little helpless. He closed the account book and said with a smile, "There are two kinds of happiness when a shopkeeper makes money. The first kind is when the celestial coins are safely in his bag. Every day when the shop is closed, he calculates the profits on the abacus. The second kind is when he enjoys the feeling of being able to make money even though it is not easy. Fatty Yin, tell me, isn't this the truth? You are carrying a sack of silver to the shop. I don't think Stack Zhang is willing to calculate. Fatty Yin, you can just tell me the number." Yin's was suddenly understood. "You should have said it earlier, Stack Zhang. If you had said it earlier, I would have understood." Stack Zhang angrily said, "Blame me?" Yin's would drank the wine and begged for mercy. "Blame me, blame me." Qin Pingan began to change the topic. He told Stack Zhang about the reasons for profit and loss and things to pay attention to. In fact, it wasn't that Yin's would didn't understand this principle. He should have understood it long ago. It was just that some of the estrangement between good friends could be big or small and dispensable. Some unintentional words that hurt others were not willing to be intentionally explained. They would feel that it was too deliberate, or they might feel that they lost face. If they were lucky, it didn't matter. It was just a matter of a lifetime. A small matter was a small matter. If there was something more important to do to make up for it, it didn't matter. If they were unlucky, they would no longer be friends. If they were unlucky, they wouldn't say anything. Everyone, including Ning Yao, had their own barriers to overcome. It wasn't just Stack Zhang who was born in a shabby alley among all their friends. Qin Pingan was just taking advantage of the opportunity to speak tactfully. As a bystander, he helped the two see through and say it out loud. If it was too early, it wouldn't work. If it was too late, for example, Yin Zhuar and Stack Zhang each felt that Qin Pingan was their best friend. It wouldn't be too appropriate. These thoughts couldn't be said. If they were said, there would be less wine and only water left. Therefore, Qin Pingan could only think about it himself. It might even make Qin Pingan feel that he was too calculating. In the past, Qin Pingan would feel guilty and full of self-denial. Now he wouldn't. Every bit of kindness needed to be protected with even greater kindness. Qin Pingan believed in the phrase, "Good people will be rewarded." Moreover, it was a kind of sincere belief. However, he couldn't only expect God to reward him. In life, he had to deal with people everywhere. In fact, everyone was God. There was no need to blindly ask for external help. He only knew how to ask for higher things. No matter how much he thought about the affairs of the world, it seemed that he wasn't sincere enough. However, if he followed the rules, what he did in the end would not harm others. In fact, whether it was big or small, it would indeed benefit the world. Then he shouldn't be restrained because of this. After doing something, he should ask himself and slowly sharpen his conscience. This was the cultivation of the heart. This was what his teacher, the literary sage, meant when he said that there was no harm in thinking more. Even if he later realized that he was just going around in circles and returning to his original place, it was still the best effort. He didn't ask for anything from heaven and earth. Heaven and earth could have another person who sought to do good. Not only could he be self-sufficient, but he could also benefit others. Wasn't that wonderful? Wasn't that good? The one in heaven and earth would never change. Only the human heart could be increased or decreased. The 3 schools of knowledge and the hundreds of schools of thought, in the end, all of them put effort into this matter. After chatting, they just drank with friends. Qin Sancho told them a piece of news. Recently, there would be a sword immortal from the North Continent rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It seemed that he had already arrived at the inverted mountain. However, there were sword immortals here who were returning home. The sword immortals of the North Continent were usually like this. Usually they would return after a big battle. However, the 2 big battles in the past 10 years had caught them off guard. Most of the sword immortals of the North Continent had taken the initiative to stay here and fight another battle. However, there were still some sword immortals and earth immortals who had no choice but to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After all, they still had their sex to worry about. Regarding this, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would not say anything. Not only would there be no complaints, Every time a sword immortal from a foreign land prepared to leave, there would be an unwritten rule. The few local sword immortals who were familiar with him would have to treat him to a drink and send him off. It was considered a return gift from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pingan and Ning Yao turned to look at the main street almost at the same time. 6 people walked over. So what if I am not manly? That B***star Jiang Shangzhen was the common nightmare of both male and female cultivators in the North Continent. Back then, his golden core could be used as a nascent soul. In the future, he was also famous for being able to be used as an immortal in the unpolished Jade Realm. What about the immortal realm now? Even if they did not talk about this guy's cultivation level, who would be willing to be involved with a guy who was running around while carrying a dung pit? If they punched Jiang Shangzhen or swung their sword, they would really be excreted. The key was that this person was vengeful and good at running away, so even Huang Tong was not willing to provoke him. In the history of the North Continent, there was once an old nascent soul cultivator who did not believe in heresy. He did not hesitate to spend 20 years to kill this scourge who was hated by everyone but could not be killed. In the end, he did not earn much and his sect ended up in a terrible state. Jiang Shangzhen made up a lot of stories about the love and hate entanglement of the entire sect. He wrote a few big books about the love and hate of the entire sect, the kind with pictures. Moreover, Jiang Shangzhen liked to give free gifts to everyone he met. If you don't accept it, Jiang Shangzhen will give you money. Are you going to accept it or not? If you accept it, can you at least flip through a few pages? Han Huizi smiled and said, Senior brother, there is still a junior here. Even if you don't care about your own identity, you should at least help Jing Long make a good impression. Huang Tong coughed and took a sip of wine. He continued, Li Kai, let's get down to business. The customs of the Great Wall of Sword Qi seem similar to those of the North Continent, but they are very different. The battle on the southern side of the city wall is very different from the catch and kill that we are familiar with. Many cultivators from other continents often die in the first few days of the battle. If they are not careful, they will die. Don't think that you can do anything just because you are a sword cultivator in the pure Jade Realm. On the battlefield, when you fight, you scheme against each other. There are also extremely sinister existences among the demon clan. Huang Tong twisted his wrist and took out 3 books from the items in front of him. 2 of them were old and 1 was new. He pushed them towards Li Kai who was sitting opposite him. These 2 books are engraved from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. One is an introduction to the demon clan, the other is similar to a military book. The last one is my experience after experiencing 2 great battles. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't memorize these 3 books by heart, then I will propose a toast to you. When we reach the North Continent's Tai Hui sword sect in the future, I will not sacrifice Li Kai for your death in battle. This is because Li Kai is asking for death. You are not worthy of me, Huang Tong, sacrificing my sword for you. Li Kai kept the 3 books and nodded. This is a matter of life and death. I don't dare to be arrogant. Huang Tong sighed and turned to look at his junior brother, who was also the sect master of the Tai Hui sword sect. Miss Li, there are no experts in the sect, so she has to do it herself. Don't we still have me, Huang Tong, to support the Tai Hui sword sect? Junior brother, you know that I am not good at handling affairs. I have no patience when it comes to teaching disciples. You also know that when you return to the North Continent, you can help Jing Long ascend and escort him. Isn't that good? The Great Wall of Sword Qi is not without Tai Hui sword sect sword immortals. I am there. Han Huizi shook his head. You and I have already agreed on this. You don't have to persuade me to change my mind. Huang Tong said angrily, agreed my ass. I can't beat you, so I can only scram back to the North Continent. Han Huizi said indifferently, when you return to the Tai Hui sword sect, just practice your swordsmanship well. Huang Tong was very worried. He drank a big bowl of wine. But you are still the sect master. If you leave and leave Huang Tong behind, the Tai Hui sword sect will have a clear conscience. Han Huizi said, I am guilty. Since the establishment of the Tai Hui sword sect, no sect master has died in battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, nor has there been any Ascendant Realm sword immortals. As for the latter, there is hope with Lu Jinglong around. So I can rest assured that I will do the former. Huang Tong left dejectedly. However, before going to the inverted hanging mountain, Huang Tong went to the wine shop and wrote his name with sword energy. He also wrote a sentence on the back. When the old man left, he was desolate and did not have the slightest aura of a sword immortal. After Li Kai heard about the wine shop's rules, she was also very excited. She only wrote her name but did not write anything on the back of the nameplate. She only said that she would write it after she killed 2 Upper 5 Realms monsters. Han Huizi also wrote his name in words. Tai Hui Sword Sect's 4th generation sect master Han Huizi. I have no regrets in this life. During this period, Qin Pingan had been drinking quietly. When Li Kai and Han Huizi, the 2 sect masters of the North Continent, left side by side, they walked on the lonely street in the dead of night. Qin Pingan stood up and shouted, "Sect masters." Han Huizi laughed softly and said, "Don't look back." Unexpectedly, Li Kai had already turned her head and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Money for the drinks." Li Kai asked Han Huizi, puzzled, "Do we have to pay to drink in the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Han Huizi said with a calm expression, "I don't know." Li Kai frowned. "Just put it on Jiang Shangzhen's tab. If a piece of snow costs money, then put it on the tab." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. The 2 sword immortals walked slowly. Li Kai felt that it was a little strange. Logically speaking, with Qin Pingan's temper, he should not be like this. She turned her head to look. The young man had his hands in his sleeves and was looking at the 2 of them. When he saw Li Kai turn her head, he sat back down at the table. Han Huizi laughed in his mind and said, "This young man is just looking for something to talk about. He probably thinks that it's good to talk more." Li Kai said helplessly, "What's this about?" Han Huizi thought for a moment and actually gave an answer. Sword cultivators and sword cultivators. "582. When Ning Yao and Diao Zhang returned to the shop, Diao Zhang suddenly stopped, not daring to go forward. Because Diao Zhang was in awe of the man who suddenly appeared in front of his shop. The other party was a famous greatsword immortal left and right. Ordinary sword cultivators from other continents, no matter how bad their temper was in their hometown, had to restrain themselves at the Great Sword Qi Wall. Senior left and right was different. As soon as they arrived at the Great Sword Qi Wall, a local immortal realm sword immortal stationed at the top of the city wall tried to ask Senior left and right who was regarded as the best swordsman in the vast world. In the end, Senior left and right only replied, "You can't learn my swordsmanship, but there is one thing you can learn from me. If you can't win a fight, just don't fight." At that time, the hidden official also said, "Seems like it." The highly anticipated spar on top of the city wall didn't happen. After the shock, Diao Zhang was full of curiosity. Why did the other party restrain his sword qi? The whole city knew that sword immortal left and right always had sword qi lingering around them. During the war, they used sword qi to open a path deep into the demon army's hinterland. It was also the same when they tempered their sword qi alone on top of the city wall. But today the best swordsman in the vast world restrained his sword qi, and for the first time didn't reveal any. Ning Yao took Diao Zhang to go shopping again. Ning Yao knew that old master Wen Sheng had left, so she returned. She didn't expect that left and right was still there. Before the old man left, he even made a special trip to greet her and thank her. Ning Yao was actually a bit confused at this moment. She didn't know what matter she had to be thanked by an old sage of literature. As for the subtle relationship between Qin Pingan and left and right, it wasn't hard for Ning Yao to understand what they were thinking, so she didn't say anything to Qin Pingan. What she said was not appropriate. Besides, Qin Pingan had his own opinions on important matters in life. He didn't need Ning Yao to tell him what to do. Diao Zhang couldn't hold back his curiosity. After walking far away, he asked Ning Yao with the ripples of the heart lake, "Qin Pingan knows left and right sword immortal left?" Ning Yao nodded. They have known each other for a long time. They were all written in Qin Pingan's travel notes on mountains and rivers, and the length was not small. Diao Zhang smiled. "Can you tell me more?" Ning Yao shook her head. "No." Dui Zhang pulled on Ning Yao's sleeve, gently swaying it. It was clear that she was about to act spoiled. She pitifully said, "Big sister Ning, you can talk about anything. There's always something to talk about." Ning Yao thought for a moment. "You should ask Qin Pingan yourself. He plans to open a shop with you. You can use this as a condition. Don't agree yet." Di Zhang quickly figured out the meaning behind Ning Yao's words. Ning Yao had clearly dug a trap for him. Di Zhang angrily smiled and said, "I never intended to do business with him. Ning Yao, you should know when to stop." Ning Yao smiled and said, "It's really not that I'm siding with an outsider, but Qin Pingan is right. You're not smart enough when it comes to doing business. If it's him, I guarantee that you'll have a steady flow of money." Ning Yao frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ning Yao glanced at her, immediately knowing what she was thinking. She explained, Chin Pingan has a square-inch object and two near objects on him. Besides the common wine from his hometown and a pile of bamboo leaves, he doesn't have anything else. If he really wanted to learn from the many merchants that crossed continents on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, selling all sorts of things to earn immortal money from us sword cultivators, then Chin Pingan wouldn't waste God's gifts like this. He would have stuffed them to the brim long ago. So, Chin Pingan wants to do business with you. Earning money from his conscience is a habit. Chin Pingan has liked to earn money since he was young, not just because he likes money. For this I must speak up for him. Diao Zhang was relieved, a smile returning to her face. That's good. Otherwise I would have scolded him in front of his face for being blinded by lard. I don't want to be a new friend. Not long after the old scholar left, she gently placed the wine jug in her hand on a chair. She didn't like drinking to begin with, and suppressing her sword chi was troublesome. She was the only one in the world who disliked having too much sword chi in her body. Chen Pingan was still taking small sips of wine, looking quite carefree. Zuiyu sneered, "Without teacher's favoritism, pretending to be calm and composed, isn't it tiring?" Chen Pingan was determined not to speak. Zuiyu asked, "Previously, I didn't know that teacher would come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There was no problem in inviting Chen Qingdo out. Now that teacher is here, why don't you take the initiative to ask? Whether he agrees or not is teacher's business. Whether you ask or not is your etiquette as a student." Chen Pingan also put down the wine jug and sat on the chair. He folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned forward, looking at the street that was being renovated. He said softly, "It's not like I don't know teacher's current situation. Would I make things difficult for teacher by asking? If teacher doesn't make things difficult, wouldn't the student feel uneasy? Even if I feel guilty, if I bring trouble to the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi, pulling one hair will affect the whole body, directly leading to a war between the two sides. When teacher leaves, would he really not feel difficult?" Zuiyu nodded, agreeing with this answer. Teacher worries too much, disciple should share his worries. Zuiyu remembered the tall and big Mao Xiaodong, but his memory was a little fuzzy. He only remembered that he was a young man who studied seriously all year round. Among the many registered disciples, he was not the smartest. He studied slowly, liked to ask people questions, and was slow to understand. Cui Dong often teased Mao Xiaodong for being a blockhead who only gave answers but was never willing to explain in detail. Only Xiao Qi would be patient and talk more with Mao Xiaodong. Zuiyu said slowly, "In the early years, Mao Xiaodong was unwilling to seek refuge in Liji Academy and insisted on being tied to the sage of literature. He also accompanied Xiao Qi to Aquarius Continent to establish Cliff Academy. At that time, teacher actually said very serious words, saying that Mao Xiaodong should not be so selfish and only seek peace of conscience. Why not raise his ambition to a higher level, and should not have such sectarian views? If he could use greater knowledge to benefit the world, it was not important whether he was in the sage of literature or not." Then, Mao Xiaodong, who I had never looked up to in my entire life, said something that made me admire him. Mao Xiaodong opened his mouth and shouted at the teacher. He said that his disciple, Mao Xiaodong, was slow-witted and only knew to respect his teacher first. Only then would he have a clear conscience. The order of the two couldn't be wrong. After teacher heard this, he was happy and sad, but he did not force Mao Xiaodong to join the Sage of Rights anymore. Chin Pingan picked up the wine pot again and drank a mouthful. "I went to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy twice, and senior brother Mao was very concerned, afraid that I would go astray. When senior brother Mao was reasonable, he had the demeanor of the Confucian sage and the headmaster." Zuiyu smiled. "That's because you didn't see him being strangled by me and unable to speak. When talking to teacher, no matter how good the reason is, you can't spit on teacher's face. What do you think, junior brother?" Chin Pingan quietly put the wine pot back on the chair and only dared to make a sound, still not saying a word. Zuiyu stood up, grabbed the wine pot on the chair with one hand, and then looked at the food box at his feet. Chin Pingan stood up and said, "I'll pay for it myself." Zuiyu looked at Chin Pingan again. Chin Pingan had to continue, "It will be the same in the future." Zuiyu was ready to leave. Chin Pingan suddenly said, "I hope I didn't let senior brother down." Zuiyu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "It's okay." Chin Pingan was relieved and said with a smile, "That's good." Zuiyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "From today on, if someone says something weird to you, saying that you only have today's achievements because you are born in the Sage of Literature, you don't have to talk nonsense with them. Directly send a message to the top of the city wall with your flying sword. I will teach them a lesson." Qin Pingan was speechless. He was really not used to it. Zuiyu paused for a moment, then added, "Teach them even their parents and elders." Qin Pingan saw that Zuiyu seemed to be a little impatient. It seemed that he was going to teach him swordsmanship first. He thought of the widespread saying among wild cultivators, "A dead friend is not a dead friend." He quickly nodded and said, "I'll remember it." Zuiyu no longer suppressed his sword chi and turned into a rainbow to go to the top of the city wall. From the city to the top of the city wall, wherever Zuiyu's sword chi passed, the abundant ancient sword will between heaven and earth, made a fleeting path. When he reached the top of the city wall, Zuiyu's sword chi gently rolled up his sleeve. There was a bound book inside. It was given to teacher by Qin Pingan, but teacher had secretly left it to him for some reason. He even hid it from his most beloved disciple, Qin Pingan. Zuiyu used sword chi to isolate a small world, then drank and read. He placed the book on the top of the city wall in front of him. With a thought, the sword chi would open the book. Zuiyu unknowingly finished the wine in the pot and turned to look at the sky. Teacher had left. Ever since teacher became the most down-and-out Confucian sage in the world, he had always been smiling. Zuiyu knew that it was not true happiness. His disciples were scattered and wandering, and teacher was feeling guilty. Only after seeing the arrogant junior brother who was willing to recognize him as teacher, even if teacher did not smile much or speak much, even if they had already separated, he was destined to be smiling at this moment. That Qin Pingan might not know that if he came to the great wall of sword chi and heard that Zuiyu was at the top of the city wall, he would rush to him and call him senior brother. Zuiyu would be disappointed. Why did little Qi choose such a junior brother? If he secretly built the ancestral hall in his hometown and hung teacher's portrait, he would take the initiative to ask for credit, and Zuiyu would be even more disappointed. Why did teacher choose such a disciple? If he felt that this person's swordsmanship was not low, he wanted to learn the sword. Zuiyu would be the most disappointed. Why did you recognize such a junior brother? But there was nothing. That was the junior brother that Zuiyu had been looking forward to for 100 years. In fact, it was even better than the image of the little junior brother that only existed in his imagination. That year when they parted at the Flood Dragon Ravine, Zuiyu had not said anything, hoping that Qin Pingan could do one thing. Unexpectedly, not only did Qin Pingan do it, but he did it very well. Traversing the 3 continents and seeing the mountains and rivers. So after Zuiyu read the contents of the book, he understood why teacher deliberately left this book to him. So at this moment, Zuiyu felt that when he said, "It's okay," at the door of the shop earlier, would it make junior brother sad? If teacher was there at that time, he would probably beat him up again. Zuiyu did not look away for a long time. The way of heaven and earth is broad and deep, high and bright and long. Pity the worries in my heart, the sun and moon pass by, like clouds coming. After Zuiyu left without drawing his sword, Qin Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. If he said he was not nervous, he would be deceiving himself. He quickly packed up the chairs and put them back in the shop, and then he sat on the threshold, waiting for Ning Yao and Dijong to return. When Zuiyu came, he did not make a sound, but when he left, he did not deliberately hide the traces of the sword aura. So most of the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Aura should be aware of Zuiyu's movement when he left the city. Moreover, Zuiyu sitting openly at the door of the shop was in itself a kind of silent message. Before the old scholar appeared on his disciples' left and right, he actually used a magical power to cover the heaven and earth, so that only the shop would know. After Zuiyu arrived, the old scholar removed the spell. The sage of literature always thought too much, and after thinking too much, they always acted decisively, so they seemed to be the most unreasonable. When Ning Yao and Dijong returned, Qin Pingan stood up and said with a smile, "I'm here to entertain guests, Miss Dijong." Dijong smiled and asked, "I won't ask about your identity, but why did the great sword immortals would take the initiative to come here and drink with you? I have to ask, lest I lose all my belongings in the future, and I don't know who I can complain to." Qin Pingan said, "To my left and right are my eldest senior apprentice brothers. The one who sat in the middle was our teacher, the sage of literature of the Confucian school. How about we open a small wine shop together? We only need to put some tables and chairs outside the shop, and we won't have to worry about not having enough seats. As long as the wine is good, squatting on the ground and drinking it is also good." Dijong curiously said, "You said it yourself that it's ordinary wine from the market. Even if we have a lot of drunkards here, even if the shop can sell it, there will be a time when it's sold out. Besides, if the price is too high, it's easy to ruin people's character. I don't have that kind of face to cheat people." Qin Pingan took out a green bamboo leaf. It was full of spiritual energy, verdant and glistening. Throw it into the wine pot and the price will soar. But this is the best wine we sell in our shop. For the second best wine, buy that big wine jar and put a few more bamboo leaves in it. I still have this. Qin Pingan opened his palm. It was a liquor worm borrowed from Wei Pai. Talking about business would hurt their relationship. This liquor worm, even in the vast world, was considered a rare thing that could only be found by chance. Wei Pai had also held 3 gods' night touring banquets. In addition, he had hinted that a certain mountain and river god would reluctantly part with it. In addition, Wei Pai had hinted that this god could be absent from the 4th night touring banquet as compensation. Only then was he willing to offer a liquor worm as a tribute. Qin Pingan said with confidence, "I've tried it. Just the liquor worm alone is still not considered a good wine. Compared to the extremely expensive immortal wine, it's really a lot inferior. With the addition of bamboo leaves, the taste of the wine is like the difference between cloud and mud. So before our shop opens for business, we need to collect as much cheap and common wine as possible. The more the better. First hoard it, and when we have enough, we'll open the door to welcome customers. If we buy our own wine, we probably won't be able to keep the price down. If we buy too much, it will arouse suspicion. So we can give Yanzhua and Qin Sancho some dividends. It's just a token of appreciation, but there's no need to give them too much. They have money while we two don't." Ning Yao leaned against the door of the shop, looking at the guy who was particularly spirited when talking about business. Dui Zhang was a bit hesitant. She wasn't hesitant about whether or not to sell the wine. She already felt that there was no doubt about this matter. They could definitely make money. It was just a matter of how much they earned. Moreover, it would be the money of a rich sword immortal and sword cultivator. Dui Zhang didn't have the slightest bit of unease in her conscience. It didn't matter whose wine she drank. What truly made Dui Zhang hesitate was this matter. Dui Zhang thought that after the negotiation, Qin Pingan and Ning Yao would return to the Ning mansion, but he didn't think that Qin Pingan would already be standing at the counter, taking the abacus. Dui Zhang doubtfully said, "Isn't it just buying wine and hoarding it? It's a very simple matter, I can still do it." Qin Pingan's face was full of shock. This time he really wasn't pretending. He angrily laughed. "Is there such an easy business in this world? Miss Dui Zhang, I regret partnering up with you. Think about it, who do you want to buy wine with? You have to choose some deserted restaurant or wine shop, right? When the time comes, how do we bargain? How do we reduce the price if we buy too much? How do we talk to people? How do we talk to ghosts? How do we talk to people first? How do we fix the contract first so that when our shop's business is good, the other party doesn't want to sell wine? Even if they don't sell, how do they compensate our shop according to the contract? If there are too many people, I don't think you can do it alone. There's no other way, I'll go back and cover the face. You just watch from the side, I'll show you first. What's more, these are just the rough details of buying wine from others. Moreover, when the shop opens, we'll first invite some passers-by to boost our reputation. What realm of sword cultivator are they? We'll have to secretly promise to give them a few pots of rare bamboo leaf wine for free. It'll be more appropriate to let a sword immortal be responsible for shouting that he wants to book the entire shop's wine. That way we won't be able to leave any traces behind, unlike that shill who can't be calculative. After we earn money, how are we going to settle accounts with our drunkards like Fatty Yen and Qin Sancho? We're just a small business, so we definitely can't keep accounts. We'll have to have a plan early on." Dui Zhang's imposing manner was completely gone, and she became more and more guilty. Listening to Qin Pingan's endless chatter across the counter, Dui Zhang began to wonder if she was really not suitable for doing business. Why did she suddenly feel that it was much more difficult than practicing swordsmanship? Ning Yao stood next to the counter with a smile on her face, eating melon seeds. So in the end, Dui Zhang timidly said, "Qin Pingan, let's split it 30-70. You take 70 and I take 30. Qin Pingan was just about to nod in agreement. But he was immediately elbowed by Ning Yao. Qin Pingan immediately smiled and said, no need, we'll split it 50-50. We've already agreed, doing business still needs to be honest." Qin Pingan turned sideways, throwing a meaningful glance at Dui Zhang. "I talk about honesty, Miss Dui Zhang, you have to talk about sincerity. Why don't we both take a step back and split it 40-60? Dui Zhang nodded, then said to Ning Yao with an innocent expression, "Ning Yao, Qin Pingan is secretly winking at me. I don't know what he means." Qin Pingan suffered another elbow. He grinned and gave Dui Zhang a thumbs up. Miss Dui Zhang, you're quite perceptive when it comes to doing business. They talked about many more details. Dui Zhang carefully noted them down. Chen Pingan and Ning Yao left the small grocery store, walking along the edge of the main street. As they passed by the restaurants and taverns, Chen Pingan smiled and said, "In the future we'll all be enemies in the same line of business." Ning Yao softly said, "Thanks." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's what I should do." Ning Yao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Dui Zhang likes a gentleman of the Central Plains Academy. Can you talk some sense into her?" Chen Pingan bitterly smiled and said, "There are some things I can help with, but this kind of thing I really can't do it." Ning Yao clasped her hands behind her back, leisurely praising, "Don't you know a lot about love?" Chen Pingan resolutely said, "In all honesty, what the hell do I know?" Dui Zhang's small house hidden in a shabby alley was filled with large jars of wine. She didn't have enough capital. Chen Pingan actually still had 10 grain rain coins as his personal savings, but he couldn't foolishly take out 1 grain rain coin to buy something. It would be easy for people to raise the price to death. So he asked Ning Yao for a pile of scattered snow coins. All the restaurants and shops that could buy cheap and inferior wine were all visited by Chen Pingan and Dui Zhang. These wines wouldn't sell very well in the city streets of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was the strange part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sword cultivators who could afford wine were not willing to drink these. Only those drunkards who couldn't pay off their debts would pinch their noses and drink these. But the real immortal wine in the big and small restaurants was really as expensive as flying swords, far higher than that of the inverted hanging mountain, which was only 1 door away. Even sword immortals would feel the pinch. Now that the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi were strictly controlled, their days were getting more and more difficult. Chen Pingan stooped down and opened a wine jar. The wine worm was soaking in it, leisurely like a small fish. It was drunk and knew how to enjoy itself. Each jar of wine had to be soaked in the wine worm for 3 days before it could be considered a good wine. There were a few bamboo leaves and a bamboo branch inside. It was not named bamboo leaf green, which was first suggested by Dui Zhang, or bamboo branch wine, which was suggested by Ning Yao. Instead, it was named bamboo sea wonderland wine by Chen Pingan, which was also called green immortal mountain wine. Dui Zhang, who was used to making money from his conscience, was so shocked that he was stunned. At that time, Chen Ping and spoke earnestly, saying that his bamboo leaves and branches were really produced by the bamboo sea grotto. As for whether they were from the azure immortal mountain, he would ask later when he had the chance. If they weren't, then he wouldn't mention the alias when selling the wine. Except for preparing to open a wine shop and sell wine to make money. Every day at the Ning Mansion, Chen Pingan still practiced qi for 12 hours, sometimes as long as 14 or 16 hours. Ning Yao gave up the pavilion on Dragon Beheading Cliff, and spent most of his time practicing swordsmanship on the martial arts practice field in the small mustard seed world. When Chen Pingan was resting, he squatted at the foot of the hill with the sword immortal, concentrating on sharpening the edge of the sword. Occasionally, Fatty Yen, Dong Haitan, and the others would come over to sit for a while. Fatty Yen would seize the opportunity to make Chen Pingan observe his crazy demon fist technique, and ask him if he was a martial arts prodigy that had been delayed by practicing swordsmanship. Of course, Chen Pingan would nod and say yes. Every time he spoke, the words and reasons he gave were never the same. Chen Sanchio felt that it was more unbearable than Fatty Yan's fist technique. Once, even Dong Haitan couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the disgusting Fatty Yen on the martial arts practice field, he asked Chen Pingan, "Are you telling the truth? Is Yanzhuo really a martial arts prodigy?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Of course not." Only then did Dong Haitan feel a little better. After Chen Sanchio heard this, he let out a long sigh, covered his forehead and lay down on the bench. During this period, almost every day, a little girl with a sleeve full of pastries would come to the entrance of the Ning Mansion, clamoring to be apprenticed to a master. Once, she was dragged into the mansion by Ning Yao and beaten up. With great difficulty, she finally had a day to rest, but unexpectedly, the little girl came again the next day. But this time she was smarter. She would run away as soon as she was called. She would run back and forth several times a day, since she had nothing to do anyway. Then she would block Ning Yao's way and drag her into the mansion by the ear. She would let the little girl admire Fatty Yen, who was practicing martial arts on the martial arts practice field. She said that this was the fist technique that Chen Pingan had taught her. Did she still want to learn it? The little girl's eyes were brimming with tears, and her lips trembled. She said that even so, she still wanted to learn the fist technique. The little girl silently wiped her tears and choked with sobs. It turned out that this was the truth that her mother had said. Only those who suffered the most hardship would become the best. Ning Yao had no choice but to let Qin Pingan personally go. At that time, Qin Pingan was discussing a top priority with Bai Mama and Grandpa Nalan. Ning Yao didn't say anything, so Qin Pingan had to follow them to the martial arts practice field in confusion. As a result, he saw the little girl who kowtowed to him as soon as she saw him. He wasn't unfamiliar with her. There were 4 fights on the street and the little girl was the most noisy one. It was hard for him not to notice her. Qin Pingan couldn't help a little girl casually, so he quickly moved away and said helplessly, "Don't kowtow first, what's your name?" The little girl quickly got up and said loudly, "Guizhujio." Qin Pingan nodded, raised his left hand, pinched his fingers and sighed, "Unfortunately the name doesn't match, so I can't accept you as a disciple for the time being. We'll talk about it later." Guizhujio said sincerely, "Master, then I'll go back and ask my parents to help me change my name? I also don't think this name is good, so I've endured it for many years." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "No, I accept disciples based on fate. For the first time I look at the name first. If it doesn't work, then you have to wait for another 3 years. Ning Yao, Yanzhua, and the others hid in the store filled with large and small wine jars and jugs. Even someone as thick-skinned as Fatty Yen and someone as shameless as Dong Haitan didn't have the face to walk out of the store. On the main street, the road had just been repaired. The shopkeepers and waiters of wine shops of all sizes stood at their respective doors, cursing and swearing. Outside the door of the shabby little shop hung a couplet. It was said that the young martial artist had personally written it. The sword immortal's 3-foot sword, looks around in a daze. Where is the enemy? The hero is lonely. 2 tales of wine in a cup, with you we can share the sorrow of eternity. Once drunk, what is money? Good fellow, you pure martial artist Qin Pingan, can't you, a foreigner, have some face? That's nothing. I heard that this little shop sells wine that has something to do with the Bamboo Sea Paradise and the Azure Immortal Mountain. What is money? If it really isn't anything, why the hell are you opening a shop to earn money? Whistles rang out on both sides of the street. In the end, Zhang was thin-skinned. His forehead was already dripping with sweat and his face was tense. He tried his best not to show his fear, but he couldn't help but ask softly, "Qin Pingan, can we really sell half a jar of wine?" Qin Pingan smiled. "Even if no one really supports us, we'll still have nothing to worry about and we won't have to worry about making money if we follow my established rules. Before that, if someone comes to buy wine, that's even better. It's normal for there to be fewer customers so early in the morning." After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, there was still no customer. Zhang became more and more worried. Qin Pingan yelled at the top of his lungs, "Open the door, 1 jar, 50% off. There's only 1 jar, first come, first served." And then someone really did come. Zhang asked doubtfully, "Is he also someone you invited?" Qin Pingan was also a little surprised. He shook his head, "Of course not. The person who came was Pang Yuanji." He sat on a bench and said with a smile, "Give me the cheapest jar. Don't forget to give me another 50% off." Qin Pingan turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Zhang and laughed softly, "What are you staring at? The head shopkeeper is personally bringing the wine to the table." Zhang hurriedly took a jar of Bamboo Sea Paradise wine, and a large white bowl, placing them on the table in front of Pang Yuanji. She helped unseal the jar of wine that hadn't been used for many days and poured a bowl of wine for Pang Yuanji. She really felt that her conscience wasn't at ease. She squeezed out a smile and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, "Dear customer, please enjoy." Then Qin Pingan took an extra bowl and sat at Pang Yuanji's table. He picked up the jar and poured a bowl of wine for himself, saying with a smile, "Brother Yuanji, thank you for your support. I must give you a toast." It was rare for him to earn money, but he couldn't smile. Instead he was very worried. Because when Wei Jin drank the 3rd bowl of wine, he bid for a small summer coin. He said that if he came to drink in the future, he would deduct the money from this small summer coin. Fatty Yen and Qin Sanqiu were very tactful and didn't say a word. But that dumbfounded Dong Haitan stupidly said, "I think there's a story behind this." Qin Pingan finally understood why Fatty Yen and Qin Sanqiu were sometimes so afraid of Dong Haitan opening his mouth to speak. Every word was like a flying sword, it could really stab someone to death. Before Wei Jin could get up and scram, Qin Pingan hurriedly got up as if he had been granted amnesty. It turned out that the little girl, Guizhuzhou, had dragged a few of her peers over to support them. Guizhuzhou went straight to the point and told Qin Pingan directly that she was hiding something. She respectfully addressed Qin Pingan as Shifu in 3 years, and continued, "My friends and I just found out that a wine shop has opened here. That's why we came here to buy some wine to show our filial respect to our parents and elders. Shifu in 3 years, it's really not that I wanted to drag them here." Then Guizhuzhou gave them a meaningful look. The little girls who had been specially knocked on their doors by Guizhuzhou last night to remind them not to forget about this matter, were all listless. They paid for the wine and obediently held the wine, then waited for Guizhuzhou to give orders. They really didn't care about earning those 3 snowflakes from Guizhuzhou. This had annoyed Guizhuzhou for many days. Some people wanted to directly give Guizhuzhou 6 snowflakes, but she didn't accept them and insisted on making up the numbers. In the end, Guizhuzhou also took out 3 snowflakes and bought a pot of wine. She explained, "Shifu in 3 years they're all paying out of their own pockets." Qin Pingan said seriously, "I've calculated on my fingers. 3 years is halved. After a year and a half, we can see if it's suitable to accept disciples." Guizhuzhou held the pot in one hand and clenched her fist with the other. She waved it vigorously and said in high spirits, "Today is indeed a good day to buy wine. I really didn't memorize that old almanac for nothing." With Peng Yuanji and Wei Jin, as well as these little girls supporting them one after another, the wine shop had business. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be difficult to break even. This was already enough to make Di Zhang overjoyed. Di Zhang gradually became busy. As for the matter of selling wine, it was agreed in advance that Di Zhang had to put in more effort. Qin Pingan couldn't keep an eye on this place every day. The inexplicable Dong Haiten had already been led away by Qin Sanqiu and Fatty Yen. Ning Yao leaned against the counter inside the shop, eating melon seeds and looking at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan asked tentatively, "You're not angry, are you?" In the remote alleys of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was like there was an additional primary school without a real teacher or real children. Ning Yao stood at the side and comforted him, "Your longevity bridge has not been completed yet. They are both golden core cultivators, so you will feel the difference. When you gather 5 natal items, the 5 elements will complement each other. Now you have 3 natal items: the water word seal, the soil of the Aquarius continent, and the wood embryo statue. These 3 items are of good quality and already have the embryonic form of a small world. Even in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, most of the Earth Immortal Sword cultivators do not have such a complicated elixir room." Qin Pingan said with a smile, "A sword cultivator just needs a good intrinsic sword. There's no need for so many intrinsic items to support it." Ning Yao said, "Aren't I just saying some words of comfort to you?" Qin Pingan smiled, "I appreciate it." Qin Pingan remembered something. Stack Cliff is busy with the shop business every day. Will it really not affect her cultivation? Ning Yao shook her head. "It won't. Other than entering the cave-dwelling realm in the lower 5 realms and entering the Golden Core realm, both of which were in the Ning residence, Stack Cliff has relied on herself for the rest of her breakthroughs. Every time she experiences a battle, Stack Cliff will be able to break through very quickly. She is a genius born for large-scale battles. Last time when she sparred with Dong Huafu, you did not see everything. When you are on the battlefield and fight side by side with Stack Cliff, you will understand why Stack Cliff is Qin Sancho's best friend. Other than me, every time Qin Sancho finishes a battle, he will ask Fatty Yen and Dong Haiten if they saw the back of Stack Cliff's head clearly and if she is beautiful." Ning Yao said, "Therefore the elders of the Dong and Qin clans have always looked at Stack Cliff in a different light. Especially the Qin clan, they even wanted to let a young talent marry Stack Cliff." Qin Sancho's elder brother nodded in agreement, but Stack Cliff did not agree. "Grandpa Dong is willing to send off the Taihui Sword Sect's sword immortal Huang Tong at Stack Cliff's shop. This has nothing to do with you. It is only because Stack Cliff saved Dong Haiten's life. Stack Cliff once said, 'If I must die, there is no need to save me.' Grandpa Dong especially admires this saying." Ning Yao smiled and said, "I did not tell Stack Cliff too much about these things. She is meticulous and will always overthink things. I am afraid that she will be distracted. She admires those sword immortals too much. Going too far is as bad as falling short. You should have noticed at the shop that whether it is Zhuozhu, Grandpa Dong or Han Huizi and Hu Kai, when Stack Cliff sees them, They will all be very nervous. Qin Pingan nodded. I did notice. If you agree I can talk to her later. I have more experience in this matter. Ning Yao stared at Qin Pingan and asked, why not? Or do you think I am unreasonable? Qin Pingan stretched out his hands and pinched Ning Yao's cheeks. How is that possible? Fatty Yen, who had been watching and listening to all directions, was careless and was kicked in the face by the little girl who had learned his martial arts. Yenzhua didn't notice and winked at Guizhuzhou. The little girl turned her head and took a look. She gasped. Her master was so bold. It was true that the skilled were bold. She was also very smart and lucky. This time she was learning from her master. It was a sure win. Ning Yao stood still and let that guy pinch her cheeks. Since you are so skilled, why don't we go to the mustard seed world to practice with you? Qin Pingan quickly stopped, but with one hand behind his back, he opened his palm and extended it to the martial arts arena. He smiled and said, please? Ning Yao raised her eyebrows and swept into the mustard seed world near the south of the martial arts arena. She stood still and gently twisted her wrist. Qin Pingan ran away and disappeared. Ning Yao did not chase after him. She just took out her flying sword and strolled in the mustard seed world. It was not even sword practice. It was just that she had not let her flying sword see the world for a long time. The matter of cultivation was not worth mentioning to Ning Yao. Guizhuzhou said in a daze, judging the situation and being able to adapt. My master is really a man. Yenzhua asked, Lu Duan, I will teach you the fist technique and you will teach me the art of flattery. How about that? The little girl imitated the green-robed swordsman master. Before the battle on the street, she posed with one hand clenched in front of her and the other hand behind her back. She shook her head and said, your heart is not sincere and your aptitude is even worse. Yenzhua was a little confused. Ning Yao waved her hand and said, Lu Duan, come here and take a beating. Guizhuzhou shouted and then began to run. She was a sword cultivator of the middle 5 states. It was not difficult for her to escape by riding the wind. She was just not as smooth as her future master. The disciple was not as good as her master. There was no need to be ashamed. Unfortunately, Ning Yao reached out and grabbed Guizhuzhou. A fine sword aura wrapped around Guizhuzhou and pulled her to her side. Guizhuzhou staggered and stood still. She shouted softly and put her palms together. Then she intertwined her fingers and made a gesture. Spirit of the sky and spirit of the earth. Sister Ning can't see and it won't hurt even if I hit her. Yenzhua covered his face with both hands and rubbed it hard. He said to himself, if you want me to take a disciple like Lu Duan, I would rather take her as my master. If Guizhuzhou thought that she could escape with this, she was underestimating Ning Yao too much. The little girl left the Ning residence with a bloody nose and a swollen face. She bounced around and asked elder sister Ning if she wanted to eat some pastries. She also patted her chest and promised that she had tripped and fallen because she was careless. In the end, elder sister Ning grabbed her little head and knocked on the door. Guizhuzhou, who was a little dizzy, left the holy ground of martial arts by herself. She walked pitifully on the streets. She touched her face and her hand was full of nosebleeds. She casually wiped the blood on her body. The little girl raised her head high and slowly walked forward. She thought that practicing martial arts was really not easy, but this was a good thing. How could there be a peerless fist technique that could be learned so easily? Once she learned 70 to 80% of the skill, she could forget about Sister Ning. Master's wife was the most important and Master might not be willing to favor her. She could just endure it. But Dong Bude was an old girl who couldn't get married. She would have to take it easy when walking at night. The little girl, who had a jade-green inkstone hanging from her waist, had been looking up at the cloudless blue sky. She nodded gently. Today was a good day. On this day, Qin Pingan and Ning Yao went for a stroll to the wine shop in Stack Cliff. In the past, when the two of them were refining energy, they each had their own time to rest. They didn't always go together. Often, Qin Pingan would go to Stack Cliff alone. Today, Ning Yao had clearly interrupted her cultivation and wanted to walk with Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan didn't think too much about it. When they passed by the wine shop on the main street, whose business was far less prosperous than his shop, Qin Pingan looked at the large and small horizontal couplets and whispered to Ning Yao, your handwriting is not as good as mine and the meaning is far worse, right? Ning Yao said, there is a big restaurant that invited a registered disciple of the scholarly sage. He is a gentleman from the academy and wrote the horizontal couplets himself. Qin Pingan smiled and said, this is a clumsy business that has only learned a little. It won't succeed. I bet that if the restaurant's business doesn't get worse, the shopkeeper will be thanking the gods. Don't expect the customers to appreciate it. There are more than 70 big and small wine shops here. Everyone sells wine. There are more than 100 kinds of immortal wine in the world. It's not difficult to drink any kind of wine. But in the end, what are they selling? Ning Yao asked, what is it? Qin Pingan smiled and didn't speak. He continued to look around at the content of the couplets that seemed to be shy and blushing. Ning Yao said, forget it if you don't want to say. Qin Pingan hurriedly said, of course it's for those who buy wine. Those who drink my wine are either sword immortals or sword immortals who are better than sword immortals. In a small shop, there are crude tables and stools, but there are no restrictions. The small wine cup is big. So Stack Zhang said that if he made money he would have to change the tables and stools. He would have to learn from those big restaurants and make them new and shiny. This is absolutely impossible. Fatty Yen suggested that he use his private money to join us. He took out a large silk shop under his name that was not doing well, but I directly rejected him. First of all, it would ruin the feng shui and ruin the unique style of the wine shop. Second of all, our city is not small. There are tens of thousands of people, including half of his women. How can we not sell silk and satin? So I plan to talk to Fatty Yen and tell him not to add money to join our shop. We will pay to join his silk shop. Here the only people who are willing to pay are the sword cultivators who like to drink and the women who like to dress up for their lovers. I already have a draft for the silk shop's new couplet. Ning Yao slowly said, Allianz said that men who practice the sword can become sword immortals based on talent alone. But if you want to become a good and considerate man like him, you have to suffer the pain of a woman's words piercing your heart like flying swords. You have to endure the pain of a woman leaving and never looking back. You have to drink thousands of pounds of wine that yearns for your soul. Qin Pingan turned to look at Ning Yao and blinked. You're right. For the past 10 years I've been thinking about someone. Even though we're far away from home, the flying swords of immortals can't reach us. I can only practice martial arts and drink wine to ease my sorrows. In the next moment Qin Pingan suddenly panicked. Ning Yao's face was somewhat undisguised gloomy. That pair of eyes seemed to want to say something. She was not good with words, so she never said anything, because she never knew how to say words of love. In the past, the youth in straw sandals who took 1 million to reach the inverted hanging mountain was also as clumsy with words as he was. Therefore she did not think much of it. It was as if it was how it should be. You don't say anything and I don't say anything, then you'll know. Qin Pingan extended a thumb and gently stroked Ning Yao's eyebrows. He said softly, don't be unhappy. You have to relax your frown. Ning Yao said, I'm just unhappy. Qin Pingan bent down, picked up Ning Yao and began running. Ning Yao was at a loss. Qin Pingan carried her and ran all the way to Stacked Cliff Wine Shop. There were dozens of sword cultivators at the table and squatting at the side. All of them were dumbfounded. Among them there were many young women. Most of them were daughters of influential families who came because of its reputation. Seeing this scene they did not think much of it. Instead their eyes shone brightly. There were even some bold women who took a big gulp of wine and whistled skillfully. Qin Pingan put Ning Yao down and waved his hand. 10% off for all the drinks that have not been paid. Then Qin Pingan added, the words of the second shopkeeper may not be effective. Head shopkeeper Stacked Cliff's words are final. The drinkers looked at Stacked Cliff in unison. Stacked Cliff smiled and nodded. 10% off then. Immediately there were cheers. Damn it. It was not easy to save money on drinks from this second shopkeeper. Qin Pingan picked up a small stool and was about to go to the corner of the street to be a storyteller again. He looked at Ning Yao. Ning Yao nodded. Stacked Cliff came to Ning Yao's side and asked softly, what's wrong today? Qin Pingan was not like this in the past. Looking at his posture, in a few days he'll be playing gongs and drums on the streets. Ning Yao glanced at the chattering girls at a table in the distance. She smiled but did not say anything. Stacked Cliff held back his laughter. Ning Yao had secretly mentioned that there were women who came to the shop to drink. Their ulterior motives were not in the wine. Naturally they came for the famous second shopkeeper. There were two shameless people. Not only did they buy the wine, but they also carved their names and words on the back of the nameplate on the wall of the wine shop. If it wasn't for the shopkeeper of the wine shop, he would have taken down the nameplate. Previously, Ning Yao had flipped open the nameplate and glanced at it. Then she quietly flipped it back. Qin Pingan sat on a small stool. Soon he was surrounded by a large group of children. Like before, he told the story of the mountain and river gods that he had not finished last time. He stopped at the crucial point and smiled as he said, let's wait for the next round. There were complaints all around him. The child who wanted to learn martial arts from Qin Pingan even earlier than Guizhuzhou squatted by Qin Pingan's feet and took out a copper coin from a clay jar. Qin Pingan continue. There's a reward. If it's not enough, I can add more money. Qin Pingan pushed the child's head away. Go away. Then Qin Pingan took out a piece of paper from the tablet, rubbing and gently unfolded it. Are there any words you don't know on this? Is there anything you want to learn? A teenager said sullenly, there are so many words I don't know. What's the use of learning these? It's so boring. I don't want to listen to this. Continue the story or I'm leaving. Qin Pingan looked around. More or less everyone was the same. He was not interested in children who grew up in the shabby alleys. Once the novelty wore off, it would be hard for them to last. Literacy was not useless in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was useful for those lucky ones who could become sword cultivators. But in the poor families on the streets and alleys, it was just something to relieve boredom. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to know what the characters in the picture book said, everyone would have thought that it had nothing to do with those crooked words on the stone tablets. From childhood to old age until death, the two sides didn't know each other and they didn't know each other. Qin Pingan smiled and said, there's no hurry. I'll only explain one word to you today. After that I'll continue the story. Qin Pingan picked up the bamboo branch on his knee and wrote a word on the ground. Steady. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, does anyone know it? Someone said. Then Qin Pingan raised the verdant bamboo branch in his hand. It was faintly lingering with spiritual energy. He said, I'll give this bamboo branch to whoever can help me solve the word today. Of course you have to solve it well. For example, at the very least, you have to tell me why the word steady has the word urgent, when it clearly means unhurried. Isn't that contradictory? Could it be that when the saint created the word, he dozed off and made up this word for us in a daze? The large group of children stared at each other helplessly. It was already very impressive to be able to recognize the word steady. Who would know this? A little girl hiding sneakily among the crowd whispered, Future Master, I know what it means. Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled. No, you've been studying since you were young. It's unfair to others if you solve the word. Guizhuzhou was a little envious of the bamboo branch in her master's hand. If she got it and returned to her home street, wouldn't she be able to show off? The little girl was a little annoyed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have studied. When the crowd noticed Guizhuzhou, they intentionally moved away and distanced themselves from her. It wasn't just fear and envy. There was also inferiority, as well as the self-esteem that often coexisted with inferiority. The little girl squatting alone didn't feel anything. The small inkstone hanging from her waist didn't even matter if it touched the mud. A poor boy with delicate features but with mended clothes gathered his courage. His face was slightly red as he pointed at the word on the ground in front of Qin Pingan. His voice trembled as he said softly, Haste is steadiness. Haste is actually a fast but slow seedling. There's a small stone tablet in my home's Linksy alley. There's a saying on it, rice and weeds gather rich and powerful emperors and marquises. I've asked Sister Dai Zhang about it. She knows what it means, but Sister Dai Zhang said that she's actually never seen any rice and weeds. I feel that the word, stable, has the meaning of using resources as the foundation and urgency as the expression. It's just like the new wine shop that you and Sister Dai Zhang opened. It earns money quickly but it spends money slowly. With enough money, Sister Dai Zhang can buy a bigger house. Qin Pingan had long noticed this boy. He was the one who listened to stories and explained words the most seriously. The boy was also one of the craftsman's apprentices who had renovated the street. However, Qin Pingan discovered that the boy's physique was weak. Not only had he lost the best opportunity to practice boxing, he was also congenitally unsuited for martial arts. This was different from Zhao Shuxiao. It wasn't that he couldn't learn boxing, but it was very difficult to achieve anything. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to endure the pain of the third realm. Qin Pingan still didn't give up. After asking Ningyao looked at the boy from afar and shook her head. She said that the boy didn't have the aptitude to practice the sword. He couldn't even take the first step. If this didn't work, then everything else was over. Only then did Qin Pingan give up. Perhaps it wasn't that the boy was truly literate. It was just that he had been lonely since he was young and had nothing to do. He had to do something. If he could make himself slightly different from his peers without spending money, then the poor boy would be especially attentive. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. Zhang Jiazhen, you solved half of the word, steadiness, so I'll give you the bamboo branch. Chin Pingan handed over the bamboo branch. The boy, who didn't expect Chin Pingan to know his name, turned completely red. He panicked and shook his head vigorously. I don't want this. Chin Pingan took back the bamboo branch and asked with a smile, Why? Do you want to learn boxing? Zhang Jiajin still shook her head. It'll delay my long-term work. Chin Pingan said with a smile, Having a true skill is the most important thing to have a foothold in life. Otherwise it'll be difficult to live a good life. When the time comes, you'll blame the heavens and accuse others. You'll be right in everything. You'll feel bad even if you're good. The boy seemed to understand but didn't. Even if he was the most literate among his peers in the nearby streets, how could he know about true knowledge? But Chin Pingan's words weren't the truth of a sage. They were just superficial family matters. Zhang Jiajin could still understand some of it. For example, Chin Pingan would approve of his long-term work to earn money and support himself. This made the boy feel much more at ease. To be recognized even if it was small. For a boy like Zhang Jiajin, it might not be a small matter. The little brat holding the clay pot shouted, I don't want to be a bricklayer. Useless. Even if I get a wife, I won't look good. Chin Pingan reached out and pressed the child's head beside him. He shook it gently. You're ambitious, okay? When you get home, ask your father if your mother is pretty or not. If you dare to ask with this heroic spirit, I'll tell you a supernatural story alone. This deal, do you want to do it? Am I itching for a beating? You often tell stories and I can't run away. But when my mother gets angry, my father will only let me take the beating. The child raised the clay pot and said angrily, Chin Pingan, are you going to teach me fist techniques or not? If you don't earn money, are you a fool? Chin Pingan smiled and said, After I finish the second half of the story, I'll teach you a set of basic fist techniques. Everyone can learn it. But I'll say it first, this fist technique is very boring. Even if you learn it, you'll definitely be useless. At most, you won't feel cold when it snows in winter. The child said, Oh. He felt that it was fine. It would be a waste not to learn it. So he hugged the clay pot tightly. Chin Pingan laughed and said to the child, Why aren't you giving me the money jar? The child asked, Cheating a child's money, Chin Pingan, aren't you embarrassed? An expert like you is really embarrassing. I don't want to learn fist techniques from you. Otherwise, when I become an expert in the future, I won't be like you. Around the small bench, laughter came from all directions. Even the older teenagers like Zhang Jiajin were envious of the child's audacity to talk to Chin Pingan like that. Chin Pingan continued to tell the story of ghosts and monsters, as well as cultivators who subdued demons. Then he stood up and put the bamboo stick on the small bench. The children also made way for him. They watched the man in green slowly do the 6-step stance. Chin Pingan stood still and smiled. Have you learned it? Guizhuzhou watched without blinking. A top-notch fist technique with the demeanor of a master. The child holding the money jar said in a daze, That's it? Chin Pingan nodded. Otherwise. The child gently put down the clay pot, stood up, and unleashed a series of ferocious moves. After he retracted his fist while panting, the child said angrily, This is the fist technique you used to defeat so many little sword immortals, Chin Pingan. Were you fooling? You walk step by step and you're so slow that I'm worried for you. Chin Pingan pointed at the word on the ground and smiled. Have you forgotten? Chin Pingan walked through the 6 steps again, still slow and leisurely throwing out punches. As he walked, he said, All fist techniques and martial arts are obtained from stability. One day when I've mastered the fist technique, I'll throw this punch again. After the last punch, Chin Pingan stopped, leaned up and punched towards the sky. The children all opened their eyes wide and looked at the sky. Chin Pingan had already quietly pulled back his fist, picked up the bamboo stick in the bench and was ready to go home. The child asked in a daze, When you threw this punch, there was no thunder? The others also nodded, feeling that it wasn't fun at all. Chin Pingan smiled. I didn't really throw a punch. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Guizhuzhou's chi sank into her dantian and she shouted, Boom! Chin Pingan put his hand to his forehead. It was a bit embarrassing, but he couldn't hurt the little girl's heart, so he forced a smile and gave the little girl a thumbs up. The rest of the children also looked at each other. Let's go, it's boring, let's wait for the next story. Chin Pingan called Zhang Jiajin. The boy was confused and still came to Chin Pingan's side, anxious. For the boy, this man named Chin Pingan was a celestial. Chin Pingan walked slowly, twisted his wrist, secretly took out a bamboo leaf and gave it to Zhang Jiajin. He said softly, This is for you, you can wear it just like the stance, it's useless. I'm not trying to test you, it's the truth, But as long as you're willing to learn, walk a few more times every day, and this little bamboo leaf can help you resist the cold. It's going to snow soon, it's a cold season, it's easier to work as a worker, it's still okay. Zhang Jiajun clenched the bamboo leaf and was silent for a moment. Am I really not suitable to practice martial arts and swordsmanship? Qin Pingan nodded, yes. The boy's eyes reddened and he lowered his head, not saying a word. Qin Pingan looked forward. At such a young age you can take responsibility for yourself, it's a very impressive thing. Zhang Jiajun, don't underestimate yourself. The boy raised his head. Qin Pingan smiled. The name Jiajun, is it a name you came up with after reading so many inscriptions? The boy nodded. My parents left early and my grandfather can't read, so for the past few years he only has a nickname. Qin Pingan turned his head and said, Jiajun is for beauty, chastity is for firmness, it's a very good name. Life in the Great Wall of Sword Qi isn't good, this is something you can't do anything about, you can only accept your fate, but how you want to live is up to you. Whether it will be better in the future, it's hard to say, it might be more difficult. Maybe in the future, when you become skilled in your craft, you will earn more money, and become a craftsman respected by the neighbors. At this point, Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled, but at the very least when I tell stories to others in the future, I might mention that in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a craftsman named Zhang Jiajun in the Consonance Alley. Other than craftsmanship, he might not be good at anything else, but since he was young, he liked to read inscriptions. After Zhang Jiajun left. From the beginning to the end, Guizhuzhou didn't say anything, she just raised her head and looked at the man who would be her master in 1.5 years. In an instant, Guizhuzhou's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. Qin Pingan counted with his fingers and then said, the matter of accepting a disciple, it will still take 1.5 years. Guizhuzhou let out a heavy sigh. Qin Pingan continued to walk forward. The wine shop was bustling with activity, and money flowed like water into my pockets. From afar it looked very festive. Qin Pingan, who was in a good mood, casually asked, have you ever heard of a saying? It is said that only 100 beasts under the heavens can produce a poet whose works will be passed down through the ages. Guizhuzhou shook her head. The future master is knowledgeable, but the future disciple is not. I have never heard of it. Qin Pingan was curious. The feng shui of Luopa Mountain had already spread to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? That didn't make sense. The main culprit, the first disciple of the mountain, Zhu Lian, and the others were very far away. Guizhuzhou curiously asked, is there more to it? Qin Pingan nodded. A popular essay for thousands of years is nothing. All of you, from generation to generation, have been here for tens of thousands of years. This is enough to shame all the poems in the world. Guizhuzhou asked, Master, do you need me to help you shout these words in the streets and alleys? Disciple will shout while practicing stances, it won't be tiring. Qin Pingan helplessly said, don't. Guizhuzhou was secretly happy. Her words just now were hiding something. Calling herself a disciple and calling him master, she had profited greatly today. They arrived at the wine shop. Ningyao looked at Guizhuzhou, who was preparing to leave. The little girl ran up to Ningyao, smiling. Sister Ning, why do you look so good today? Ningyao looked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan bitterly smiled. I don't teach these things. Guizhuzhou saw that Sister Ning wasn't beating her, so she stopped and went home. When she was young, she felt that there were many things to worry about. When she grew up, she would forget what those worries were. Ning Yao and Qin Pingan returned to the Ning mansion together. Ning Yao asked, are you really going to accept a disciple? Qin Pingan nodded. For now, it's an anonymous one. The Guo family treats people kindly, it's rare that I can do something for the Ning mansion. Wei Jin, who was drinking at the wine shop, seemed to have remembered something. He turned to look at Qin Pingan's back and laughed in his mind. I was so focused on drinking that I forgot to tell you. A long time ago, Senior Zhou asked me to pass on a message to you, asking when you're going to practice the sword. Qin Pingan turned to Wei Zhang and shouted, Head shopkeeper, in the future when Great Sword Immortal Wei drinks here, you'll get a 10% discount. Wei Jin took out a piece of grain rain money and placed it on the table. No problem. Ning Yao asked, what's wrong? Qin Pingan bitterly smiled. I have to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi immediately. Tell Grandma Bai to prepare the medicine jar. If it's too late and you don't see me, go and carry me back. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, facing the south, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. There were many things that he couldn't understand. Even if he could understand some things, he wasn't willing to accept them. So in the end, he chose to stay away from the quarrels of the human world and flew towards the sea on his sword. This wasn't a romantic thing for a sword immortal. In fact, it wasn't pleasant at all. But at the moment there was one more thing that he couldn't understand. Teacher wasn't by his side, but that junior brother dared to be so bold. They might even say that the Guo family sword immortal is scheming to get a young lady to build relationships. No matter what is said, there will only be one outcome. The Guo family can only temporarily distance themselves from the Ning mansion. After all, the Guo family isn't just a single person under sword immortal Guo. There are more than 100 people in the Guo family, and all of them have to establish themselves in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. These were all fine. What Qin Pingan was afraid of were even more disgusting and despicable methods. For example, the children in the shabby alley near the wine shop had suddenly died. However, Qin Pingan did not say anything at that moment. Zhuozhu said, "Unless Qin Qingdu comes forward to propose marriage." Qin Pingan nodded. Zhuozhu asked, "Why aren't you in a hurry?" Qin Pingan said, "I don't dare and I don't want to rush Boss Sword Immortal. Besides, I have a plan to deal with it sooner or later." Zhuozhu continued asking, "What do you mean?" Qin Pingan answered, "It's just words. I don't care and I can't care. If I can help, I have both my fist and my sword. If it's not enough, I can borrow it from you." Zhuozhu nodded and smiled. "That's right. I can't be bothered to ask about the specific plan. Think about it carefully. Accidents in the Great Wall of Sword Qi are often abnormally simple and direct. Instead, they can be extraordinarily unexpected. Do you know how many sword cultivators there are at the Great Wall of Sword Qi training in the wilderness?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "This is top secret. I don't know." Zhuozhu smiled and asked, "Then what do you know?" Qin Pingan said, "I only know the names of the 5 realm sword immortals and earth immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Aura, their general background as well as the important figures of the Dong, Qin and Qi clans, 121 people. Although it doesn't mean much, it's better than nothing." Zhuozhu was puzzled. "You have so much free time?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's a habit. Besides, I'm more familiar with this matter. It definitely won't affect my training and cultivation. Don't worry, senior brother." Zhuozhu asked, "Do you prefer the Shang clan and the martial arts school?" Qin Pingan was stunned and shook his head. "I've never come into contact with the doctrines and scriptures of these two schools." Zhuozhu glanced at Qin Pingan and smiled. "Although these two schools of knowledge are at the bottom of the 3 religions and 9 schools and have been rejected and despised by the Confucians for a long time, I feel that it's not a problem for you to read their books appropriately. However, don't be too stubborn. There are many studies in the world that are amazing at first glance, but often superficial. At first glance, it's vast and boundless, but often overgrown. After reading it, you'll feel that it's just so. However, you still have to read it. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to get out of it after reading it. If you can understand a fundamental principle from a book of the 100 schools of thought, it's already a great harvest." Qin Pingan cupped his fists and bowed. "I've learned something." Zhuozhu stood up. "Unless it's to see the fighting in the northern cities, sword immortals won't use the mountain-controlling divine power to investigate the movements in the cities. This is an unwritten rule. There are some things that you need to resolve yourself and bear the consequences. However, there is one thing that I can help you take a few more glances at." "Which one do you think it is? Which one do you hope it is the most?" Qin Pingan said without hesitation, "I hope that senior apprentice brother can help take care of the children in the shabby alleys near the wine shop so that they don't die because of me." Zhuozhu didn't comment and asked another question. "Isn't this the most trivial thing? Is it worth me taking a few more glances?" Qin Pingan smiled. "In the eyes of a scholar, there are no trivial things in the world." Zhuozhu sighed with emotion. "Qin Pingan, if you had become Mr.'s disciple earlier, it would have been great. Mr. wouldn't have been troubled for 100 years. You can take care of Mr.'s money in my place. You can chat with Mr. a lot. I'm not good at either." Qin Pingan absolutely wouldn't respond to such a topic. Zhuozhu suddenly said, "When Mr. became a saint, there were still people who called him an old fox. They said that Mr. was like a cultivator who had cultivated into a spirit and that his Tao was soaked in ink. When Mr. heard about it, he said 2 words, 'Wonderful.'" Qin Pingan said, "After the Gao Emperor signed the Mountain Alliance with the Dali dynasty, the people of the Great Sui Kingdom were furious. Among them, there were people who called senior apprentice brother Mao a literary monster. Now it seems that senior apprentice brother Mao must have been happy at that time. Zhuozhuo stopped talking. Qin Pingan also fell silent. The matter of sword practice should be delayed as much as possible. Anyway, he would definitely eat too much. Qin Pingan suddenly wanted to say something but stopped. He looked around. Zhuozhuo nodded, indicating that Qin Pingan could speak freely. Qin Pingan said in his mind, "Senior apprentice brother, could there be sword immortals in the city secretly spying on Ning Mansion?" Zhuozhuo thought about it. Even if there is, it won't last long. It can only be done occasionally. After all, Nalin Yeshing is not a decoration. Nalin Yeshing is an expert in assassination. He is also one of the most underestimated sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He can assassinate others, so naturally he is good at concealment and investigation. Qin Pingan looked serious and said, "Alliance imparted the 18-stop sword Qi to me. I not only taught it to my disciple Pei Qian, I also taught it to an ordinary youth from the Aquarius continent. His name is Zhao Gaoshu. His character is very good, there is no problem. But the youth has not gone to Luopa Mountain yet. I am afraid, what if?" Zhuozhuo said, "I will take care of this." Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. With senior apprentice brother it was indeed different. Then Zhuozhuo said, "After talking so much, it is not a reason for you to delay sword practice." Qin Pingan was speechless. That bastard Wei Jin tricked him, it was not a reason. With senior apprentice brother's temper, he would not think that it was a reason. If he really said it, the matter of sword practice would only be worse. If he was not a literary saint, he would not be able to understand the reason. Zhuozhuo returned to the city wall and sat down, continuing to nurture his sword concept. Qin Pingan probed, "How do I train?" Zhuozhuo sneered, "Why, a martial artist in the golden body realm is invincible, do you still need me to use my sword?" Qin Pingan understood and asked carefully, "Then I will use my fist?" Zhuozhuo turned a deaf ear to him. Qin Pingan was hesitant, the first fist, should he use the deity drum beating style. But Zhuozhuo said slowly, "Within 100 fists, adding the flying sword, if you can get within 30 steps of me, I will call you senior apprentice brother." He no longer restrained the sword Qi around his body, as though a small world had suddenly expanded. Qin Pingan instantly retreated 20 steps. No more, no less, the distance between the two was 30 steps. The sword Qi pounced on him as though countless flying swords were flying in front of him, if not for Qin Pingan's fist aura flowing naturally, resisting the sword Qi that leaked out from the sword Qi. Qin Pingan would have been covered in injuries, and had to retreat a few more steps. He retreated, but the fist aura surged. Zhuozhuo smiled, "After 100 fists, if I feel that your fists are too polite, then you can prepare to complain to Mr. next time." Qin Pingan forced a smile, "Senior apprentice brother, I am not that kind of person." Zhuozhuo said, "After sword practice you are too. Wei Jin who drank and did not drink were two Wei Jins, Wei Jin who drank and drank were two Wei Jins." He was the first young sword immortal to appear in the Aquarius continent's 1,000 years of history. He was actually very popular in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially among the ladies. The ladies did not necessarily admire Wei Jin, after all, there were many sword immortals in their hometown. Although Wei Jin was extremely young, and it was said that he was already a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms at the age of 40, it was not considered rare in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In terms of the killing power of the flying sword, Wei Jin was not outstanding, at least he was still so, after all he was still in the unpolished Jade realm. In terms of appearance, the men of the Qi family were famous for being handsome, and Wei Jin was not the most outstanding. Qin Sanchio's family was not bad either. However, the older women all liked Wei Jin. They said that when they saw Wei Jin drinking, their hearts ached for him. When Wei Jin did not drink, he seemed to be forever sad, but after drinking a few cups, he would have a gentle smile, and after drinking he would be in high spirits. Hence, to the ladies who saw Wei Jin drinking, this young sword immortal from the Snow Wind Temple's divine immortal platform was truly a divine immortal that walked out of the snow. They really did not know what kind of woman could make Wei Jin unable to let go of her. After the heartless Alliance left, the infatuated Wei Jin came. The heavens were still kind. As for the ladies, they should just forget about it. Their eyes hurt just by looking at him a few more times, so why bother? Besides, they did not like to wander around the city. If they were too far away, they would not be able to see him clearly. In the end, they did not miss Wei Jin, who often drank, right? Every time Wei Jin got drunk, the smell of alcohol would not dissipate. He would remain drunk and stagger back to the city on his sword. That was truly heartbreaking. Today Wei Jin drank a little too much at the Stacked Cliff wine shop, and more than 10 people were squeezed into a table. Wei Jin was a good drinker and he never put on airs. If there were no seats, it was fine for 2 or 3 people to squeeze into a bench. This was probably the influence of people who were used to the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain. In this aspect, local sword immortals and sword immortals from other continents did not have the natural Jianghu aura that Wei Jin had. When Wei Jin first met Qin Pingan, he was still a young man, and Wei Jin could not say whether he liked him or not. Now he appreciated him a little more. But Wei Jin could not help but like Xiaoyang. The further away he was, the more he drank. Wei Jin hid at the foot of the mountain and hid in the Jianghu, but he still could not forget her. First, one was in the Wind Snow Temple, the other was in the Divine Grandeur sect. Then, one was in the Aquarius continent, the other was in the North continent. In the end, one of them was in the Wildlands and the other was in the Righteous Age. In the end, she was still in Wei Jin's wine cup. No matter how much wine he drank, it was useless. After drinking a cup and filling the next cup, she would be there. Wei Jin raised his wine cup and asked loudly, "Why is it difficult for people who do not like to drink wine to get drunk?" Wei Jin drank it in one gulp. The world's first wine drinker, how hateful, how hateful. Stacked Cliff was used to it. Sword immortal Wei Jin often drank like this, but he would talk to himself more often and would not really go crazy. Otherwise, how could a small wine shop withstand the madness of a sword immortal? At that moment, no one shouted for more wine, and Stacked Cliff took a break from the busy shop. He sat by the door and sighed softly. Here it comes again. Wei Jin stood where he was, pouring wine without stopping. He looked around and began to toast one by one, naming names and toasting. Why did he toast? Naturally, it was to talk about the battle in the south of the city. He talked about which sword move was the most brilliant, and occasionally asked the other party to punish themselves with a cup. He also talked about the battle. Some demons that deserved to be killed were only half dead, which was inexcusable. Wei Jin's figure suddenly disappeared and he said angrily, "Despicable." In a small alley, Guizhuzhou walked leisurely. A sallow and emaciated youth had run into the alley earlier. His footsteps were hurried as if he was trying to hide. He kept looking back, but when he saw Guizhuzhou he hesitated and slowed down. He even subconsciously moved closer to the wall. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, rich people, as long as they did not die, would become richer and richer, and then they would have a family. With a sword immortal, the family would become a wealthy family. The poor people in the city, just by looking at their clothes, could tell if they were from a wealthy family. That youth obviously thought that Guizhuzhou was from a wealthy family, and he was not wrong. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Guo family was indeed a first-tier family apart from the top families. Offending a member of a wealthy family would not end well. The other party did not even have to bring out their background. If the other party was a sword cultivator, they could just do it themselves. Guizhuzhou slowed down and jumped twice. She saw that behind the youth, there were 4 people of the same age who ran into the alley, armed with clubs. They were noisy and noisy. The youth probably saw that Guizhuzhou did not look like a sword cultivator, and was probably from a rich family on the streets. He had nothing better to do, so he came here for a stroll. The youth was a little anxious and waved at Guizhuzhou, indicating for her to leave the alley quickly. Guizhuzhou scratched her head, stopped, turned around and ran. She was good at running and she liked it. It was a pity that the youth was delayed by Guizhuzhou, and he was quickly caught up by the people of the same age who were holding the clubs. They hit the skinny youth's head with the clubs without any strength. The youth had just dodged it, but another club came down on him. He could only use his hands to protect his head, dodging and retreating. A club hit his arm and the youth's face turned pale from the pain. He was kicked in the chest by a tall youth. The skinny and sallow youth took a few steps back, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He held onto the wall with one hand, tilted his head and dodged the club. He turned around and ran. Guizhuzhou was at the corner of the alley and she poked her head out. She felt that she should be chivalrous or else it would look like someone was going to die. Usually, no one in the Great Wall of Sword Qi would care about fights, even if they were crippled. However, it was rare for someone to die. Guizhuzhou heard from the elders in her family that the fiercest fighters were not sword immortals, but hot-blooded youths from the streets. This was one of them. This would not do. Guizhuzhou had learned martial arts and was a member of the pugilistic world. Guizhuzhou walked into the alley again. The skinny youth received another flying kick, and Guizhuzhou reached out to press down on his shoulder. The youth's eyes were indifferent, and he instantly twisted his body. At the same time he flicked his wrist and a short knife slid out from his sleeve. He stabbed out with a backhand. Guizhuzhou gently raised her elbow, and directly broke the arm that held the knife. The youth's other hand clenched into a fist, and he instantly punched out. His fist trembled and his momentum was like thunder. The people of the same age who had beaten up the youth like a drowning dog were all scared out of their wits, and they leaned against the wall. Guizhuzhou was no different from the assassin. She had the same indifferent expression and similarly punched out. Fist against fist, the assassin's entire hand was shattered, and the two of them slumped to the ground. Guizhuzhou slightly leaned to the side, and she pressed her shoulder against the youth's chest. The assassin died on the spot and he was sent flying backward. However, a firefly flashed past the assassin's ear, and it rapidly approached. It was a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword, and it stabbed towards Guizhuzhou's glabella. Guizhuzhou slightly turned her head, and there was a deep blood groove on her forehead. On the other hand, the head of the tall youth who had used the flying sword was pierced through, and a drop of blood gradually condensed on his forehead. The body leaning against the wall slowly slid to the ground. Guizhuzhou frowned and stretched out her hand to wipe her forehead. Wei Jin, who was standing at the entrance of the alley, breathed a sigh of relief and quietly put away his intrinsic flying sword. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that his action was superfluous. Not only could the little girl deal with this sudden assassination, but she could also deal with the sudden assassination. At the other end of the alley, a stooped old man with a smile appeared. Wei Jin nodded to greet him and the old man also nodded back with a smile. Wei Jin returned to the wine shop and continued to drink. The old man stepped out, came to Guizhuzhou's side and said with a smile, "LV Duan, good job." It was the old servant of the Ning mansion, Nalan Yeshing. The future son-in-law had told him that as long as Guizhuzhou saw him, Chen Pingan, or walked into the Ning mansion, he needed to trouble Grandpa Nalan to help take care of the little girl until the moment Guizhuzhou stepped into the Guo family's gate. Guizhuzhou said proudly, "That's right, I can't beat Sister Ning and Sister Dong, but I can beat a few little thieves, right?" The little girl took a few steps forward, looked at the thin youth who died with his eyes open and still looked calm before death and complained, "Don't you know that I have just practiced a peerless fist technique?" Ah. Nalan Yeshing stretched out his finger and knocked on his forehead. He had a headache. Such an elaborate ambush and assassination aimed at the disciples of the big families, there was no need to take any chances. Don't think about following the vine to find the melon, it was impossible. That year at the Mirage Pavilion, there was a huge disturbance. The young lady almost hurt her great Dao foundation. That old woman, by Lian Shuang, also dropped her cultivation level. Even the sword immortal, who didn't care about anything on the city wall, was infuriated. It was rare for him to give an order personally. He directly called the Qin clan master over. With just one sword strike, the injured Qin clan master hurriedly returned to the city. He made a big fuss. The entire city was under martial law. Every household was searched. That Mirage Pavilion was turned upside down. In the end, the matter was still left unsettled. It wasn't that someone was slacking or trying to stop them. As for the other youths from the streets who were at a loss and in fear, their identities and backgrounds would be investigated. It was nothing more than a formality and an explanation to the Guo family. Of course, the Guo family would also mobilize a large number of people and use their methods and channels to dig 3 feet into the ground. After that, the relationship between the Ning family and the Guo family would be a little troublesome. Logically speaking, Lu Duan could jump around in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The reason was very simple. She was the disciple of the hidden official. Therefore, the Guo family didn't deliberately arrange a retainer for her all these years because it was unnecessary. Therefore, the size of the ripples in this disturbance and the discretion of the other party were very tricky. It seemed that they didn't use the real key chess piece to kill Lu Duan. Guizhuzhou frowned and said sickly, "It's over. I can't go out in the near future." Guizhuzhou's eyes lit up. She turned to look at Nalan Yeshing. "Grandpa Nalan, why don't we destroy the evidence and pretend that this matter didn't happen?" Nalan Yeshing laughed, "You think too much. How can you hide the injury on your forehead? Did you hit it while walking again? Besides, it's such a big matter. You should tell Sword Immortal Guo. I've already sent a flying sword message to your family. So just wait to be scolded." Guizhuzhou sighed. "Grandpa Nalan, you must tell my master that I can't learn martial arts from him recently." Nalan Yeshing asked with a smile, "When did my son-in-law recognize you as his disciple?" Guizhuzhou grinned and said, "It's just a matter of my master's calculation." Nalan Yeshing pointed at the little girl's forehead. Guizhuzhou sneered, "Nothing." Then the little girl shivered and said with a sad face, Ouch, it hurts. A slender middle-aged sword immortal appeared in the alley in the blink of an eye and stood beside Guizhuzhou. He bent down and lowered his head. He stretched out his finger to press her head and shook it gently. After confirming his daughter's injury, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was still some sword chi left, but it was not a big problem. He straightened his back and said with a smile, "Are you still going crazy?" Guizhuzhou stretched out a palm. Sword immortal Guijia said with a smile, 5 years of confinement? Guizhuzhou said timidly, 10 hours. Forget it, 5 days will do. Guijia stopped smiling. Guizhuzhou saw that the situation was not good and quickly withdrew 4 fingers, leaving only 1 thumb. 1 year. Guijia glanced at his daughter's wound and said helplessly, "Hurry up and go home with me. Your mother is worried to death. 1 year or a few years. It doesn't matter if you tell me. Go to her place and make a scene." In the end, Guijia and Nalin Yeshing looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. Then the consecrators of the Guo family and the sword cultivators who specialized in dealing with such affairs arrived one after another. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Nalin Yeshing did not return to the Ning mansion directly. Instead, he went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi first. When he went to the Ning mansion by Lianshuang, the old woman was not good at dealing with these things. She could only be anxious. It was definitely useful to discuss this matter with Mississippi. These years, Miss had always made the decisions of Ning mansion. But now that Ning mansion had Qin Ping gone, Nalin Yeshing did not want Miss to be too distracted by these dirty things. But Miss was the one who was least afraid of trouble and liked to think too much. What's more, Miss would definitely listen to Mr. Nalin's decision. Hiding his aura all the way, he quietly went to the top of the wall. Who practiced sword and fist like this? Qin Pingan tossed and turned, using the deity drumming style with his punches. At the same time, he controlled 2 real and 2 imitations, a total of 4 flying swords. He tried his best to find a gap in the sword chi, as if he only needed to take 1 step forward. He needed to use the spirit pill of Ning mansion again. Fortunately, Bai Lianshuang did not blame him this time. The sword chi condensed within 30 steps around him. "585. When Ning Yao saw Qin Pingan returning from the city wall, she didn't say much. The old woman was hurt again. She caught Qin Pingan and scolded him. Nalin Yeshing didn't talk back. He had to accept his fate. It was rare to see a sword immortal being wronged like this. The old man went to drink alone. Qin Pingan was familiar with applying medicine to heal his wounds. Grandma Bai had already given him the key to the Ning mansion's elixir room. On the way, Qin Pingan told Ning Yao and Grandma Bai about the assassination of Guizhuzhou, the cause and effect. The old woman murmured. This group of insidious things like to bully children. They really didn't deserve to die. Ning Yao didn't care too much about it. The little girl was fine. Ning Yao didn't want to think about other things. Anyway, Qin Pingan liked to think about things. Since Ning Yao was with the future son-in-law, Bai Lianshuang didn't want to get involved. She found a chance to scold Nalin Yeshing again. Previously, Miss and son-in-law were present, so she didn't scold him to her heart's content. Qin Pingan was very familiar with the process. His arms were badly mangled and most of the bones in his hands were exposed, but he still didn't realize it. He picked 3 porcelain bottles and smeared various colored plasters on his wounds. The 3 colors were different from each other. When he was bandaging his wounds, he still had the mood to tease himself. According to the way we make porcelain in the dragon kiln, this is called the 3 colors of glaze. It's not a precious glaze color. Few of the emperors of the Great Li dynasty really used it. Most of them were used to reward meritorious ministers. Before the late emperor of the Great Li dynasty, the old emperor was fond of a kind of blue and white underglaze with small dokai and gold painting. Only then could it be called beautiful. The process is complicated and it's extremely difficult to make it into a weapon, but it's a bit gaudy. We don't even have the chance to see the complete wear. At first, Qin Pingan was afraid that Ning Yao would be annoyed by these trivial things. He didn't expect that Ning Yao would listen so attentively. Qin Pingan then told her more interesting stories about his life in the dragon kiln. When I was an apprentice, Lu Xianying often dragged me to the old porcelain mountain. When we were there, he treated it as if it was his own home. He would pick and choose the items as if they were his family's treasures. The old and new porcelain of the past dynasties, what kind of utensils they used to be, and what kind of value they should have, were all similar to him personally making them. Under the premise that everyone was not a chi refinement warrior, making porcelain indeed required talent. After becoming a cultivator, the four arts of the mortal world were naturally different. At a glance there were too many flaws and careless mistakes. They could not stand up to careful scrutiny. What a great saying, becoming a mountain guest, I'm a seer in a big dream, I only know that it's ordinary. Song Jisun's father was much simpler and more elegant. Our kiln specialized in making large utensils for the imperial court. In private, us apprentices secretly made many of the characteristics of the heavy utensils used by the imperial court. Privately we named them as loachbacks, grass roots and cat whiskers. At that time, we even guessed that the richest old emperor in the world didn't know about these. I heard that the current young emperor's preference has turned to rich colors. However, compared to his grandfather he is much more restrained. Ning Yao smiled and said, "How can you remember so many things but I can't?" Qin Pingan said, "Why are you scolding me in such a roundabout way?" Ning Yao was confused. After all, the future son-in-law was still injured. He was afraid that the old woman would have an excuse to scold him again. Qin Pingan's arms were bandaged like dumplings. In fact, it was difficult for him to move. But as a cultivator of the lower five realms, he had learned some spells. With a slight thought, he controlled the wine in the bowl and pulled the white bowl in front of him. Like Qin Sanchio, he lowered his head and bit the white bowl. Then, he lifted the bowl slightly and drank a mouthful of wine. Nalin Yeshing smiled. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." "Very good." Qin Pingan complained, "Grandpa Nalin, why isn't this the Bamboo Sea Wonderland wine from our wine shop?" Nalin Yeshing smiled and said, "It's all from the Ning Mansion's treasury left behind this year. At the beginning of every year, your grandma Bai will set a quota for drinking. It's almost the end of the year and there are only a few jars left at home. Next year she will go to help your business." "I don't need to say anything." Qin Pingan said, "Grandpa Nalin, are you a little curious why the progress of my 18-halt sword chi is so slow?" Nalin Yeshing nodded and said, "Logically speaking it shouldn't be so slow. It's just that young Master Qin doesn't want to say, so I don't want to ask more." Qin Pingan explained, "One of the chi dwellings of the sword chi pathway, like the wine on the table, once had an old treasure." Nalin Yeshing asked curiously, "Is it the life-flying sword of a sword immortal that was temporarily put aside by young master?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "It's a wisp of sword chi." Nalin Yeshing was surprised. "A wisp of sword chi?" Qin Pingan smiled brightly and said, "It's a very small wisp of sword chi. It's not appropriate to say more." Anyway, with Nalin Yeshing beside him, he could speak freely. Even if the sword immortals in the city spied on the Ning Mansion with the divine power of controlling mountains and rivers, they would deliberately avoid Nalin Yeshing, who was an immortal in the past. Nalin Yeshing was shocked, but he didn't ask much. He raised the wine bowl and said, "Let's stop talking and drink." Qin Pingan didn't have much etiquette in front of Nalin Yeshing. His drinking posture was not elegant, but he didn't feel burdened in his heart. Nalin Yeshing of course didn't care. His son-in-law was pleasing to the eye. His fist technique was high, he was not slow to learn the sword, his ideas were comprehensive, he was handsome, and the key was that he was educated, which was rare in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He and his miss were a match made in heaven. No wonder Bai Lianshuang's wife always protected him. While the old man and the young man were drinking wine, Ning Yao also sat with Bai Mama and whispered to each other. The old woman saw her miss and said with a smile, "It's a good thing that our son-in-law suffers more when practicing the sword with his senior brother. Don't be too sad. Not everyone can be taught swordsmanship wholeheartedly by Zhua." Over the years there were many smart people who tried to get close to the great sword immortal, but Zhua was arrogant and ignored them. In my opinion, it's not because he recognized our son-in-law as the disciple of the sage of literature, but because he recognized a junior brother. That's why he is willing to do this. Ning Yao shook her head and leaned on the table. "It's not that." The old woman smiled and said nothing. Ning Yao sat up. "You can say a lot of nice things." The old woman asked, "Miss, you don't like it?" Ning Yao shook her head and said, "No, I don't like it." The old woman asked again, "Miss, are you worried that he will like someone else?" Ning Yao shook her head again. "I'm not worried." The old woman finally couldn't help but laugh. Even if you hold the legendary 5 immortal swords, no matter what your current realm is, no matter if you're a sword immortal or not, you're the one who holds the sword. Left and Right withdrew his hand and turned his head. "If you don't use the sword just because you like a woman, how can you be a sword immortal? You Wei Jin only have a good aptitude for swordsmanship." In the long run, you won't be able to reach the top with just your aptitude. I dare say that if you don't break through your heart for a long time, your final achievement will be very ordinary. In the future, don't talk to me too much. Wei Jin took a big gulp of wine and muttered, but I still feel that in this world only love lasts longer than sword chi. I can't bear to part with it and I don't even want to throw it away. Thinking of a person drinking wine and being muddle-headed, I'll go around in circles in the mountains. Compared to liking a person less, drinking less and wielding a sword to reach the top, it's better for me. Left and right shook his head. Then there's no saving you. Wei Jin probed, then I won't be able to chat with Senior in the future, right? Left and right smiled. Sword immortal Wei Jin, get lost while you can. Drunkard Wei Jin, you can come often. Wei Jin laughed heartily and drank to his heart's content. He was just about to ask a question. The four heavens had a total of 4 immortal swords. This was a well-known fact, so why did left and right say 5? The Taoist second of the Qingming heavens had an immortal sword. The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu in the Central Plains had one, and the scholar who was hailed as the world's proudest had another. Other than that, it was rumored that the Sword Suppression Tower, one of the 9 mighty towers of the heavens, suppressed the last one. How vast were the 4 heavens? Naturally, there weren't many immortal weapons, but they weren't few either. However, there were only 4 swords that were worthy of being called immortal swords in the past 10,000 years. There definitely wouldn't be any more. But before Wei Jin could finish drinking and ask this question, he had already left the city. Because eldest sword immortal had arrived. Wei Jin left the city, bowing and taking his leave. Qin Qingdou stood by the wall. Are you surprised that you have such a junior brother? Left and right nodded but didn't speak. The youth who had learned the 18 stops of sword chi Zhao Gaoshu. At that time, left and right had used sword chi to isolate heaven and earth, and Qin Pingan had spoken these words. In fact, at that time, Qin Pingan had also spoken in his mind, but it was another name, Zhao Shuxia. At such a young age, left and right were a little surprised that he was so cautious. The old man did not care about the sword immortal nodding his head to the left and right without saying anything disrespectful. If the sword immortal could not even tolerate this little bit of arrogance, how many sword immortals in the northern city would be left alive under Qin Qingdou's sword? Left and right weren't surprised that Qin Qingdou knew about this. Qin Qingdou could be said to be invincible on the city wall. He was probably only inferior to the Confucian temple, the Taoist ancestor overseeing the Baek-o-Kaekyung building, and the Buddha sitting on the lotus throne. This was also what left and right felt most helpless about. But at the same time, this was also what left and right admired the old man the most. Why did the Great Wall of Sword Chi still stand after 10,000 years of siege in the wilderness? All the great demons in the wilderness knew that as long as Qin Qingdou didn't die, even if the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi was destroyed, they still wouldn't be able to reach the inverted mountain and the vast world. Only Qin Qingdou could suppress the arrogant sword cultivators in the north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 10,000 years. Although he knows it's useless and it's hard to change the outcome, he's still patient. Left and right were silent. Qin Qingdou smiled and asked, 4 times? Left and right said, no. Qin Qingdou nodded, then I won't hit you. I'll leave you some face so that you won't feel uncomfortable teaching your junior brother swordsmanship in the future. Left and right said, it's 4 times now. Qin Qingdou put his hands behind his back and left, leaving only one sentence. Compared to chatting with you, I prefer listening to Qin Pingan. In the night, Qin Pingan strolled to the dragon beheading platform. Ning Yao was still cultivating, so Qin Pingan walked to the martial arts practice field. It was just a stroll. He walked in a circle. When he was about to complete the circle, his footsteps slightly deviated and then drew a bigger circle. Qin Pingan didn't know when Ning Yao had come to his side. He wasn't surprised. Ning Yao had long learned Nalan Yeshing's stealth. For so many years, the thing Ning Yao had refined wasn't the high-grade Khanate natal flying sword, but something else. However, even if Ning Yao only used her natal flying sword, it was enough for her to kill Pang Yuanji, Qishou, and the others. This was what she said casually when Qin Pingan and Ning Yao were chatting. She said it casually and naturally, but she stared at Qin Pingan. At that time, Qin Pingan was about to reach out and put his hand on the back of her hand, but he quietly withdrew his hand. Then he raised his hand with a smile and fanned the breeze. The two strolled up to the pavilion. Qin Pingan sat cross-legged beside Ning Yao. Ning Yao continued the topic from the day. In Wang Zongping's generation, there were about 10 people at the beginning. Compared to us, both the number of people and cultivation aptitude are too inferior. Among them, Mi Quan's attainment in the Great Wall of Sword Chi was originally the highest, but Mi Quan died in the first battle after leaving the city. Now there are only 3 people left. Apart from Wang Zongping, who was heavily injured and was affected by the battle between the 2 immortal realm cultivators, she has been stuck at the nascent soul bottleneck for many years. There's also Wang Wei and Su Yong. Su Yong's innate aptitude was actually better than Wang Zongping's when she was at the bottom. However, his sword heart wasn't firm and clear enough. He participated in the great battle, but he deliberately played small fights and didn't dare to risk his life. He always thought that if he cultivated quietly and lived to 100 years old, he could steadily ascend to the upper 5 realms and then fight with all his might. In the end, in the most dangerous battle of breaking through the nascent soul bottleneck at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, not only did Su Yong fail to ascend to the upper 5 realms, but he was rejected by the sword intent of heaven and earth and became a golden core sword cultivator with a broken elixir chamber. After many years of silence, he mingled in the streets and became a gambling addict. He reneged on countless debts and lived a life worse than a street rat. Chi Shou and the others loved to treat Su Yong to drinks when they were young. As long as Su Yong could drink, he didn't mind being treated as a joke. He lived like a half-human, half-ghost. When Chi Shou and the others' realms grew higher, they felt that it was meaningless to laugh at Su Yong. Su Yong became an errand boy between the cities and the mirage. If he earned a small amount of money, he would buy wine. If he earned a large amount of money, he would gamble. She had asked Nanny Bai about these things at the last minute and had done some last-minute research. Chen Pingan asked straightforwardly, would Su Yong hold a grudge against the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi? Ning Yao thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't think so. A few years before Alliance left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Su Yong was always by his side, whether he was drinking or acting as a banker. Qin Pingan nodded. Only Wang Wei is already a sword immortal. When he was a golden core sword cultivator in his early years, he became a low-ranking consecrator of the Qi family. 20 years ago he successfully ascended to the upper 5 realms. He opened his own residence and married a woman with a prominent surname as his Dao companion. His life is considered complete. When I was at the wine shop, I heard that Wang Wei surpassed his predecessors and became a sword immortal. It was quite unexpected. Ning Yao said, Wang Wei is indeed not very eye-catching. Ascending to the upper 5 realms at the age of 90 is rare in the vast world. However, on our side, Wang Wei, as a surviving Jade Realm sword cultivator, naturally became the leader of more than 10 people in his early years. It is easy to compare him. Compared to the earlier generation, Wang Wei is too ordinary. If he were to be compared to our generation, let alone Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou, and Gao Yeho, even Fatty San Qiu Yen and the others look down on him. Ning Yao said softly, however, on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, no matter what realm a sword cultivator is at, being able to survive is the greatest ability. If you die, what does it matter if you are a genius or a sword immortal? Even for us young sword cultivators, when drinking today, we laughed at Zhao Yong's downfall and that Wang Wei is not a sword immortal. Perhaps after the next battle, when Wang Wei drinks with his friends, he will be talking about his old friends. When they reached the pavilion on the dragon-slaying platform, Ning Yao suddenly asked, give me a pot of wine. Qin Pingan pulled his hand out of his sleeve and handed her a flask of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine from his wine store. Ning Yao drank the wine and said, Grandpa Little Dong, that was a true genius. He was at the Grotto Heaven Realm, 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 and at the Dragon Gate Realm. He killed more than 10 demons at the same realm and 3 golden core demons, earning him the nickname of Sword Lunatic. Later he left the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone and went to the desolate world to hone his sword intent. When he returned, he was already an upper 5 realm sword cultivator. After Dong Guanpu was exposed for colluding with demons, the crowd was outraged. Before hidden official could do anything, he was killed by Qin Qingdu, the eldest sword immortal. At that time, Qin Pingan was at the top of the Great Wall and saw the scene with his own eyes. Ning Yao drank the wine. Not long after Grandpa Xiao Dong died, there was a rumor that Grandpa Xiao Dong was the one who arranged the assassination at the Mirage. Ning Yao smiled, I don't believe it, but I can't stop people from gossiping. Qin Pingan asked, let's not talk about the truth. After hearing these words, will you be sad? You won't sit behind the counter all day long and calculate profits and losses. Who am I? I'm used to a life of nothing. How many years has it been? Why would I be afraid of this? Qin Pingan stood up and looked at the training field. He said slowly, you've listened to so many shameful words for so many years. I also want to hear it with my own ears. It's fine that you didn't want to pay attention to them before. But now that I'm by your side, someone dares to come to you with evil intentions. If I don't punch him directly, am I supposed to invite him to drink? At this point, Qin Pingan smiled. It'll definitely be a matter of a casual punch. Because the other party can't have a high realm. They'll definitely be weaker than Rennie. If they're stronger, no one will sympathize with them. Ning Yao asked, when are we going to the wine shop? This was Ning Yao's temperament. Qin Pingan didn't find it strange at all. Back in the small town, even if he didn't like her, Ning Yao's way of doing things had a great impact on Qin Pingan. The sentence, the great way shouldn't be so small, was one thing. This made Qin Pingan, who walked out of Liju Cave, never really look up at the immortals on the mountain when he looked at the cultivation on the mountain again. Qin Pingan had a deep impression of Ning Yao's straightforward way of doing things, especially her attitude of, since things have come to this point, what should I do? With such a clear and bright mind, one could truly not be afraid of unexpected troubles. If anything happened, just solve it. Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled. After I recover, I'll let the other party make a good plan. To be honest, many times I'm anxious for the enemy. I can't wait to teach them how to make the most moves to maximize the benefits and at the same time, make people feel disgusted. Ning Yao didn't say anything. Qin Pingan sat beside her and said softly, don't think of me as a stranger. I've always been like this. But as I said before, there's only one thing that I never think too much about. It's not something nice to hear. It's just the truth. Ning Yao said softly, if you don't like me, if you don't come here, there won't be so many problems. You can live a better life. You can even wait until you become a sword immortal in the future and come to me. I'll still wait for you. Grandma Bai was right. Even if Ning Yao wanted to be herself, she had to believe in Qin Pingan. She would tell him whatever she had in her heart. It didn't matter whether it was reasonable or not. Anyway, he was the most reasonable person, so she didn't have to worry about not being able to chat with him. Qin Pingan didn't say anything to Ning Yao. He just took out the small dragon beheading platform that Ning Yao gave him when they parted on the inverted mountain. The words Ning Yao and naive were engraved on the front and back. Qin Pingan looked down at the two words, Ning Yao. Qin Pingan took a sip of wine and gently placed his chopsticks on the plate. Stacked Zhang threw away the piece of paper and took out another from his sleeve. He shook it open. Those who talk about Ning Yao's parents eat my fist. Begging for mercy is useless. That person glanced at him and laughed. You're truly worthy of being a scholar of the literary saint's lineage. You're so knowledgeable that you can even guess this? What, do you want to kill me with a single punch? That person lifted his arm and smashed the wine bowl to pieces. Even I find your Ning family's wine disgusting. Qin Pingan slowly stood up, holding a white bowl that was still half filled with wine. That young man stretched his neck and pointed at his head. Come, give me a punch. If you have the ability, hit me here. He sneered. I wonder if the literary saint's disciple had already guessed that you came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi twice during the intervals of the Great Battle? Anyway, it's all about ability. You won 4 battles and killed me, a sword cultivator of the Viewing Sea realm. How is that not an ability? It's not that Qin Pingan didn't want to kill demons, but that the demons didn't dare to attack the city after seeing Qin Pingan. I think your ability is almost greater than all the sword immortals combined. Don't you think so, Qin Pingan? Qin Pingan glanced at the broken pieces of the white bowl on the ground. That young sword cultivator widened his eyes. Money for the wine? I went to the city once and went to the south once. I didn't earn much, but it's enough to buy a few bowls of your lousy wine. He was about to take out the immortal money from his sleeve when he suddenly heard the guy in the green robe say, You don't have to pay for the wine. This sword cultivator of the Viewing Sea realm laughed. He was sure that the guy didn't dare to punch and was about to say a few more words. It was only for a moment. This young sword cultivator's head was punched. His body flipped upside down. His head was facing the ground and his legs were facing the sky. He died on the spot, paralyzed on the ground. Not only that, his soul was shattered. He couldn't be more dead. Qin Pingan held the bowl in his left hand and pointed at the corpse with his right hand. He smiled and said, You owe me a bowl of wine for the sake of the demons. In the next great battle in the south, the wilderness will have to return it to me, Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan raised the wine bowl in his hand high and looked around. He laughed and said, Small cups and big bowls of wine, drinking all the dirty things in the world. Future sword immortals, before we go to the south, who is willing to drink with me, Qin Pingan? The seated guests and the squatting sword cultivators all stood up when someone stood up first. They all stood up with their bowls full of wine. Qin Pingan looked into the distance and said loudly, "My great wall of sword chi. Those sword immortals who hate not killing enough enemies can also drink." Today there were especially many sword cultivators and sword immortals who drank wine. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.